Really good hand right now. He's got the gut shot for the 8, and then he's has a wrap with the ace, king, jack, 10. So
Yeah, PLO is so confusing to me.
it's such a fun game.
Yeah. It seems fun from everyone that switches over to it.
Yeah.
We have a double board bomb pot tournaments here on Sundays typically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Wow. Bomb pot tournaments. That's funny.
Yeah, anytime I tell, like, if pros come to to Texas, I'm always like, just go play PLO.
Yeah.
Like, the PLO games are so good in Texas.
Yeah, there's a 5-5-10 going on right now.
Yeah.
And I have no rolls right now.
This could be the last hand of the stream.
I love how everyone gets pictures next to their name. It's fun. Nice touch.
Yeah, Chaz's picture is out there. I don't even know what's going on.
I don't think he does either.
I don't think he cares.
He's like, what? Picture?
Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. It's a fun hand.
Yeah.
It is going to be the last hand of the stream, guys.
Thank you so much for tuning in today, especially those of you who have been around from the beginning.
Yeah, it's been super fun hosting with you. You've been fun to talk to.
You
a
too.
lot. Thank
Texas
you.
is fun, y'all.
Yeah.
Gotta come back.
Only San Antonio. The other places, no.
Yeah.
You got,
Honestly, this is only my second time being in Texas, and
Yeah.
the first time being in San Antonio, and it's my favorite Texas city so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All the nines, true.
And everything bricked. This is interesting. Chaz actually has.
Is that a scoop for Jazz?
Oh no,
can't
he's
tell
against
right away.
kings. I wonder how Guru is gonna take this. This was weird because it's funny. These are the spots where in Texas I played a lot of like $25 ante games. Someone pots and then someone else repots and then they show the kings and you're like, you fold the queens. You're like, why did I fold the queens here? But it's so weird because if you go pot, last hand of the night, you're feeling a little sad
Yeah.
that you lose a pot like this. But he has the ace spades blocker, so it's actually not crazy if you were to go for it. And he might get the kings to fold here, most likely. Such a big bet. Yeah, so I think he fold and hold there.
You would fold if you were Chaz right here?
Oh, no, sorry. I think Jack High fold and hold.
Oh, okay. Because you gotta think if you're Chaz, you at least got, it's gonna be a chop, maybe.
Yeah, that's the problem is that you're calling a chop, but like, yeah, I'm not sure I can fold. I have to be against 3-2 of spades, and I'm blocking the boats with the 7-4. I think he'll come up with a call.
Yeah. You crushed the queen board.
But again, a big like dynamic is like, do I want to leave losing, you know, a 2.3K pot here?
I think I'm okay.
He's going to win both boards.
And he calls, yeah, wins both.
Good for you. Good call.
Yeah, good call, Chaz.
This is why I always lose money on the PLO double board bomb pots, because I don't know how to play PLO, and I'm always like, I'm good. I got a set of queens. I'm good. I am good.
Yeah, PLO bomb pots are, the problem is, like, they'll happen once an hour, so.
All right, guys, that's the last hand of the stream. We want to thank everybody out there for liking and subscribing. For our entire crew here tonight, for Nikki, for Ethan, Bet on Drew, I'm JT. We wish you guys a good night, and we'll see you Monday night for the final table of the
Come on
$1
down
million
to
guarantee.
play the day one flights.
Yep,
I'll be
3
there.
left.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Mine was high, but only because I felt like tens every time. Yeah, we can keep. Everybody still in or anybody catching up? I might play the tournament.
No, actually, I do, but you. You might what?
Multi-table, play the tournament and play here. Run back and forth.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm excited. I'm happy I got to sit down with my
Lines you're at.
drink wine and talk like that.
Almost went over fuel. Just couldn't afford much for traveling.
When do they end?
Huh?
When do they end?
And he's like he's got like one of them like.
Well, they're like partying by the end, right?
Stuck under the.
And has Ashley been a long-time pro as well?
I think so. I mean, she just started playing tournaments a couple years ago.
Actually,
Wow, what a
Wow.
board. What is happening? Deuce.
I think Ashley's the only one that can get away from this.
Yeah. And something I will say about Poker Traveler is he does tend to bet really fast when he has a strong hand. But obviously Jesse's not going to know that.
Got one down.
I'm 50% to win now.
I mean, the way this is running, I can't be surprised if... Wow. What is that card? The worst card in the deck for Traveler.
Exactly. I feel like the turns have been helping Jesse get away from it.
Yeah. But he's just bleeding. He's in such unfortunate
Yeah, the slow
spots.
bleeds.
And,
Still more than
yeah.
what he bought in for. Came in with 5. Still up.
Yeah, he was up to 1K at one point. And this is a really good lead. Jesse is so good at stopping the bleeding that... See, the thing is, as a poker player, and if you ever play pro, long term, you just lose so much money in these spots, and you can't do anything about it. I mean, not long term, short term.
Mm.
And so, like, I think the plays that he's making long term are just saving him so much money. I think most players would be in the negative right now, the way that things have been running. But Jesse seems to be the type of guy who can actually get away and, like, lose absolute minimum here. And honestly, I could see a check raise by Jesse here with the king and the queen. I think this is a really good board in which Traveler's going to bet a lot. And I feel, but no, it looks like he's just going for a call. I think once you do that kind of motion, you're not really going for a bluff. But I like when I'm blocking boats. These are the spots that I think the problem with overbet and triple barrels is that people don't really use overbet and triple barrels in spots when they bluff more so than they use it when spots in the value bet. And when he's check calling and leading on the turn and then checking river, I actually think he has a lot of hands that he wants to check raise with.
Yeah. I think because the board flushed and paired.
Yeah.
He's got to be more cautious.
Yeah, definitely.
I could definitely see some check raise bluffs.
I think when the
balance with
board
value.
pairs and he has a king queen.
You might want just to see the showdown for as cheap as possible.
Yeah, he does fold.
He's finding the folds, which is great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm always curious when I see people take lines. I wonder if he also might think, you know, I'm a little too active to like maybe he's not even allowed to check raise anymore because of how active he's been.
Yeah.
And
they haven't really seen the showdowns for his like huge monster hands yet.
yeah.
So he might just have like kind of a loose table image.
Yeah. I know they've at least seen the 3s and the king 10. I'm not sure where else they've been. Oh, and Ashley, no, never mind. Is that it? Yeah, she's straddling. Oh, we get a restraddle. Wow.
They saw one of the threes. Or you mean at the stream above the dealer?
Yeah.
They've seen those. Yeah, that's true. If they've been paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always hard if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because I've been on a few streams where they showed it, but I wasn't paying attention to it because I was so invested in the hands I was in.
Yeah, and Jesse has definitely been in like every hand,
Yeah.
so it's a little. He has to like be looking up during the hand. It's like, oh, I got a bluff here, and he's like, looking at himself bluff on
Yeah.
the screen. Like, it's like, dang it, I already bluffed.
I'll do
But
this
he hasn't
deal.
needed to bluff.
Yeah.
So,
Just won that fun previously. How about that? Look, man,
and there could be a reverse thing where he might feel like he's getting pushed, but I guess if he watches, he'll see that he's made the correct fold literally every time.
Y'all are not giving Ebb any hands.
End of the stream,
Give
I'm
my
fine.
girl some hands, please.
Yeah, and I love the representation of women in poker. It's great. It's so cool to see like Caitlin. I don't know if you know Caitlin Komoski.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just met her in real life for the first time a couple weeks ago at Brad Owen and Andrew Nimi meetup game at Bellagio.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually ran into, I was super drunk, terrible impressions, but I ran into her and Joey Ingram for the first time and
Oh, okay.
watched them meet each other as well.
Yeah.
So it was interesting because I follow a lot of them on Twitter and getting to meet people in real life is, after following them on Twitter, is fun.
Yeah. No, for sure. I definitely had that experience a lot, just being in the gaming community, and also when I was coming into the poker community.
Yeah. I feel like I just kind of got thrown into the poker community and met a bunch of people all at once.
Yeah.
Is it behind
It was really fun. The poker community is so fun.
Oh yeah. No, I mean it's amazing how just like you could be anyone and just go up and you play and you play on the table and people are just gonna be so kind and so nice. And
Yeah.
the thing is, like coming from the gaming community, a lot of it is like I was the top like 40 in the world at Hearthstone, and then I was also the top 100 for like other games and
Nerd.
stuff. I know,
I'm just kidding.
nerd. But like that community, a lot of the like someone like Ebony or Jesse, they're kind of like on a different like people aren't even allowed to like talk to them essentially.
What?
Yeah, so there's less of like a close knit feeling.
Yeah.
There's more like cliques.
Yeah.
So coming to the poker scene where like you can go up right now, go talk to Jesse, and he's gonna talk to you probably and have a conversation
Absolutely. One of the nicest people I've ever met.
with you. Yeah.
That's kind of how the YouTube scene was. So in the very beginning, I'm just like OG YouTuber. And back in like 2008, 2009, everybody was new and you're not getting paid. No one's making a ton of money. It wasn't a career yet.
Yeah.
And so people were collaborating, people were helping people. There was a community that everyone knew everyone. It was very much similar to this scene.
Yeah.
And then when the money started getting involved, like lots of brand deals and sponsors, and people got really like, well, I got this many views and and I don't want to collab. I don't want to give any of my views away to other people, and it got very cliquey, very segregated, and kind of sad. Really, it used to be really a community, and now it's kind of like every man for themselves.
Yeah.
So when I got introduced to the poker community, I was like, oh man, this is exactly how it used to be, like this community vibe, and like just no one's too big for the game. No one's like, I mean, there's cocky people or whatever, but people get humbled by this game, getting your ass kicked by this game, and I think that helps a lot to, you're going through the lows together, you're going through the highs together.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think everyone's been in like the roughest spots of their lives when they go to poker, but they've been in the best spots, and so like everyone just kind of feels that for sure.
I love that unifying pain /
Yeah.
excitement.
Yeah, you always have respect for anyone that's like trying to do poker full time too.
Especially, I would say the tournament poker community in particular, they're like the party people.
Yeah.
I feel like they're like the extrovert party people, and then the cash games are like the, introvert grinders.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it started as the introvert grinder, and then I was playing cash games, and like I just love, when I was playing pro, I would go to the cash game tables, and I would just sit there for 12 hours. I'm so bored, and I would talk to people and make jokes and like make puns and stuff,
same.
and then I would just like do that.
I love needling people at cash games.
Yeah,
like fun needling, not like mean needling, but like just getting people to talk, getting people to have fun.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've slow rolled Drew so far.
Just keep a running tally, girl.
Yeah. Like, oh dang, I didn't know I had that. Sorry, Drew. Needle him on the drive home.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, it's been super fun having Drew here because he actually just moved into my complex maybe like 2 weeks ago. He moved into the same apartment complex,
Mm-hmm.
and so we've been hanging out since he's got
So you
here.
get to see
But
Noodle a bunch. New
I've
puppy?
only met him once. Drew's been super busy, putting a lot of work into this,
Yeah.
but he's been such a cool guy to hang out with and super nice. It's been really awesome. So I'm glad to see where we can take this stream. But he's a really cool guy. Y'all should follow him if you haven't followed him yet.
Mama Poker's got ace queen off in the straddle.
Yep, and she's just calling. So it seems like her general options here have been really more on the conservative side.
I think that's a smart play, to be honest, because you have to be able to call like with trash hands. So disguise your good ones in there too.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see. I think she's called a little too much so far, but at the same time, it's like she's also really deep. Oh my gosh.
Nice. Wow. What a board, dude.
And if you're poker guru, this is such a great
Spot for you.
great spot. Now I wonder if
He's
you
even got
go fast or
a
not.
club in his hand too.
I'm curious. When you're in the middle, it does get a little weird.
Oh yeah.
But I think he most likely would just go with a call.
I think I would raise.
I would like a raise, but I like both a lot.
What do you call it? Is that right? Yeah, I do like both too, but
It's
that's hard because you want to take advantage of get value from aces, but it seems pretty strong.
You think Ace Queen's gonna bump it up here?
Possibly.
From what we've seen, well, yeah, it seems like she will now. Yes, she will bump it up, and I knew that. I was gonna say, well, from what we've seen, I would think that she wouldn't. Oh, and Chaz snap folds, which is right. Now, this is interesting. Do you just call? You know?
I don't know.
I think in position, I would like a just call,
Yeah.
and he does just call.
Well, the worst card for any action from her is probably gonna be a club,
Yeah.
unless it's a queen of clubs. But I think a club kills a lot of the action.
I'm calling the Queen of Hearts on the turn right now.
The club is.
Well,
I don't know,
Queen of
look at
Hearts on
that.
the turn right there.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. I see Poker Guru maybe checking back if she checks.
Yeah, and he's also got to be afraid of the club draw. I mean, I don't know if she check raises club draws as herself, like if she personally would check raise a flush draw, but someone like Chaz definitely would in that position.
She might do a see where I'm at bet.
Yeah, maybe like
Pro bet.
1,000 and then fold to like a re-raise.
Yeah.
I definitely see a lot of players do that from this position. I'm not a big fan of it, but
It's like you just have no idea. Like,
yeah, she's definitely thinking a lot on this one. Does go with a check. Can't blame her. I mean, what are you getting called by in this spot, right? Like ace 5 maybe?
Yeah.
Does look like he said all in, right? Oh, okay. No, I thought I saw those two.
yeah, like that.
And this is an interesting amount.
Yeah, because he doesn't have much behind. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at a river shove.
Yeah, and I wonder if this bet is to achieve that kind of mentality, like, oh well, if I call here, I'm just gonna call the river, like trying to get that from Mama Poker here. But it's hard to say.
Did he ever show you his calculator? Yeah, so random. You know how people have calculator watches? Oh shit. He had a calculator ring. Really? Like it was a ring with a really tiny little calculator on it. Yeah. Oh, bro. Never mind. It looked just like a calculator.
Oh, you got mine? Nice.
Yeah, like we're all like walking around with 15 of them. So we just ran good. Yeah. Y'all want a shot?
I got my wine. Thank you. Yeah.
Probably do wine. What Chelsea guys are? Well, me and you got
Yeah, but I mean,
tequila. Yeah, 2 more bucks.
I got Ron the New York bomb. It's like a Vegas bomb, but with a variation.
But he cruises at you.
I mean, Landon just told a really great story. Chaz with the Queen Jack.
These guys are gambling. This is $500 in there. Some of these guys haven't looked at all.
2-3, the Dirty Diaper takes down $2,300.
Everyone is stunned.
$2,300. All right, welcome to Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. We are bringing you Event 8 of the South Texas Poker Championship. This is our $1 million guarantee. This is the final table. I have a special guest with me tonight, along with Ethan. We have 2012 runner-up of the WSOP, Jesse Sylvia. Jesse, what's happening?
How we doing?
We're doing good. How are you doing?
Good, man. You just caught me trying to edit a video
That's
so I
fine.
can get my tweet out.
That's fine. Do your thing.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. There's actually a lot of San Antonio locals playing in this one. At least people that I see a lot of the cash games, a lot of people just from Texas in general. We actually have some really cool looking just like professions in general here, so it's going to be a fun one. And I believe one of our guys actually got in on the free roll, correct?
Little Tony got in on a $180 satellite.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So he's on the final table. He's worked his way. But Tony's background, he makes final tables here at Rounders. Brian Boohorn is in seat 9. He plays here all the time. I've played many hands with him. Congratulations to him on making this final table, but congratulations to everybody. We had 932 entries for this tournament, so these guys got through a lot of people. 141 got paid yesterday, and this is the final table that we're going to be bringing you tonight. First place is only a mere $200,000. So these guys got a lot to play for.
Yeah, and all of them, I mean, already, locking up a big win. I believe for a lot of them, it's actually their biggest win. So it's always cool to see, we all strive to kind of like hit our biggest wins to, reach that poker glory. And a lot of these guys are doing that today for themselves. And we see some young faces in the crowd too, so it's pretty cool.
What's the first person out getting this right now?
I'm not sure. I believe 22K, but do we have a...
20,000 for ninth place.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I got all the numbers right here. Let me look it up real quick for you. I had to take a picture of it. Ninth place will get $20,000. Eighth place will get $26,000. Seventh place will get $33,600. Sixth place will get $42,000. Fifth place will get $53,500. Third place will get $85,500. Second place, $130,000. And first place will be $200,000.
And that's amazing, y'all. I mean, I believe that is, if not, it's definitely in at least the top 5 Texas payouts in Texas history. Really cool situation that we have here at Rounders. It's amazing just like what has happened in the last year and where we've gone from. It's been a really cool thing. And Jesse, I'm going to ask you this based on like just the strategy side, but if you're in this situation with a $1,400 buy-in and you're the chip leader, how are you taking this? Are you taking a more ICM approach, or are you trying to like really be aggressive towards like people's blinds, or are you trying to like conserve a stack and try to ladder up?
So I think starting out, I would take a little more of a careful approach. Like you definitely want to be putting pressure on as the chip leader regardless, right? But
yeah.
I would like to, and I'm sure that the chip leader's already played with most of the people at the final table, or all of them,
yeah,
at some point. But you would like to have a period of time where you're kind of feeling out who is and isn't interested in the pay jumps.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
yeah, and get a better idea of that while trying to apply pressure in the situations that you can. It's also a situation where, and this is true of most final tables, the first couple pay jumps aren't very significant compared to the later ones. Like for instance, like ninth to sixth might be the same as like third to second. So people should be still going for it a little bit more with 9 left,
Yeah.
8 left, and then as they get further up the ladder to like 4 left, 3 left, that's when you really need to be careful because those are so. There's not a lot of bigger pay jumps after them.
Yeah.
So you do kind of. You don't get to really just like put the pedal down and hammer on everyone right away. You kind of want to have a little bit more sporadic aggression.
Right, and like you're saying, from 9th to 8th is $6,000. From 3rd to 2nd is $45,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are huge pay jumps. So you got to navigate right now to get to that later ladder, right?
Now, what if you're like Tony, for instance, who got in on a $180 satellite? Are you going to be more on the, okay, I want, that $7,000 in terms of buy-ins for him is a lot closer to like 50 buy-ins versus like what it would be like 7 buy-ins for someone who bought in 1,400.
Yeah, but still, that means that second to third is that many more buy-ins.
Yeah,
later
sure.
on. Right? But no, I know what you mean. It's also like these things always. There's a million factors that go into it, right? Like, what amount of money is life-changing? For instance, I would be surprised if there's a person on the planet who gets to the final table of like the main event or like the 300K super high roller bowl where like those pay jumps aren't huge amounts of money for them, right?
Yeah.
So when you get to a spot like that, you might be a little extra careful because that pay jump could be a life-changing difference.
Definitely.
So like that's a factor that you don't know the guy sitting next to you cares or doesn't care about that pay jump, and that's a tough factor to figure out for sure. So the cool thing about like live tournaments compared to online is sometimes you have discussions about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's all these like weird factors that come up that I had a guy at a final table one time who literally told me he was from Germany, I think, or I forget which country he's from, but the tax laws were such that then if he got the next payout, he wouldn't be taxed because it was under 10 grand. But if he got the one after that, he'd be taxed. So he's like, I have to gamble right now. And then he went all in like the next 2 hands, and I like picked up a hand that I might not normally call with.
Yeah.
But he was kind of like, please let me gamble with you. And I was like, what is happening?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
I've heard of. I have some friends from Germany who what they'll do is actually like get a friend from Austria or something and like try to
Yeah, all the Germans live in Austria for the most part, or Malta or something like that. But this was a guy who, like, he had a business in Germany. Like, he wasn't leaving Germany, and he likes poker. He came down to play poker in the States, and then realized once he was playing, there's like these absurd tax laws that apply to me and not a lot of other people.
Yeah, that's pretty funny though. I mean, there's gonna be. I'm curious to see if we see any situations like that. Now, in just like in your general case, let's say you have 4 to 5 big blinds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And someone has like 8 to 7, but they're a lot more, I don't care about these page ups. I want to get to 1, 2, 3 by taking more like ace 5 suited jams, for example, with
Mm-hmm.
8 big blinds, like which is still standard, but it's going to be a spot where you might see them jam more often, being more higher variance lines.
Yeah.
Are you taking that 4 big blinds and just trying to wait out and see if they?
Yeah, I think that'd be a great time to fold a little extra. You know, I'm not like folding jacks.
Yeah.
But I might take a couple of the hands I would normally go all in with and say, like, maybe I'll forego this situation and wait a little longer.
Yeah, and what we've actually and we're getting right started here.
Anthony is Little Tony, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
What a nickname, man.
Yeah, that is a funny nickname. Again, $180 buy-in.
Well, it was probably $25 entry, but he spent up to $180 with the rebuys and stuff to get to that point.
So he could be in for 25.
He could have been in for 25, but he actually probably spent about 180 with the rebuys and the add-ons.
And we actually
throughout the tournament.
Wow, and he folds king queen. So this is kind of what we were talking about just now, is how from the cutoff he's folding king queen there.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have our chip leader raising 10-4 suited. So wow, and Mauricio is definitely gonna kind of loving this spot, kind of hating the spot. What
This is like a good example of a spot where it looks scary because you have to go all in, and you're up against the guy who can call you and have some leeway in his stack.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're up against a guy who's raising a ton of hands in theory.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to call you that light. So you're actually, it's not as scary as it looks. You're going to get a fold a lot.
Yeah.
Like a really high percentage of the time. So this is actually kind of the dream spot to have a hand that can go all in.
Definitely. And it does
against the chip leader
he
opening
does
on the
choose
button.
to do that. And when in his case, do you ever just call here with the jacks? Do you ever feel like you're gonna ever have just a defending frequency to like keep?
I wouldn't do it with jacks. I might do it with like kings or aces.
Okay.
I'd like to have a hand that's just so far ahead that I'm not really worried about him making a pair. With jacks, it's like he's opening queen deuce suited, for instance, right? So I don't really want to give him the opportunity to hit a queen.
Yeah.
But when I have aces, you know, I'm pretty happy to let him catch up a little bit and make a pair and get the full double or whatever,
Right.
or put in a c-bet with a hand that's drawing dead or whatever.
And what do you think about like Jonathan's like fold with the king queen there? We just saw him fold king queen off there.
I'd probably shove. I think, again, like, we found out that he wouldn't have gotten it through because I assumed the jacks wouldn't have folded.
Yeah.
But
We got it all in already.
he will get it through a lot, so it's not like he's just all in whenever he says the words all in, you know? He's getting a lot of folds.
What's going to call here? Ace, king, ace, queen, jacks again?
Yeah, something, I mean, depending on the player and the stacks, like, something pretty strong. He's shoving 9 blinds under the gun.
Oh, wow, there's jacks, too.
Yeah, that's going to...
In the big blind, again. The big blinds had jacks back to back.
This is bad for him, too, because we see a king's dead. I assume... We'll see what happens. I mean, king queen may call. If king queen calls,
yeah, it becomes super interesting. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, here's also the strength of the under the gun shove is that king queen really shouldn't be calling here.
Yeah.
Especially with the stack depths behind.
Mm-hmm.
And jacks isn't really even loving it as much either. I don't think from a shorter stack shoving under the gun, but obviously I believe he's going to call.
Yeah, part of why he's not, you know, he's calling for sure, but part of why he's not loving it is because he probably doesn't expect king queen to go all in.
Yeah.
Or sorry, king 10 to go all in. So he doesn't, you know, he thinks he's flipping with a lot of the hands that would go all in from early position.
Yeah, he's thinking more of the line of king queen shoving
Yeah.
under the gun.
But still, I mean, Anthony's not.
And hopefully Mauricio's not saying, hey, I folded a king. So
Yeah.
Tony's not just going, are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, that's brutal.
And Caleb's from Houston. Biggest tournament score, 7,500.
Well, he smashed that.
Yeah, definitely smashing that so far.
It's a very good flop for him, too.
A lot of San Antonio people rooting for the king 10 to get there. Ooh, doesn't get there, and we see our first very quick bust, but you can't really blame him. He was trying to make something happen.
So rough when you go all in the small blind. You get all the way around the small blind, they tank forever and fold. You feel like good about it, and then the big blind just snap calls you.
Yeah, especially when they snap call you of jacks in that spot.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many hands you want to see that aren't jacks. That's one of the you're gonna see so many pocket nines there that might. I think he might still fold nines. What would you think in the big blind there? You think you're calling it under the gun?
Yeah, I think he'd probably call. It's definitely a lot closer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tricky, right? You kind of feel like your opponent's probably not ever shoving worse than like 5s, but he does have 9 blinds. Like he might just go with 2s for all.
Yeah.
It's so player dependent, and it's so difficult to figure out based on the player. But he's also short enough where he has 9 blinds, so if he has aces, he may just shove as well.
Yeah.
So I kind of like think about what pairs I'm beating or what pairs I'm losing to. And if he's not shoving 5s and he is shoving aces, like you're losing to more pairs than you're beating when you have 9s, which is not really where you want to be. Obviously, you're flipping versus some other hands, but flipping when you are at a final table and there's pay jumps is not where you want to be either. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see that, Jonathan Alfonso folding the king queen earlier might have just got him that 7K pay jump because he was also at short blinds. He's at 8 right now. So it's always curious, or like even in this spot, this is very interesting for Mauricio. Like, what are you doing here? Do you ever take like a 2.1x?
I think
it's almost always.
I think that's reasonable. I might just shove this exact hand and maybe shove stuff like ace-9.
Okay.
And then maybe do my like raise folding with something a little weaker than this, like ace-3. Ace-5 is actually a pretty good ace as far as the bad kickers go. It just plays really well, and it. But I mean, if he were to raise and then fold to a shove, I'd be, doesn't seem like a mistake or anything. I think that the decision point there is so close either way that.
Yeah, he's like just right in that big blind territory where it's a bit like, you have like 2 people covered in big blinds, so you don't really want to like go busto in that spot against the guy who has 20 big blinds in the big blind.
Yeah,
So
one of the ways I would think about it is I think it's very close between shoving and raise folding.
Yeah.
And I would think about the players behind me and how likely they are to shove light against me. Because if they realize, hey, this guy's like raising and then folding a lot, they can shove very light. Just because of the dynamics of how tight I would need to call off.
Yeah.
So if I think that they're taking advantage of that or capable of taking advantage of that, I might shove. And if I don't, I think raise folding becomes really nice there.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's pretty cool. We actually have in Mr. Ingles seat 3, he is a farmer from Louisiana. His biggest tournament score is $300, so he's definitely...
That's so sick.
I know, right? So that one's a really cool one. His favorite hobby is nature. So
and he wrote...
Yeah, so 300. It's awesome, and we actually have a really cool cast of people here. We have people from many walks of life.
Well, I like what you told me earlier that he said his shout out / interesting stories. He just wrote "breathe deeply."
Yeah,
I love this guy.
Yeah, that's a cool. That's in seat 3. Really cool people all around.
Good dealer so far.
Yeah, and we have someone from Coahuila as well who's a teacher. So that was really cool.
Yeah.
I can't waste them.
And that's seat 8. Seat 8 is a teacher from Coahuila. Doesn't seem to have a biggest tournament score down. So I think for a lot of these people, this is like, if not life-changing money, but maybe also life-changing, just like poker, it's always that one event that you're just like, it makes you want to strive for more. And you're like,
yeah.
What's next from here? And that's really cool to see a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And we're going to see Jared opening. Jared is actually the farmer. So the chip leader is the farmer, actually. The chip leader right now is the guy whose biggest tournament score is $300. So that's a really cool spot to be in.
Yeah, you love to see that.
Yeah. And he does have a farmer look, so...
Which seat is he?
Seat 3. He's
seat 3. Okay.
Yeah, he's the one who just opened ace jack.
Ah, okay. Cool.
Gets it through.
She got me some tequila last night. We're okay.
Yeah, I thought our man Drew was going to make the final table for a little bit. He bagged heaps.
Yeah, Ryan DePaula was close as well.
What place did he end up getting?
I think 12th.
Oh, wow.
Or 14th, one of those.
You get a lot closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the stacks on the final table. I think Drew bagged like a third of some of what these guys had at the end of day 1.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Ryan busted at, I think he had like 2.8, 3 mil around that at his peak.
Nice.
So he also would have. Yeah, I don't know what ended up happening, but.
Sí, right? Burrito, right? He knows cerveza too, I know for sure.
Yeah, I know the stacks have shifted a little bit, but they kind of have one of those have not situations with the stacks right now, and those are always kind of fun and interesting to watch people navigate. It's almost like when you're one of the shorter stacks, you're playing a race with the other shorter stacks.
Yeah.
In a sense, for the pay jumps.
No, definitely. Especially we have Annie. Oh, and he opened. Okay. He's been really tight so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if he were to just flat here. But you're always just taking a jam here, right?
Yeah, I think that there's. I mean, it depends on the other player, but I actually think there's a non-zero chance he gets some folds.
Yeah.
Like, this is a significant portion of Brian's stack, and while Brian's getting a good price, conserving the stack and like having a playable stack in the future means something.
Yeah.
So I do think that he may get a fold, and if he doesn't get a fold from this hand, he may get a fold from something else that would have opened, like King 9 offsuit or King 8 offsuit or King Deuce suited or something like that.
Yeah, and what do you think about the sizing that Brian took? Because he took a 600K, which is about 2.1.
Oh, he went a little bigger.
He went a little bigger instead of just a min.
I think he's probably regretting not just making it the min now, but then again, if you went the min, you would be like regretting it, like, oh, if I went a little bigger, maybe they would have folded. So it's easy to like kind of kick yourself over small things. I know this from experience because I'm constantly giving myself crap for mistakes that I may not have even made.
Yeah, and I mean every poker player does,
Yeah.
after the moment.
For sure.
But in this case, I mean, this is definitely a super interesting spot just because like I almost feel like if you're going to use a bigger sizing, it might have been better just to open shove that spot in the button, but I'm not sure if you're ever doing that off 15 big, so
Yeah, again, like this is probably another hand where it's pretty close between the two and not unreasonable to shove at all. If the other player behind him is also a shorter stack, I'd really like it too because you can just kind of like put pressure on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he folds. Yeah, this is so like when you shove 7 blinds over an open normally, you're not expecting a fold ever, but when you have these final table situations where not only are people playing a little tighter due to pay jumps and all that, but you also just have people trying to like conserve their ability to play their stack. You see some pretty wild folds or they seem wild, but they make a lot of sense. And so like when you're shoving, that's like why I would definitely shove the ace jack, is because it's not just a scenario where like you're always all in even. You might even get a fold on your short stack.
Yeah.
But try to do that in level 3 of the tournament for 7 blinds and see how well it goes. I mean, I still put it in either way because you're beating your opponent's hand by a wide margin, but.
And are you ever opening Queen Jack in this spot with the 30 big blind?
Yeah, he's one of the chip leaders. I think this is somewhat reasonable. Again, like I wouldn't be getting super out of line, but I think opening a little light is pretty fine. And this is the kind of hand I would want to do it with. Like if you open like 3s, I'd be like, yeah, maybe not open that one. But when you have two bigger cards, like you kind of block your opponents from finding the hands that want to shove, and that seems important.
Yeah, I just almost feel like you're almost always with min raises going to get the chip leader to defend here.
Oh, I didn't. Did you say the chip leader's in the big blind? I missed that part.
Yeah, the chip leader was, but he ends up folding the King 9.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
He's not really looking to tangle with the other chip leader, which is probably a pretty good strategy to have in general.
Yeah, I think I would have folded the Queen Jack just because of the chip leader being in the big blind.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, also, I mean, I think in that spot, I think you're in a better position not. I mean, I would generally be folding like 2s through 4s, maybe even 5s from under the gun in the spot like this, but I'm not sure what. We saw a lot of situations where some study player last week in our 300K did fold like 8s from middle position to early position.
There are definitely spots where that's a really good fold.
Yeah,
I think if your general strategy is to open all the other spots with Queen Jack and not the one where the chip leader is specifically, that's probably a great way to go about it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He is able to afford to call with more hands, and then you're just not getting it through as much. Like a huge part of the trying to steal the blinds equation is how much the big blind folds, because they're the guy who puts the money in most of the time.
Yeah,
and if the guy in the big blind can afford to call, it's not as good. It's wild how much that changes things. Like if you just have a really nitty guy in the big blind, you can really go for it.
Ooh, and we're going to see another spot here that's actually really interesting because do you like just it seems like Brian wants to take the more conservative raise fold option.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that? I mean, I feel like if he gets shoved on here, he almost doesn't call ever with like King Jack.
Yeah, I would imagine he's folding to a shove. And like, again, if people aren't putting too much pressure on you, it might be okay to do that with this hand, for sure. You're going to see the downside of it right now because, assuming the 10s go all in, that's a hand you would have been flipping against.
Yeah.
And now you're going to fold, and that's when you have so few blinds, that's not a great scenario.
Not only that, he's giving it to the other person who, you know, he already gave him a full orbit of blinds. Now he's giving him another orbit plus, you know, this time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and now he went from having 15 bigs to having only 10 if he folds this, and now the short stack's going to have like 15.
Yeah.
So it becomes a spot where he's going to start having to shove, you know.
Yeah. It was definitely unfortunate. He just ran into two very good hands given the situation, but it's yeah, I mean, you could make an argument for either one being a shove for sure. It feels like, you know, wouldn't have played out so well for him because the ace jack suited probably wasn't folding the shove.
Yeah.
And this hand's almost certainly not folding either. So
yeah, definitely.
either way, he would have been all in. But you know, there's plenty of hands that could have shoved that would have folded to a shove.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times in live poker, I feel like we tend to see each spot a lot more important to us, just because, you know, you're playing one table for so like long, like they've been playing for 3 days.
Yeah.
You know, they're feeling a lot more like this spot is, you know, my 10 big blinds to them might feel like 40 big blinds in theory, even though.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Well, also, I mean, they're worth your stack is worth so much money at a final table. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like it is good that people take very, very tight care of their stack.
Well, you said like in the 300,000, they're folding eights, but they're playing queen, jack suited, king, queen suited, like with more equity value than their eights.
Yeah.
You know, and I'd rather have a pair.
Yeah.
Than two random, you know, cards.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're making the raise, you want to have the big cards, just because, you know, you're blocking your opponents having some stuff. But like once you're all in, you're wishing you had the pair most of the time. So it's a weird little game. It's always frustrating too when you open from the button and like the hijack, I think, and get shoved on both times.
Yeah.
And then you watch under the gun just open and get it through easily. You're just like, come on, man.
You're like, dang, why can't they have eight deuce that time too, you know?
Yeah.
Especially because he got jammed on by the tight. Like, they haven't seen the hands, obviously.
Yeah.
But you get shoved on by, like, the tightest player. It's like, and you're going to watch back and see how he, you know, folded king, queen, and other spots, like late position.
Yeah.
So far. And that, like, you know, sometimes you're just going to run into it. Sometimes you kind of have to.
For sure.
Are you ever defending a hand like this? I imagine not, but against a chip leader, are you ever defending a hand like this?
No. I mean, normally in the tournament I might.
Yeah.
But at this point, like at the final table, I definitely would not.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole idea of like playing tighter to pay jumps isn't just versus all ins too. It's like just conserving your stack in any given spot is really nice. Which is like not as fun of poker, right? Folding more kind of sucks. Yeah. But it's just like kind of a built-in necessity of how tournaments work and how final tables work.
Yeah, and each of those big blinds is worth, you know, anywhere from like $500 to $1,000 each, you know, sometimes.
Yeah.
So like
conserving
that one orbit could be the difference in, as we can see, 8 through 6 is almost a 20K difference. So, you know, that's a lot of money for
Yeah, that's like a really good point, is that any small mistake isn't a small mistake anymore. When you're at a final table, it's worth a lot of dollars.
Yeah.
And so being really careful with even your small spots, like peeling the big blind, is really important.
Definitely.
Or really expensive, I should say.
I can go make one for $50 only.
Taking his time. This was something that I had been thinking about a lot, just like throughout the last final table and then throughout the cash game, is the amount of time that people take before they raise versus the amount of time they take when they're just like folding. Do you think there's like a big timing tell, or is anyone just not, are people just not looking at that?
I think that it's really player dependent. I generally try to look at that kind of stuff as like, if I notice somebody doing that, I wait to see like what they had when they did it.
Yeah.
And try to create like a correlation between the two things. But as like a general rule, I feel like sometimes you get guys who, oh wow, this is going to be
this is going to be big. Ace king versus ace queen here, and we saw king folded.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, he might just call. I think calling here is really reasonable.
Yeah, I think against Jose's specific stack and under the gun raise, you can definitely just call. I mean, would you fault him for shoving? Maybe he goes for like a non-all-in raise.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault him for shoving because it's they're in that stack range where shoving a hand like this is pretty nice, but it really probably like depends on. I know this is like the answer to everything, but it really depends on what he's seen from his play before, right? If he's been very tight leading up to the final table, I might just call here. It does look really scary. An early position player who hasn't played a hand yet.
Yeah.
Raises somewhat large.
You ever go for something like 1.3 and then raise fold?
That doesn't seem unreasonable to like. That seems pretty cool.
Yeah,
I would never do that normally, but oh, did you just fold?
Yeah, he just straight folded.
What a sicko!
Yeah.
Wow.
And it looks like we are going to see some defense from the big blind because this is definitely a standard call. But we could see a shove sometimes. There's definitely a lot of ICM pressure if he shoves.
Yeah.
I feel like you can almost make like ace-queen type hands fold.
He does quickly call though, so
yeah.
that's like okay. Here's like a good. You were kind of talking about timing tells before, and like here's a good timing tell example. When you see somebody call that quickly out of the big blind, and then you find out later he has sevens, that tells you a lot of information about kind of how he's approaching hands and what he's kind of what he's all about in a sense.
Yeah, and I almost feel like with that level, like that timing, he almost always hits this flop, right? Like when he just like calls like that, like he literally he will be thinking with king queen, king jack, etc. But I think with a hand like sevens, when he's just like doing this timing, timing of just like not only that, but it seemed like he said something to him before he called.
Yeah, I mean he may like just snap call with king queen offsuit or something like that as well, but it's I mean he could have like jack 10, some stuff like that, but this is just this isn't the board you want to see as the ace king guy regardless. Like this is kind of the big blind, right? This board.
Yeah, definitely. And I would have liked to seen a check back, I think, in position on this board. I just feel like it hits the times that you're getting called are also really detrimental for you because you're going to be up against so many sets, right?
Yeah, and if you get check shoved on as well, it's not the end of the world to have to fold this hand, but folding 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw is never great when you're this short. So like even checking back might be kind of cool on this board. Also, the hands that you're beating, if you check back the flop with ace king, the hands that you're beating, there's some hands that that have like a lot of equity, like maybe like an 8-10 suited type of hand, but most of the other hands are like king jack or something that you dominate anyways.
Yeah, and he goes all in on the turn. Wow, this is gutsy.
This is terrifying for sevens.
Yeah, I don't even know.
This might work.
I think it might. I think the problem is that he has the gutter, which might, in his mind, now he's beating bluffs, but he also can just draw to possible outs if he needs it. But no, I mean, you're hating this spot.
Yeah, if you don't think your opponent is shoving ace king here, then you're up against a lot of overpairs.
Yeah.
So that's really, man, this is wild.
Yeah, and this shove, I mean, this is a very cool shove by the teacher from Coahuila. This is a pretty cool spot.
Yeah, we're going to need to look into this whole teacher thing, man. He's getting...
Yeah, and Caleb is around my age. He's 24, so this is a big spot. Biggest tournament score so far is 7,500.
Man, if he folds here, I really, really do not fault him for folding.
Like, and he does fold.
Yeah, there's a decent chance. I mean, now that you've seen the cards, it's obviously less so, but there's a decent chance that you're just up against 10s or better every time here.
Yeah, and 10s and jacks and queens all take that same line, right? Mm-hmm. Very, very similar, at least.
Yeah.
And when he's doing that on the 2, I mean, no equity changes came. There was no, like, backdoor flush draw or anything on the turn. It was rainbow.
Yeah, So they have to be shoving, like, ace-king or ace-queen, basically.
I'm thinking that if he calls on the flop thinking he's good, the deuce doesn't help anything. Mm-hmm. So he has to lead out, right? With sevens?
Yeah,
if you're
I
taking
don't.
that stance, right?
Yeah, I usually wait till like the board changes a little bit to lead out, but I don't. I mean, I don't think it's the most unreasonable spot to lead out. That's for sure. Like you're kind of saying on the flop that I have some of this, and then once you reach the turn, you have a bunch of hands that have some of this, and the board doesn't change. So it's like not the most unreasonable spot to lead it all, but I don't fault him for checking either. It's kind of like the standard go-to. So.
Yeah, and what you're gonna see a lot, just like from the big blind, a lot of the time when they're defending and if flop hits their range, generally you're just gonna see check raise or check call, check call, check call, or check call, check call, check raise on a lot of boards.
Yeah, like if they're trapping, they keep trapping or whatever. But that said,
Ooh, and we're gonna see an open with the 4-3 suited here.
you know, I watched a hand this morning that Nicky Petrangelo played at this high roller final table that was very similar to that, and he led the turn. So I don't want to have a strong opinion either way, because if Nicky Petrangelo is doing it, it may be very, very good.
Can you drink here? You can drink.
Yeah, Nicky P's got some cool stuff.
Yeah, he's very good at poker.
I did his good portion of his course on Upswing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was a really good.
Yeah.
It was like learning experience.
Yeah, it's a great course.
Oh, and he's shoving this Queen Jack. Wow, so it's funny to see this shove, especially because he's folding. I mean, not shoving the sevens, which is definitely a positional thing, but against one of the only people who covers him.
Yeah, I think maybe he's probably got some history with Trung. He's probably seen that he's opening quite wide.
Yeah,
he opened from the cutoff. He thinks he's very wide, and this is kind of a nice hand forward. You have some blockers.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you're suited, like you, it's not like you're dead ever.
Yeah.
Unless your opponent calls like queens or something, but you're generally live even when you get called. And yeah, if your opponent's opening too much, he still has to call very, very tight versus shove. So
yeah, definitely,
it's working a lot.
You might even see sevens. Actually, I think you most often will see sevens open fold there against the shove. And even if you do get called by something like sevens, eights, and nines, you're still in a flip, which is always not a terrible spot to be in. A good recognition shove there.
Man, people have played really well so far, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely.
That ace king shove was pretty gangster.
Yeah, that was pretty. I mean, especially because he has such a big blind lead against other people. Like I think 2 or 3 people are under him, under Soto in terms of blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost makes me feel like he's going to defend this king 8 suited to the raise.
Yeah. I can see. I mean, I would defend here for sure.
Yeah.
I think what's so scary about the ace king shove is like sometimes your opponent just says call and you're dead.
Yeah.
You're out of the tournament, and that sucks. By the way, I think if he had led those sevens, I don't think we would have seen a shove from the ace king.
Yeah.
I think that would have froze him up. So.
Heads up.
Wow.
There it is.
This is a perfect flop for Caleb to continue on to.
Yeah.
Is that a time until you think? Or you think, yeah, it seemed pretty standard in terms of timing.
What, do you take a few seconds before you checked?
Yeah.
I have noticed in the past that it seems like when people check really quickly most times and then they take a second, it's almost like they saw the board and they got excited and they forgot to check or something like that.
Yeah, that I mean, I see it often where people, they've been doing things fast, like he checks fast, and just Caleb even checking back straight up, just super fast checking back, no thought about c-betting this flop.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a cool check back. He has kind of the right cards to be checking back.
Yeah, definitely with the 6 of hearts, you're blocking a lot of the draws, but
he saved, he lost the absolute minimum that he could have lost on that board because he's obviously never getting anything but a check raise. So he's navigated pretty well. He found that shove spot.
Yeah.
He, I think, like, we saw him get bluffed, but I think his play with the sevens was very reasonable. I would play it the same way.
Yeah, and you can never really think your sevens are good on that turn when you get shoved on for that many bigs.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where if your opponent can shove ace king and ace queen as well as all the overpairs, you're like probably getting around the right odds to call. And then if they don't shove ace king and ace queen, it's like a total disaster.
Yeah.
And so if you kind of weigh the two scenarios and you think of how likely each one is, it just doesn't work out very well for you. Now, if your opponent is a psycho and he's opening under the gun with, like, you know, ace five offsuit or something, things change a lot.
Yeah.
Now you're pretty happy to call it off, but I don't. Doesn't seem like Soto's a psycho. I actually played with him on day one a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I've played with him in a couple cash games in the past. A couple 1-2-5 games.
Nice.
Nice guy. Ooh, and Raj hasn't gotten anything but gets the walk with the ace king. That always feels bad.
Yeah. Yeah, ace king is so nice at final tables in the big blind because you're looking to take. I mean, at final tables, you're looking to take down pots without being all in.
Yeah.
And so it's like when you're in the big blind, you're going to get a raise into you most of the time, and then you just get to shove and get it through a lot. And
yeah,
it's kind of a great scenario. When you're like under the gun with ace king, not as fun because people are going to give you raise a lot of credit, and then when they do shove, you know, you're doing okay sometimes, but you're flipping a lot.
Yeah. Flipping or in a really rough spot because I almost feel like in these spots you're not seeing as many early position raises get shoved on by late position from anything worse than like queens plus.
Yeah. Yeah,
as
I mean,
often.
It obviously depends on the stacks, but like we just saw ace queen fold, so that's like a bad sign for.
Yeah. From the chip leader, no less. So. And when, you know, it always depends on if you're getting feedback from your friends or your friends watching the stream and being like, yo, he folded, like, you know, on break, being like, hey, he folded this, you know, and like how you can utilize that feedback is going to like definitely change. It's almost better not only to conserve your stack because you obviously you want to pay jump, but you also want to know what your opponents are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we do see a limp here from the 8-6. Do you think like maybe he should be raising a lot of the trash here a lot of the time?
Oh, with these stacks? Yeah, I would need to see like all the other stacks, but it seems like that would be really good. Like you can just make it big blind's like 250, so you could just make it like 675 or something like that and get a lot of folds. Like this hand would probably just fold if he had done that, and this is gonna work very well for him anyways, it seems like. But yeah, I like that a lot generally. I think you can expect to get a lot of folds when you have your opponent this short, and there's other short stacks that they kind of want to last longer than.
And now the problem is when he does lead, he almost just always has an 8 here, right? I don't see.
I don't know. That seems like
player dependent. Maybe?
Yeah, like some people just bet a lot here because they're like, oh, low card board, you may not have hit it. Other people are like, oh, low card board, you checked, you might have it a lot.
Yeah. And now big blind's gonna have a lot of threes here, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like.
Yeah.
What do you think is gonna be more in his range?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good card for big blind, especially after they've called. Like they'll have straight draws, right? Like they'll have 6-7, 6-4, like something like 9-7, and then they'll have a bunch of pairs.
Yeah.
And you're not really beating a lot of the 8s. You're beating the 5s, and now you're losing to the 3s. So it kind of like before you were beating like 2/3 of the pairs, and now you're beating 1/3 of the pairs, and that's it's a bad flip.
And
that was
that's a good river. I mean,
that's a good river to get paid off on too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You're gonna oftentimes bet here, and I think the 5 is almost incentivized to always call like a 1 point. Yeah.
Maybe about 500. Is that what those are?
Yeah, that's a 500. I was thinking more like 350 again, but
I might go really big or check.
Okay.
Just because our opponent's gonna have a 5 a lot when he calls, and I don't think it's just like not that believable of a board, and I feel like you're gonna get paid off for like 800 if you get paid off for like 500.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or if you check and your opponent played something like 6-7 or those type of hands this way, they're gonna bluff. So that's kind of nice. But you also have the disaster of if you check and they just like make a really nitty check back with a 5, you feel terrible.
Yeah, no, and that 5, I mean, is super incentivized. Sometimes to even bluff, right? Turn their hand into some sort of bluff. But I'm curious. I feel like you have too much ability to just call and beat a lot of ace highs or a lot of king 10 type hands. But
Yeah, or just like jack 10 that took a stab at the flop and then I don't know. I kind of question how often people bluff.
Yeah.
As the small blind in the spot in the first place, but
Looks like we're going on a 10-minute break.
nice.
Yeah, I can see him like calling with the 7s earlier on the flop, and then when he jams with the ace king, he's got to say, well, he would never jam with ace king, so he has to have a pair.
Exactly, yeah.
Right,
That's kind of what I would be thinking if I was him at the final.
Grab me one. And I was like, sure, no problem.
Like, what the heck?
Well, I guess, I mean, because obviously it's a bluff here, so he's going to fold anything you raise, but I'm curious on the sizing you would go here.
I think you want to go big or min raise. I think those are like the
I was
two
thinking
things.
min click.
Yeah.
Just a min click.
But min looks so like.
Because if Jack High had a flush, which he was kind of representing on the turn there, like I have quads, I want to get the full value.
He said raise and then okay 6,000. So he did go all in.
Yeah.
I like the all in. I mean you're targeting all coolers only pretty much.
Every now and then, just send me a picture of him dancing completely naked. Sometimes he uses like a shoelace to dance with, and sometimes.
And Poker Guru up 24.
Yeah.
That's 24 Gs,
He
y'all.
started with 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24 bands.
He's one of those. He's the greatest. He mostly does.
You got all the bands. You got System of a Down in there. He's got Red Hot Chili Peppers. All the bands in there.
Oh, actually, so I
It's
met
an
this
easy
guy
game
at
for
the
some
table.
people.
This is the funniest story in Australia.
Just make
I'm
quads.
playing at the table. It's like level 8 or like something really early in the tournament.
It's an easy game for me. That's why I stay away from the tables nowadays.
Big dude.
Too easy for me. I feel bad.
Yeah. That's the reason. Yeah. I got invited to the stream actually to be playing on it, and I was like, you know what? Too easy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
easy.
commentate.
And he's sitting right next to the
You don't just have poker players here. You poker pros. You got poker coaches too.
And you got Poker Gurus as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And he goes, "Here's my card."
Not just poker coaches, full on gurus.
Full on gurus.
So I'm hanging out that night drinking with Monster Dong, and he shows
Jack
up.
High, limping in with Jack High.
This guy is the Ron Jeremy of Australia.
At least he's consistent.
Yeah.
Oh, so the kitty what's guy?
What's Monster Dong's real name? Jonathan Caramel.
Did he not play along?
He played a ton online, right?
Oh wow. Wasn't expecting Traveler to
Yeah, he plays
fold this tight actually.
That's not my.
So,
Not my butt.
if you're Jack High, you've been playing this limping game because, like you were saying, you'll get a lot of calls with limps. You'll get a lot of calls if you blow up the pot. But people haven't really been getting out of line. Do you stop limping at some point, or you just continue with this strategy?
Um,
So I think it's kind of table dependent with like how rowdy is my table, how
I
crazy are they getting?
I think when you're limping, you need to mix in some raises with bad hands. When you're limping really strong ones,
Yeah.
and then start moving towards raising big hands, because if you're only limping everything and then only raising good hands, it's like, okay, well you only he was so like obvious, right? But
Yeah.
like I think when you start mixing in bad hands as a raise, like if he raises Jack 7 instead of limp,
Yeah,
it would have
yeah.
been a lot better. I think people forget that like you're putting in 50, but like if you raise to 125, like it's the same thing as putting in the 50 to limp in, you know?
So I started noticing that. It's like the Irish tables. No one had their phones ever, and then like you could.
Ron is getting stingy with her 4.
To the American. And man,
She's got a gutter.
Yeah, I think the gutter is huge here, and also who she's against.
it's like they live just to have fun and not. They don't care about politics. They don't care about
Just check here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be check.
So I.
Dude, the Aussies are the best way I always describe like general. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people in Australia.
Yeah, and if y'all are watching the stream and you like it, what you're seeing, give us a like and subscribe. We put a lot of work into this. It's been great, and we're gonna continue to try to put out content like this. We actually have the 1 million guaranteed final table coming up soon that we're gonna be streaming.
Nice.
And that one's gonna be a really fun one. I believe I'll be on the commentary for that.
On
but,
Monday?
I believe it's on Monday. It might
It will be Monday.
Okay.
I don't know if I
They're like clamping down.
Yeah.
The final 9.
That's a good one. That's going right now. We got a lot of flights for that left. It's buying 1,400, 1 million guaranteed. Super awesome. It's seen a lot of people out from Vegas, out from Florida, everywhere. And it's a super action-packed house. But, like, honestly, a lot of the finalists I've been seeing are from San Antonio, which for me and JT, I imagine, being from San Antonio, playing in the card rooms since they really opened up.
Home field advantage.
Home field advantage, but
Yeah.
also, you would never think of, like, if you saw Rounders, what it was before,
Yeah.
and any other, even all the other card rooms, but specifically Rounders, it used to just be like a room, essentially.
I
and
love
it
what
was
you
so
guys
small.
did to it.
Yeah.
It is probably one of my favorite card rooms that I've stepped into.
Well, that's awesome.
No, you mean it is.
It is.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is.
that's,
It is.
that's what I thought you said.
I mean, I live in Vegas. I love the casinos. Obviously, I
Right.
love the card rooms there. But the standalone card rooms, I love what you guys did.
Thank you.
Yeah, has everything I would ever want.
Yep. Food, drinks,
Yeah, coffee.
massage, coffee.
Barbershop,
I'm here.
golf, VR golf,
Check this out.
cool merch.
We opened up. We had a freeze. The pipes burst.
Oh
It
my
got
God.
flooded after just getting
my
everything right.
gosh.
Dang.
And then
That was
it
a couple
shut
years
down.
ago, right?
No, like
What was this, a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah, and man, it was like I was sick to my stomach. I come in here and everything's tore up. The floors are all ripped out.
Oh my gosh.
We went across the street at the bar across the street and put some tables over there. Let guys play. Had the cage
Oh,
over there,
yeah.
and we were rebuilding this. It was incredible.
I
How much
forgot
time
about
and
that.
effort this place went through.
That's awesome that you guys all come together on that.
Oh, man.
The community.
I forgot. It was crazy because I don't know if you remember when Texas froze over.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot about that, but literally everything was closed, but Rounders was open. I was like, oh.
It's like did you ever see Shaun of the Dead? Where
Yeah.
like they go to their favorite bar, like no matter what's happening in the world, like they're just gonna meet at their favorite bar.
And with
Yeah.
COVID, every single person was here playing with masks.
No,
Like
yeah.
no one missed.
Yeah,
It was pretty
that's awesome.
pretty crazy.
I love that.
It's like pulled every single hand. So I'd have like the same experience all the
If
time.
you build it, they will come.
Nice bet by Ebony, taking it down. Jack High bleeding a little bit.
And he would watch me play, and I would play like ace or something.
Yeah, you think that bluff hand is gonna be messing with him for the next hour?
No, I thought the bluff was good. The problem is, like, I think a lot of the time, as humans, we're conditioned to win. We're conditioned to want to win. So we feel like a lot of the times when we're losing, we're like, oh, we have to win. We have to like try to get it back. But the thing about poker is, it's a game where you have to lose, and to win, you have to make the play that's gonna lose, like a lot. So like, with that, I'm sure, hopefully, he can stick to his guns.
Yeah,
I know
just
it
gotta
can be hard.
reset.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what a lot of people need to do is just reset.
Bless you.
Remember that, you can take a break. You can go to the restroom.
I was just talking to Ashley about this, the book Mental Game of Poker by Jared Tindler.
Yeah.
You ever read that book?
I read half of it. I was in college at the time.
Yeah.
But I was reading half into college, and then I was like, you know what? I like this.
Yeah.
From what I read.
It's really good at identifying your personal emotional leaks that might put you on tilt. A lot of people don't
Yeah.
want to acknowledge that they even have them.
Yeah.
And I think that Jared does a good job disarming you of like, hey, this is gonna help your game. He tells a lot of personal stories from people throughout there, and I think it's really good at just like pinpointing what you personally get tilted on, or like if you can't reset, some exercises to do to go reset.
Yeah.
It's super helpful.
Okay. Unless you want like an authentic like
Yeah, that one, Atomic Habits, is another.
Oh, I
good
love
one.
Atomic Habits.
Yeah.
I found that my the one that I identified with most with the mental game. Oh, Queen 5 with the 2 queens on the flop.
Yeah, and this is a
Can't
tilt
see
thing.
Ev's cards.
Well, we know that the queen was folded by I think Ashley or
She might have spades though.
yeah.
Those are where the
Like tonight.
Yeah, I mean she re-raised pretty early, so I imagine she has an overpair.
That's just like singing out there.
But with this bet sizing, it can be anything, and this is why this bet sizing is so good. Is it's actually great we can't see her hand because you can see she's gonna be wanting to bet this with her whole range. And some people can see like, oh, look at what she has when her hands are shown. Like, why is she betting this amount? But we can see like, man, what does she have?
Yeah.
Every time I'm in Vegas, I go to
Now for him, he's like, how do I get the most money?
Right, right. Because we know she doesn't have pocket twos.
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh my god.
He might be thinking maybe she has a better kicker, but I mean, that highly
Because
doubtful.
that's young man like 17 times.
Queen maybe, ace queen maybe.
His favorite song is actually Call Me Rhonda.
I'm gonna say she has pocket kings.
I don't know because we.
Well, that would be quite a board. We've been seeing quite a few boards like that.
I wouldn't be surprised, although either Rhonda or Ashley folded king queen, and they're probably super mad right now. But I could see her definitely. I think kings are definitely going to be in her range here.
Yeah.
She goes for a snap check. This actually makes me think she has kings
Yeah.
less off, or maybe more often. Oh, but that river is also whoa.
Wow.
She's gonna check so many of her hands here. She's gonna check ace. Yeah, I don't know why I said it like that. Ace 10, or man,
Yeah.
aces, kings, jacks. They all
Everything
check
got
there.
there. Everything.
And this lead, I think, is gonna be kind of costly if she raises here. Oh, it's snap fold. Okay.
I want to know.
I do want to know. I want to know. Can you show me?
So I identified really early on that I would get the entitlement tilt, which is just like if I have the best hand pre-flop, I'd get pretty mad when like refusing to believe that someone has a better hand even when I'm clearly beat. This was in the very beginning. But being able to identify and deal with those like early on, I think is super helpful to your game and your overall profit.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, if you can like just have discipline, really. I had a friend who he's been playing a year now professionally, but he's been playing about 5 months professionally, but he's been playing a year. He didn't know what an ace was, but he didn't
know what an ace was.
He didn't know what an ace was, but like I was like, I can teach you, build you from the ground up. And like you're gonna be really good because he knew nothing about poker, so he had no like previous.
Like I always do this, I never do that. Or
Exactly.
Biases.
And so like he got really good. All right, we're back. Going fast into it.
Sorry, guys. We took a break longer than they did.
These pots, these blind versus blind pots between the two chip leaders are always fun for me.
Yeah, do you think you should probably, whoa, and this is interesting.
He checked back and then he raised.
I went lead raise.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, having a 9 in your hand is kind of nice for a raise. You can run some bluffs if the turn is like a 10 or a queen or a 7, but...
Yeah, because you're blocking 9-10.
Yeah, and I suppose having an overcard is also like pretty great. Wow, he made it big. This is going to work.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't imagine Jared's going to continue with just the gut shot.
But he also has the 10 blocker.
Yeah, it's just like how do you continue? Like do you call? I don't know.
I mean, you'd have to put him on a complete air and that your shove is going to get through. Because if you do re-shove this, does a jack call,
Yeah, that's
Oh, and he made it a little smaller than it.
I would imagine that Trung isn't raising unless he has a round 2 pair. Maybe he has like King Jack.
Yeah.
I would imagine Ace Jack does a lot of raising pre-flop. So maybe he has like King Jack and raises, or like Queen Jack, but mostly he probably has 2 pair or some kind of bluff.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, I think versus the gut shot with no overcards, that's just going to work.
And you said that you've played with Trung before, or you've seen him around, right?
I've definitely seen him around Vegas. I think we probably play at the same table, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, he is definitely a face that I feel like I see a lot.
Yeah, he looks super, yeah.
Yeah, like, I've only been to 2 series so far myself because I'm 23, but the 2 series, I've definitely seen him around. And just, around different areas, Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. Seen him when I'm grinding out there. But I've also seen him here a lot, so it's cool. I actually thought he was from San Antonio originally, but I always forget that people actually even drive. Like, that's how cool Rounders is as a club. Is you get a lot of people who, even from Austin and other places, this is their home card room. Despite that, despite the 2-hour drive. So
this place is really cool, man.
Yeah,
I really like it here. It's just set up really well. There's a ton of fun stuff in here, and
yeah, and San Antonio is an awesome place. Like, there's a lot of stuff to do in town, so it's always a cool place to just like come and chill. There's a lot of cool tourist areas, and we actually see a raise from the King Jack and the Hijack. What do you think?
I think on a stack size it seems reasonable. We need to see who's in the blinds, but you've got one of the chip leaders in the small blind where he's going to be like the most handcuffed. Wow, well, it doesn't really matter how handcuffed you are when you have kings. And the button's played somewhat straightforward so far, so it seems like an okay spot to open a lot. Plus, I mean, you have King Jack and the Hijack. Like, you're probably just opening. How is Trung going to play this? That's the question.
Yeah, and this is kind of going back to the timing thing. Is I actually saw a post the other day that was like those 10 to 20 seconds when we all know a raise is coming. Like, it was like a meme post or whatever.
Oh,
but
yeah.
But like, it's so true. Like, I almost feel like you always tank when you have a good hand and you want to raise. Is that timing something that you watch for in your own game?
Yeah, maybe a little bit for sure. But I probably don't change too much how I play based on it until I really have like a good. Like, I always think of these things as like the more I see it with one person, the more confident in it I get, and the more I can like change my play based on it. But I start off being very like unconfident in that sort of read until I've like seen it from the player.
Yeah.
Trunk's taking. Oh, he did already through that. I thought he was still thinking about it.
He just did.
Oh, he went huge.
Yeah. Not a big fan of the bigger sizing with this, but maybe because he thinks he's out of position.
Yeah, I think I would just go like 1.5 here.
Yeah.
So you're kind of the way I would look at this is I would be shoving more of my like pocket tens, maybe pocket jacks type of hands, and my like ace king offsuits, ace queen offsuits.
Yeah.
And then I would be 3-betting with a very, very strong range of hands and maybe mix in some bluffs. So like by very, very strong, I mean like ace king suited and then like queens, kings, aces, and then mix in a few bluffs. So you don't really need to go that big when you have that strong of a range. Like you're kind of like way ahead or way behind, and your hands play pretty well post. You don't really mind as much if they peel.
Yeah.
Like, you want them to peel when you have aces. You generally want them to peel when you have kings. Because even if they have an overcard, like, if they hit it, it's not like they're stacking you.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
And that's partly what I was thinking in terms of earlier when we saw the chip leader fold the ace-queen to the under-the-gun open, and rightly so against the ace-king. Partly why, when you say 1.5 sizing on the kings, that's kind of why I thought he might go for something like that with the ace-queen and go like a raise fold. Is like, I feel like his raise folding range wants to be there so that he can have that same hand with kings, for example.
Yeah, I think. So that was like some earlier positions too. So that would make sense to maybe maybe think if your opponent's like quite strong and your bluffs are going to be very few and far between, and you want to use ace queen, I would definitely like mix that in. And you don't really like those from those positions. He's probably not even playing any shoves, right? So
Yeah.
like you kind of want to do the same size with everything at that point.
Oh, and this is interesting. I think we're gonna see a fold, but he got a little like more confidence from the couple hands that he won.
Yeah.
Does fold.
Oh, you're talking about Alfonso got more confident. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you really, on that stack size, you really want to be looking for, and I'm not saying he should have shoved the king queen there. I think that's probably a fold. If it's not, it's quite close either way.
Yeah.
You do really want to be looking for, on 12 big blinds, spots where you can shove over an opener and get it through a lot. Because when you shove over an opener, you're picking up like 4.5 blinds or something like that, and your stack's only 12. So that's a huge chunk of your stack you're adding on every time you get it through. And you have enough chips on 12 blinds that you are getting a lot of folds when you shove, because people aren't trying to put in like half of their stack or whatever very light.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's like really like a nice sweet spot to be looking for those shoves over an open.
Yeah, it's a little unlucky for him that the open comes from the under gun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean that fold equity that you get, the difference from 12 to 15 big blinds and that fold equity can be, really good or really bad for you in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
Like now, Brian doesn't have as much fold equity since he gave up those like couple pots that he did earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's going to be in a lot of like push fold spots.
Yeah. I think we're at 300 big blind, by the way. I think I saw the big blind put out 300,000. So they're even shorter than we think.
Yeah, that could be big. They just got off break, so it probably just changed.
Yeah.
But he's gonna have jacks here. So if it is if it is shorter, then he is gonna shove. Yeah, and it seems like you're right as he's shoving this spot with that 10 bigs. You're never raising off of 10 bigs with the jacks here, right? Or you ever just
no, I don't think it's actually. I mean, I think once you start to get in like jacks queens territory, it's probably fine to do that.
Yeah.
But as a standard, I'd probably just still shove. I always think of these things as like, if you were not at a final table, it'd probably be a very normal jam. But like, it's almost like chips are worth more, so you kind of can find some raises if you want, some small raises when you're only 10 blinds deep.
Yeah, but also because of how important chips are, like shoving does get a lot of folds, right?
Nope.
That was a really nice fold by sevens, by the way. Like, not just because we know he has jacks, but I just think that, sevens aren't beating enough, and you have players behind you, and I think it's a really nice laydown with sevens. He's made two very, very tight laydowns and been absolutely correct in both.
Now, do you think the ace queen was the correct laydown?
I should say close. Correct based on their hand.
Yeah.
I would have called with the ace queen, I think, but I don't think it's like a slam dunk call.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's making a little bit. And I don't know the player that he was up against. Maybe he has a really good read on his opponent, and he actually was very happy with his fold.
Jacks does get it through. And yeah, the sevens it's such a tight spot. I feel like you can go either way. I don't think either play is really losing that much, right? Like folding or calling.
Yeah.
Or shoving the sevens.
Yeah, it's the, what did you say in our stream? It's the classic Doug Polk spot where
yeah.
I like every
watched
option.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, everyone? I'm Jesse Sylvia. I'm here with Ethan and JT. Go ahead and hit that like button, please, if you are enjoying this.
What's your name?
And we would really appreciate it.
Yeah, Drew's bet on Drew as some people, the ACR pro. He's come here, San Antonio, and I've been with him here, but he came here as trying to revive the stream, and he's done a really, really good job of bringing everyone out, getting all this down, getting a lot of people coming down here, getting, people like you, Ryan, all these really cool people. And, I think Drew and the team and all of us are going to make a really cool stream going forward. So,
Yeah.
if you all want to subscribe and see what we do, it's already been such an awesome thing.
I had fun. I was looking for hands. Me and Ashley are going to make a vlog out of the live stream.
Oh,
and
nice.
I was looking through hands, and I was just I'm just trying to find timestamps to send out for Ashley's sister's the editor.
Yeah.
And I just found myself watching hands I wasn't in or watching the whole hand or whatever because I was just enjoying the commentary and
Oh, that's awesome.
the whole
Thank
product of it. Yeah, it was fun.
That means a lot coming from you, so thank you.
It made me, it turned my 30-minute job into like 3 hours, but
Oh, nice.
it was fun.
Let Drew know. I need more points with him. No, yeah, Drew's been awesome. I mean, he actually moved into my apartment complex, and we've been, doing a lot of just work together or hanging out, and, I'm a big foodie, so I show him around. We actually,
Nice.
been a really fun time. We have a cool little flop here, blind versus blind. What do you think about limp with the 10-7 against 8 big blinds? Would you rather just, shove almost always, or?
Yeah, I think I would shove. It really depends on how much shorter he is than the next stack too, but I think this is a pretty good hand to shove regardless.
Yeah.
That said, if you feel like limp is just going to perform better for whatever reason, doesn't seem like a big deal to limp there or something. I tend to lean towards shove because sometimes I'm surprised by how tight people will fold in certain spots, and I find that happens more often than people call too much.
Yeah.
So I tend to like to lean towards the aggressive play if I can.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see big blind shoving him like ace-9, ace-10 there, like ace-10 offsuit, maybe even some like ace-8, ace-7 suited,
Yeah.
And
Do you mean fold?
Yeah, like if small blind were to shove there
Yeah.
and big blind woke up with like ace-10, ace-9, I've seen a lot of players at least, if they're on the tighter side, fold in that spot, and he seems to be on the tighter side. He's gone for a lot more like raise fold lines rather than like open shoves.
Yeah, even if he doesn't fold that, like he may fold like ace-5 or ace-6, which is, if he's folding that hand, he's folding a huge percentage of the time, right? Like
Yeah.
You don't get dealt an ace high that often.
No, yeah,
So
definitely.
even if he just folds those, it's kind of a
Ooh, and this is
win, right?
this is a strong hand coming up. We saw a 10 and a 9 folded, so curious to see if it's a 10 high board, how it goes.
I've seen a lot of strong hands out of the big blinds.
Yeah, that's funny. It's been a lot of big blind strong hands for
Yeah.
sure. And I like the sizing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is great.
In that hand. So, hey, don't forget on this Wednesday coming up, November 24th, we are doing a $30,000 guaranteed monster stack. It's going to be a $240 entry with $200 rebuys. And just announced coming up for the holiday, a holiday bounty, $200K guarantee, December 14th through the 18th, 9 flights coming up. $300 buy-in, $50 goes to the bounty. That's a $200,000 guarantee coming up December 14th through the 18th. Nice little Christmas present coming for somebody.
I like the way you think. I remember when I first got really seriously into poker. I was playing a lot online. I went home for Christmas, and my mom was like, what do you want for Christmas?
It's getting boring. Come on, man.
I want to run good. I don't need any presents. I just prefer to have a couple days where I run very hot.
Where'd I get that at?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can buy all the presents if you run good.
Exactly.
You buy the house if you run good.
Yeah. That was like a time in my life. I mean, it's still somewhat true of me, but that was a time in my life where, I'm going to college. I got like loans or whatever paying for college, and I don't really need to own or wanted to own very many things. I just was very into this game and was enjoying it, and I wanted to do as well as possible in it.
Yeah, that's how I was too for like a really long time. And now, for me, it's been different mentors throughout my poker career that have kind of sparked my interest again.
Yeah.
And now it's actually nice because a lot of them have been mentors, but now it's just a friend in Drew.
Oh, cool.
In that, like, I was at a point where I was like, I don't even know if I want to continue this game anymore. But meeting Drew recently and, the experiences we had, it was really, coming back to the game, wanting to come back in the game and take it seriously again. It's been great. So
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it can be a brutal game. So all poker players know, and we get the ace-10 fold here. What do you think about that?
That was just an open fold, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild. I didn't see what was his stack size.
14 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky stack size.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if you ran it in some sort of like solver if it was correct, but I don't blame him for folding there.
Yeah, and he would have ran into the queens here.
Yeah, there's a whole like kind of side dynamic going on at any final table where it's almost like, if it's close and you fold, you never feel too bad about it. Quite often somebody picks up a hand and you feel great about it, or even if it folds around, you're like, all right, well, I might have gotten that one through, but basically the hands that are close aren't making you very much if you play them correctly, or losing very much if you don't play them correctly.
Yeah.
And you fold. But if you make a mistake, like if you play a hand that you weren't supposed to play, it costs you a lot.
So, Jesse, with you coaching before your 2012 run, who was coaching you, or did you get, who were you running with to get advice on how to play before you got that deep?
Yeah, so before that tournament, I kind of had a similar situation. I didn't never really have like a dedicated coach, but I just had a lot of friends. I was kind of a bit of like a unique poker player because I didn't have any friends in college outside of like a couple poker buddies I played like, like little home games with or whatever, like college dorm room games. I didn't really have anyone that was very serious about poker like I was, and so I just would talk about hands on forums or watch videos or whatever. But and then I moved to Boston after college, and all my friends in Boston were kids going to, like my buddies from home going to art school. And I had a great time like partying with them and stuff, but they didn't even know what poker was. So I always kind of felt like this person on the outside of the poker world. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I moved to Vegas, and all of a sudden all my friends were poker players because those are the people I was meeting out there. And so I started, that's all I talked about for like 2 years because I was so excited to have people I could bounce ideas off of. And when I actually made the final table, I ended up hiring Vanessa Selps to coach me for the final table, and I decided to hire her. I asked her to do it because at the time she was the best at final tables. I think if you looked at her resume, she won like half the final tables she made or something like that, which is pretty crazy. Yeah,
that's insane.
I mean, she's a very aggro player, right? So she comes in with the chip lead a lot. So she's expected to win a little bit more, but she could close out tables like no one else. So yeah, I worked with her a bunch, and then we ended up just hitting it off because we have very similar personalities or whatever, and we became really good friends ever since. So I talked to her as well about poker, but that was a really cool experience because she was a ridiculously smart human being.
Yeah, when I was telling you earlier, I rewatched the video, and I remember him putting you all in, and you called, and she goes, "He called."
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah,
I didn't teach him that.
She had the WTF face for sure. She told me later, and she may be like saving face or like, whatever, but she told me later that she thought I had the King 5 and I called, which does make sense, but I don't think she liked the Queen Jack call anyways. I think it's fine. She just thought that I was the better player heads up than Greg. And so she wanted me to have like a decent edge whenever I called. I felt that Greg was a better heads-up player, so I was happy taking a flip. So it was kind of like a difference of perspectives more than anything. And I still to this day think that, well, I mean, I guess now I don't really know because I haven't played with Greg forever, but, afterwards I still thought he was like the better player. I thought the world of Greg's game. Me and him played like every day at the Bellagio in cash before that
that's cool.
final table.
That's amazing that y'all both make it,
Dude, that final table was wild. Also, Jeremy Osmus was there, and I played every day at the Bellagio with him. Like, the three of us played together every day. And my buddy Russell Thomas got 4th, and he was my roommate 2 years earlier when we lived in Vegas.
That's sick. I was
it was
12
like
at that time.
What's that?
I was 12 at that time.
Wow, that's actually unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm a little jealous of that. For sure.
Don't worry, everyone forgets how young I am until I tell them my girlfriend's was born in 2000.
When were you born?
1999.
99? Wow. Yeah. That's actually making me feel pretty bad right now.
Well, you look my age, so there's
thanks.
that.
Appreciate it. I got like 11 hours of sleep today, so I better look your age. All right, what do we got?
I do
here?
get like 12 hours. Wow, that's a spicy shove.
That is that's a nice little shove.
And he does a stand up too. You know, the stand up everyone does when they have kings.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Like, it's time to go.
Yeah, that was a cool spot right there. He kind of identified like, hey, the chip leader's probably opening really wide. I've seen him fold some big hands, so maybe he folds to my shove with a lot of the hands that he may think of calling with normally. I'm getting this thing through, and if I get called, I've got 9-10 suited. It's not like I'm drawing dead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the hands that you get called by, I mean, even kings, you're not like an awful spot,
No, you're not. Yeah. All right, Soto's got kings. He's had enough time for people to see that he bluffed with the ace king. This is good for him.
Yeah.
This is all coming together quite nicely.
No, definitely. And now he's one of the chip leaders. He's got to be feeling good.
Yeah.
Now he did take, his time with the ace king, so it's good that he's doing this. When he is raising, he is, doing the same kind of timing tell.
Yeah,
So he's not gonna get as many like people thinking, oh, he's just raising fast or slow. I think it's really, really good on him to realize that.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the concerned look. I like it.
Yeah, and although he's not from San Antonio, I think many people will know him as a regular here. I believe he's living in San Antonio now. I see him like every day.
He plays every day, yeah.
Yeah.
He's here every day playing.
I've seen him for a long time, so it's cool. I think a lot of people in the chat from San Antonio will know, this is a primarily Texas event, which I heard a lot of people, or like people in the, it looks like everyone here is from Texas, all the finals. And so that's actually, we have one from Louisiana.
And Virginia.
But still, I think a lot of people were like, oh, it's gonna like final table is gonna be people from Florida and stuff, and so it's really cool, actually, to see some locals get in there, in the mix.
When he said he was a teacher, what he means is he's teaching people at the poker table how to hand over their money to him.
He's like, yeah, you're gonna learn today.
I don't know what teacher schedules look like exactly, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to be at the poker room every day.
No, yeah, that's true.
No, maybe he's a retired teacher. Maybe he's on sabbatical. I don't know. Gets it through. Where are you guys from originally?
I'm from San Antonio. I'm just
Nice.
born and raised.
Yeah.
But I mean, I traveled a lot. So, were you from
Virginia Beach, Virginia?
Virginia Beach?
Wow.
Oh, my uncle lives out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we visited him a couple times.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's he lives in a sketchier area of Virginia Beach, and he loves it. He just like loves the action of weirdness going on. But yeah, no, like there's a lot of beautiful parts for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Where he is I don't know why he chooses that. He loves the chaos. But yeah, I always enjoy going out there and visiting him. It's a cool area. Yeah, I didn't mean that. Like I don't like Virginia Beach. I just meant where he chooses to live is. You know what I mean? There's ups and downs and.
Ooh, and we're gonna get a queens from the original chip leader. Now it's kind of chipped down a bit, but definitely a great spot. Ooh, an ace king, and the blinds are 300 right now. We're just getting them up, so this is actually going to be a tougher spot. A little less than 20 bigs.
Yeah, this is going in.
Yeah.
I mean, Caleb's for sure shoving. We saw him shove a similar spot. Well, not for sure, but he's he's shoving. I don't think Jared's letting this one go, especially if he got the info on the queen jack suited hand. He's maybe not expecting him to like have Queen Jack suited again now that he's open from the hijack, but he's certainly expecting him to have less than Ace King.
Yeah. And with King Jack being folded, this is going to be huge. This dictates so much of the game. You're not loving it in either position either. Like you're the queens and you're like it's always an ace on the flop, and you're the ace king. You're like you never get there is in your head, you know. So we'll see if the guy who's my age or the queen's the farmer gets there. Ooh. Got some back doors working for the ace king.
Yeah.
Some wheel draws, some spade draws.
Could be better, could be worse.
Yeah, you almost want less outs in this spot. All right, we'll see the river and see if the 24-year-old will be sent to the rail. Ooh.
Good game.
Still a really good showing. Biggest cash, 7,500 for Caleb from Houston. Good stuff to him. You know, 24.
26,000.
Yeah, he's taking 26,000 with his biggest tournament score before being 7,500. Really good showing here. I think he played really well. You know, unfortunate spot. Sometimes tournament, you're going to have to take that flip. Nothing much you can do. Shout outs to him.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he navigated really well, I thought, in the hands that he had to play.
Yeah.
It's just, sometimes you got to win flips.
No, for sure. And here, you know, it says here that he started day 2 with 113,000 chips. That's only like 20 bigs for day 2, I believe.
Wow, yeah,
so,
that's short. That's like 2 starting stacks.
Yeah, so you know, you got to be feeling good from, you know, day 2. You're thinking I'm not gonna make it to leaving 8th place. Kudos to him.
I was actually the very last person to sign up for this tournament.
Oh wow!
Because I busted, got in line for the turbo, and when I got in line, there was maybe 30 seconds left to enter the turbo.
Yeah.
It was like the last flight, and by the time I got to the front, it was 30 seconds late, but because I was in line, they let me sign up. But there's no one behind me, so I was like, all right, I'm the very last guy in here. I could be nice to go out last too, obviously.
Yeah, you want to be last one in.
Yeah, last one out.
Sure.
That works for me.
Well, in our $300,000 guarantee tournament, the chip leader went wire to wire.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a fun feeling. Just having all the chips the whole time, and man, that's when you feel like you did it through skill. Even if you just got as lucky as any other tournament.
And this is a very surprising play. Limping in with the 9-4 suited against the 5 big blind stack feels not up to par from what we've seen from him so far, but
yeah,
maybe he feels like if he can get a pair that he can just take it down.
Yeah, possibly.
And again, the blinds are 300K right now, so it is even. Brian actually has more about 4 big blinds. And this is an interesting flop because now you can't steal from a hand like 5 deuce of diamonds. And
no, I bet he bets.
Yeah.
Oh, he just checked. Okay. Well, he saved a blind. I was thinking he might just fire 1 blind in there, and then he would get shoved on and he would fold.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and that's actually really big to just give him that blind.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have bet 1 blind as Soto because my opponent checks back and he's got 4 blinds. He's unlikely to have a king in his hand, or maybe not even a queen. He might just shove all those in.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling pretty good about that board for me over him.
Yeah.
Not that I would have a ton either, but
I think a limp is you definitely want to be fold or shoving there in that spot.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to, you know, maybe he felt like the limp could work out.
Yeah, if you think your opponent checks more often, then I think you might get away with it with some hands.
Yeah.
But it's certainly I would need some like specific things happening to want to do that.
Yeah. And Jared, feeling good after that double up, opens it, has 3s here, is going to open up. Now, do you open this up because you're chip leader? Threes definitely feel like on the bottom end of your opening range.
Yeah, I usually prefer, again, those hands with blockers. So, like, I'd rather open Queen 10 offsuit or something like that, or maybe like a suited king. Like, I'd probably rather open King 3 suited than pocket 3s here, but it's pretty close. And, you know, depending on how your opponents respond to you, I think this could be perfectly fine to open.
Yeah, I guess he's noticed that people are on the tighter side, so he feels like maybe Brian's not going to be shoving as wide as he should.
Yeah, for sure. You can also just maybe you don't have to worry so much about Brian shoving because you can call it off.
Yeah.
But like maybe the 12 big blind stacks, how aggressive are they playing, for instance?
Yeah, like Raja, for example, the ace-10 here.
Yeah, like if Raja knows that he's opening something like threes, he can shove ace-10 and get a fold from him a good amount of the time.
And before we get to this hand action, Drew's saying if we get to 100 likes that he's going to give away $100 to the chat.
Wow, let's go.
So let's get it up there.
Get in there.
And this is a really safe flop. I don't think that Raja is going to have a lot of jacks here. Maybe like Queen Jack, King Jack would be defending, right? But
yeah, some suited jacks, but not like he would if it was any other stage of the tournament.
And that's actually an interesting check back on the flop. I guess he feels like I would rather put pressure on 5s and 6s on a flop like this with the 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, and there's always something to be said for just clearing out equity. Almost every hand has 2 overs.
Yeah.
6 outs is a lot, you know?
No, definitely. Well,
that worked out pretty well.
That works
though.
out, yeah.
Although
Straight
he's going to win the
flush.
same amount of money as if he c-bet, I think.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he might get a little bluff here. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I checked it down.
Not nuts.
That's a lot of the value in c-betting quite often is just your opponent having like 6 outs against you and not knowing if they're good or not, so they fold.
Yeah.
And that's a big win.
Yeah, and the thing about outs is like on a board like that with ace-10, you could just be drawing dead to a lot of hands.
Yeah, I mean he would be folding.
Yeah.
For sure if he had c-bet.
Whereas instead, 6 outs twice is a lot, for sure.
Trung has chipped up pretty nicely so far.
Yeah.
It seems like.
Yeah, we're going to look at, the 5 big blind stack, and this is kind of what I was asking earlier, do you wait for a spot where people are getting knocked out? Do you feel like your blinds are more worth as a way to pay jump? Or is it, better to try to double up and be a little more comfortable? And we've seen he already got a ladder.
Yeah, he did.
A ladder, and not only that, a ladder where the person shoving had like 27 bigs. No, sorry, he had like 20 bigs.
Oh, the ace-king.
The ace-king.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because the shorter you get, the further away from the pack you are, the more you kind of want to like loosen up a little bit and try to double. But at the same time, the less valuable a double is because you're still behind the pack.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he's going to have kings here. Not going to get much action with the open and re-raise. Now, do you call? I mean, you have to call as Trung, right? Now that you've opened the 5-4 suited.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not very many chips. I will say that. Yeah, I can't see folding. I will say this: Brian's been very patient. He's still going to have overcards, which you're getting the right price against, but also maybe not showing your hand has some value, like not letting people know immediately that you had that you opened under the gun 1 with 5-4 suited.
Yeah, definitely.
Not even saying it's not a good open, just people may not be expecting it and letting them know that.
Yeah,
he
makes the call.
But he does, yeah.
He has to though. I mean, he has the.
Yeah, his price was insane.
Yeah, and almost like 3-1.
In fact, I think if his opponent had flipped his hand over and showed it to him, he might need a call.
Yeah,
he was getting such a good price.
3 times.
Yeah, 5-4 has a lot of equity, as you can see, 27%.
Yeah.
Wow. Going up in percent. If you're Brian, you're feeling queasy about this flop.
Yeah, he even has a heart.
Yeah.
All the back doors. Got a pair.
We'll see if the short stack can make a comeback or if this is going to be
my
brutal.
goodness. Well, he's
but
got
it's
clubs.
a club, yeah.
Brian did. I gotta say on the flop, Brian did look pretty calm and collected.
Yeah.
As far as bad flops go.
He doesn't look too calm right now.
We need a queen, a 6, a club, a king.
And that's going to be
That's
it.
not it. Wow, brutal.
Brutal. Goes down to one of my favorite hands, but very good run by him. I thought he played really well. You know, you got that extra double up, and he has a shout out to the nerd herd from Camelot, and his wife and daughter for allowing him to desert them for 3 straight nights, as he says.
Wow, that's a very smart shout out right there.
Yeah, he played really well. Shout out to Brian from San Antonio.
Just got unfortunate there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was real unlucky.
He has his biggest tournament score before that was 10K, so you know, going to triple that.
Nice.
Also, favorite hobbies, poker and fantasy football, but also watching his daughter play volleyball, which I thought is very nice. So I'm sure his family's out there watching, you know.
Yeah.
Seems like a nice guy.
Trung just priced himself in to have to call with that hand.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. Definitely, I mean, he was real patient. He found a really nice opportunity to get back in there.
Yeah, pretty cool. He says that he only plays a monthly $50 buy-in tournament league, and he hasn't cashed once in it this year. And this is the first cash he's gotten in a tournament, you know, all year. So, you know, great cash for him. $33,000.
Picked a good one to run good in.
33,600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they pay out that much in a $50.
No, I don't think so. And everyone's, you know, happy about that. Now 40K locked up. Feeling really good about it. If you're in the chip lead here, as Jared.
Make sure you guys hit that like button. Drew's going to give away $100, but we got to get there first.
I mean, if you're not hitting the like button, you're just giving away money.
Yeah. I need to go back and hit the like button.
Oh man, if the contest ends and you won it,
I give it back to the.
That might be an issue.
Nah, never let it. But you got to add to the toll. You got to get 2 lucky people in there. Get more likes, y'all. Yeah, and Trung playing really well so far. His biggest tournament score is actually 133,000. So, you know, seems like a seasoned vet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've seen him for years around Vegas. He's definitely in there. Maybe in LA, actually.
We see another limp here from the chip leader. Ooh, and he's going to run into it. I was going to say, I don't really like limping here with the King 5, but I guess blind versus blind against other chip leader, second in chips, becomes a lot better to have some traps here.
Yeah, there becomes... I like to think of different poker spots as like a little miniature game. And the game here is we get to play a pot, but we don't want to put a lot of money in the pot, either of us, because we're playing against the only other guy who can really hurt us. So you end up playing this game where it's like limped a lot, checked back a lot, and then flops are, you know, you're heavily trying to get to showdown.
Yeah.
So while other people around you bust.
In that case, is it just better to fold the King 5 suited, or are we just too strong of a hand to
I wouldn't fold. So I think that you do a lot of keeping the pot small, but you also get to just see the flop a lot because your opponent's trying to keep the pot small too. So like if you think about it, like you're both very happy to get to showdown with like your medium to lower strength hands if they can win at showdown potentially. So in that sense, you actually want to limp a lot of hands because your opponent sort of incentivizes as well to not be running as many bluffs or betting as light for value.
Ethan, just so you know, we don't mention King 5 suited around Jesse.
Oh,
nice.
Was that a bust out hand for WSOP?
Yeah. Well, he had King 5.
I was 12 at the time.
I couldn't beat
it.
It's all right. I went to a good guy.
That's good. Yeah, I mean 5.4 million is still a nice nice take home.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
I mean, I'd be complaining like, damn it, I need the.
We actually when we got heads up, we made a deal,
Nice.
which was really rare because they don't enforce deals. So like you have to kind of make it with each other and trust the other person to send you a lot of money. If
Yeah, millions.
yeah, and I didn't ever tell the story, but Greg told it recently on a podcast, so it's whatever. But he sent me a check after the tournament was over for the difference between what I was supposed to get and what I cashed for,
Yep.
and I never got it.
Oh,
and
damn.
I trusted him like a lot, and so I
Yeah.
called him. I was like, "Hey, I didn't get that check." He's like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, I gotta like pay out my investors or whatever.
Yeah.
Can you please send me that money?" He's like, "No, I sent it." So he calls me like the next night, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna put my dad on the phone so he can tell you like what happened. But before I do, I just want you to know that if I were trying to scam you, I could make up a way better lie than this." And they put his dad on the phone. Is basically they got their mail stolen because they had one of those little like mailboxes outside their house that like the postman would come by and take the outgoing mail out of.
Yeah.
And somebody had stolen their mail, and they only knew that because somebody tried to cash a check for like Comcast for like $60 or something and got in trouble. And they were like, "Yeah, your mail was stolen."
Yeah.
Or I think some bills weren't paid to Comcast or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he ended up wiring it to me, and it worked out. But it was
that's
a
cool.
pretty funny moment where for like 2 weeks, it's like, "So what's going on with that check?"
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot to like.
Yeah.
We shook hands, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've definitely been there. My main go-to at the WSOPs is sit and goes, and a lot of that's the same way.
Yeah,
where
yeah. You have
like,
to trust them. It's
Yeah.
pretty wild. I mean, be very careful with who you. There's been people at the. So every day at the WSOP they run a daily. It's like a 265 or something.
Yeah.
And back in the day, this thing was a 1-day tournament. It would get like 60 grand to the winner.
Yeah.
And they had one time where they all chopped it, and this guy had the most chips, so he was like, "Yeah, I'll get the money and then pay you all out." Goes to the cage, gets paid for first, and just says, "I need an escort to, a security guy to walk me out of the casino," and just left with all the money.
Dang, that's
insane.
messed
That's
up.
like a level of sociopathy that I
Yeah.
cannot comprehend.
Well, back in the day when we were playing online, we would make a deal too, and whoever took first place money would ship back, player to player money.
Yeah.
And sometimes you wouldn't get it. You'd be like, "That guy."
Yeah. So imagine doing that in person.
Yeah.
That's so wild to me.
It's crazy how, I'm sure we all have our own stories from over the years, but it's crazy the kind of people you see sometimes in the community. I'm actually really surprised to see Trung fold the queen jack suited from the button here to the open.
What do you fold? Queen what?
He folded queen jack suited from the button.
Wow, that is a tight fold. So he's clearly on the try to pick up pots, but don't play very many hands versus aggression plan, which is generally your plan when you're at a final table, but that's a very good hand to be folding.
Yeah, especially in position.
Yeah, on the button.
And we see a defend here from the 6-deuce.
Is it possible? It's possible maybe like the card reader misread
I think because sometimes what happens if the deal, and we did see the 2 of hearts. We did see the 2 of hearts shown. So I don't think he has 6-deuce of hearts. Sometimes when the dealer is showing everyone like, "Hey, this is what like I accidentally exposed," it'll read on the reader.
Oh, okay. So it's I see.
I think that's what happened because we did see that the 2 of hearts was shown as a, someone might have like flipped it up on accident.
Oh, okay. So everything's like out of order.
Yeah. So that the hands are right. I don't think he had queen jack suited then.
That makes more sense. I had the readers do pick up the wrong card sometimes too. Like I had to go back to an old stream and look through it, and there was a hand where it folds to my small blind. I just fold like ace-6 suited.
Yeah.
And I was like, "There's no way I folded ace-6 suited." You know what I mean? Like that's not even close to the realm of possibility of hands I would fold in a cash game out of the small blind. I wouldn't even ever fold ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, okay, I didn't have ace-6 suited.
This is an interesting spot with the king 10 suited, 8 big blinds. Yeah, he does shove. Now this Mr. Alfonso here, biggest tournament score is 75K, 4th in the Poker Night in America main event.
Nice.
Yeah, and he said, shout out to all the homies in Austin. If we spin this stack up, we're partying. So
I like this guy.
Y'all got to call him up if he wins this one. Ooh, and we're going to see big blind at the 8s.
Yeah, he's not going to be folding here, I don't think. Although we talked about this before. But this is only 8 blinds deep, too. This is pretty short.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, Alfonso's going with a lot of hands at this point.
The problem is, a lot of the times, you can see the blinds and understand them as we watch.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're in person, it can be a lot of times where you think, like, do I actually have 17 bigs? Or am I looking at, like, 2.5 million as a number? Like, I only have 300K in there. I have to call 2.5 million.
Yeah, yeah.
Versus the idea of, like, this is only 8 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason why I try to think about it in big blinds is because it gives me a better idea of, like, how they're going to operate. For instance, if he's under the gun, he's that short.
Yeah.
I don't expect him to fold 2s anymore, especially when the next stack is much bigger than him.
Yeah.
Whereas if he had 10 or 11 blinds, I'd be like, maybe he could fold 2s, wait another orbit, see what happens.
Yeah, and it always depends. I mean, he's probably seen at this point the hands that Alfonso has folded, and he might be like thinking he could just be dead. Obviously,
yeah.
At 8 bigs, 8s are gonna always be a call, but in the spot, I mean, all of us would be afraid. 40,000 locked up, but you want that 200K.
Yeah, for sure.
And to get there, you might have to make a play like this, or he might want to like wait and see if someone else will take the opportunity.
Yeah, nice call.
Yeah,
I'd for sure be calling here, but I'm not feeling fantastic about it. I'm.
Are you looking at it as blinds, or are you looking at it as half your stack?
A little bit of both, to be honest, because I'm looking at it as blinds, but then I'm also taking into account how badly this hurts me and my ability to play like the next hand if I lose and that kind of stuff. I would say that the like sheer number of blinds it is and what I think that means for what he's shoving comes first, and then after that it's like, okay, now let's talk about like the overall how bad is this going to be for me if I lose.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't do a lot for him if he wins, just because he'll be a little closer to some of the bigger stacks, but he's still kind of middle pack. There's like this big chip leader and then like these other guys in the middle.
Wow, what a turn.
It was a wild turn.
And 5 is not working as for a chop with the 8, so
yeah.
Just looking for those 13 outs to see if he can get it. Nope.
Wow.
Alfonso eliminated. Good games to him.
Have we seen a short stack win in all of them?
Not yet. Other than ones that people have folded. Yeah, no, I mean, this guy's Alfonso's favorite interest was going to raves lately and getting wild. So.
Wow.
Yeah, would have been fun to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for him. Oh, I was rooting. For him.
Yeah, well, but he still makes 42K. Takes that home. That's a great payday.
That is a really nice payday. $1,400 buy-in.
Yeah, and if he wants to afterward, go to raves and stuff, let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're only 5 away from 200, or 4 away from $200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 53K.
Starting to get real.
Yeah.
Starting to get real. And this is a pretty top-heavy payout, in the sense of like, look at the difference between 4th and 5th, and look at the difference between 2nd and 1st or 2nd and 3rd.
Are you taking advantage of position here?
Yeah, for sure. I'm also just thinking.
Are you holding on to your chips and only putting them in with premiums right now?
I would
Because
probably
you're down to
gamble it
5?
up a little bit more
You would
right
gamble?
now because here's the thing: like you've locked up 53, right? If you wait out, if you fold a bit and wait out another pay jump and fold some hands that might have been nice shoves, yeah, you're gonna make another 17 grand. That's a lot of money. But at the same time, if you could put yourself in position to win 200 grand, that's a lot more money. So it's kind of like the risk to reward is there to go for it and try to establish. Also, if you become the big chip leader when you're 3-handed, when the pay jumps really matter, now you can really push people around. And so I'm always kind of looking to gamble it up before you get to that really important spot where you can push people around when the pay jumps are massive.
And with that loss in Mr. Alfonso here, we actually get a lot closer of chip stacks here, so that's going to be really interesting too. The shortest stack, I believe, being like 14 bigs, which is a lot of playability.
Yeah. Yeah, we're playing some poker again. Yeah, the absolute dream scenario in tournaments is you get to like 3 or 4 handed, and you have all the chips and everyone else is short, and you just get to shove literally every single hand.
Yeah.
And they're all just kind of folding because if they're the one calling it off and they go out before the other people, it's a disaster. And so they want somebody else to call it off before them. And you just kind of get to grind everyone down. And even if you get called and you lose, you're still big chip leader, and it doesn't really matter so much. And that's the dream spot. And if you can kind of establish yourself now to get to that dream spot, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where this goes because we haven't seen many three bets with garbage yet, or 3-bets with like worse hands. It's been a lot of like raise call or raise jam spots.
Yeah.
So I'm curious now as we get closer in stacks if we're going to see more 3-bet, 4-bets from someone like Trunk, for example.
Yeah, and we're also probably going to see more. Well, Mauricio's still real short, but so these guys might be playing a little tighter, hoping Mauricio goes out before them. But
yeah.
But we're going to see more spots now that people are deeper where somebody opens and the big blind calls, and we actually get to see some post-flop.
Yeah.
Which is also great.
Yeah, and this is where blinds become so expensive, where each blind, with the 8 big blind stack is going to cost anywhere from like $1,000 to $1,500, which is crazy when you really think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of money. I had a hand in the main event where Jake was on the button when I was in the big blind, and for 13 hours he had been either raising or folding, and then one hand he just limps, and I thought he had raised, and I just mucked my big blind.
Ooh.
So I just like had the option to check and fold in, and they told me what happened. I was like, oh no, and I did the math later, and the big blind was worth like $30,000 or something like that. And I was like, that was a good mistake to make.
Is that the most expensive mistake you've made, you think?
Probably not. Yeah. I'm sure if you go to that final table, there's probably some bigger mistake I made.
Yeah.
But or just some other final table, I don't know.
I should say mistake, like, as obviously you made like play mistakes, but mistake as in like, accidentally mucking. Because I know Phil Ivey did that once in a big one where
I remember that hand, the eights.
Yeah, the eights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird one to me because I would never muck my hand without, like, the hand's over. So if you double check your hand, it's there's no like somebody getting a read off you because you re-looked at your hand. The hand's over. They're at showdown, and he doesn't even double check his hand to see. That's a level of confidence I will never have. That he's like, I remember my cards every time and mucks. Like I would triple check to make sure I didn't have a flush randomly.
Definitely, and we actually got a super interesting turn
because I often
here.
make mistakes.
It's kind of an insane turn.
Yeah.
I mean, 5's going to often be good here.
What? How did this go down on the flop? Was it just
it was a check bet call. So Trung bet.
Okay. Trung likes checking back and then betting, taking the initiative on the flop in position, which seems like a really nice way to generally go about it versus the other chip leader.
And they have the exact same chip size or chip stack. So this river is going to be huge. Wow.
Okay, this is probably going to go, unless Jared leads out. He could lead out.
Yeah.
But this is probably just going to go check, and Trunk's going to just hope that Jared has something weird like a deuce.
Definitely. I think most of the time it's going to go check.
Four.
Do you think you can lead out something like 700K?
Yeah, I would think a lead is fine because...
or maybe a big lead? But the thing is, you have so many ace-X in your range that are...
That's the thing. You have aces as Jared, and Trung really doesn't have any aces. I guess he could have ace-4, but all the other aces would not bet the turn, I would assume.
Yeah.
Maybe ace-5 and ace-4 might both bet, but it's not like he has ace-jack or ace-10. He's just betting flop and turn. Like, that doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah,
so
and this is a
cool lead. Wow.
Yeah, it is a cool lead. I'm not sure if I am a big fan of the sizing, but this might get called by the 5. I think I would have liked a little smaller or a little bigger, but I was thinking more on something like 2.8 or like 600, 700, or I guess 800 in this case.
Yeah, I think small might be nice with this hand because I assume Trung is raising a flush regardless.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to miss value from a flush. If Trung has like a 6, maybe you'd rather check or bet bigger. And then when he has an ace, he's going to call, but that may have hero folded to a bigger bet. Who knows?
Yeah. Trung having
then-
the 7 of spades is a little problematic for him as well, though.
Yeah. Well, if Jared had gone like a million, right?
Yeah.
Trung may have used this hand to bluff with.
Yeah.
But versus this size, it's scary because now, I mean, what does he bluff to? He has to make it like 5 million, and it's like half his stack. I just don't. I like to. It's hard to give people credit for bluffing off half their stack when they're second in chips in a final table. Like it's a really, really scary thing to do, and you know, I myself would probably fail to find the bluff a bunch. So one thing that like definitely helped my me in poker was realizing that, you know, the way that I think about hands and the way that other people think about hands aren't that far off. So if I wouldn't find a bluff in a spot, probably they wouldn't find a bluff in a spot. Or if I, you know, might be too light somewhere, like they might be too light somewhere. And like there are obviously spots where I play a little differently than other people, but I used to kind of think that everyone was just so different in their thought process. And it's not that different. Like most hands people play similarly.
Yeah. And he makes a good fold.
Yeah, nice job.
What size do you think you would have gone for on the river with the ace-8 if you are going to lead out?
I'm not. Man, that's a tricky one. I do think small is pretty cool. Like a million might be really cool.
Yeah.
I think a million might even get raised by a 6 sometimes. It's like it's tricky if the guy in the big blind is, you know, Justin Bonomo, you can expect him to raise a 6 for value or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's trickier versus people that you don't think are raising that light for like the razor thin light value hands. And maybe Justin just calls given the final table dynamics too. But it's just like all these spots I hate. It feels like a cop out to keep saying it, but it's like so player dependent.
Yeah.
And what you know about your opponent is so important. And that's like what's cool about final tables in general is it's almost like a little bit of mayhem, you know? Like you don't know who's just playing ultra tight because they want the pay jump, and you don't know who just wants to win the trophy and is just going for it in every spot. And you don't know when people just get frustrated and like, I'm going to win this pot right now because I need chips at this final table. Like there's just all these things going on. And
no, for sure.
It's pretty cool. I would like... The reasons I like 1 million on the river are, I think a lot of the hands that we want to put in more money might do it themselves anyways, and you give them a chance to bluff.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
And we are going to see an all-in from the King Jack. I think this is going to be a call from the King 10. But it's hard because Mauricio has been pretty snug.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not a lot of blinds, but okay, he does call it off. I know that head nod.
Yeah,
it's like all right, fair enough.
Make him red, dealer. Make him red.
The scenario you don't want to be in with the King 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 8 blinds, not much you could do. 8 blinds total.
Yeah, I think you could fold King 10 offsuit, but suited.
Sure.
Ooh,
what a flop.
but open-ended.
That's pretty good.
I feel good for Solano here.
Yeah.
9 Jack.
Yeah, I think
Jack or ace. Come on, baby.
We'll see.
A lot of outs.
Right there on the turn. Let's not wait.
That's not one of
We
them.
need. Feel the same? Coming, baby. River.
Calling for the river.
Yeah, he's calling. You hear him
Yeah.
talking on.
From El Paso, Texas.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, brutal.
Good hand.
53,500 for
Messed it up,
Mauricio.
but okay.
Yep,
Shake
and
hands.
he's has a shout out to his wife
back.
because he
You too, man.
loves her from El Paso and back.
Nice.
Really cute.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of these so wholesome.
Yeah,
You
these
know?
are great.
50,000. The retired army, who's now he was retired army but now real estate broker from El Paso, Texas, gets a really good job. 53,000. It's a lot. And he's been short stack, for a very long time, so he's definitely gonna like the pay jumps.
Yeah, it's good for one of our veterans to have $53,000 just given to him.
Definitely.
Congratulations.
His favorite hobby
Definitely.
as he says, is family. That's his first hobby put down.
That's cool.
And spending time with his 2 grandkids. So that's awesome.
Nice.
Great to see him. Hopefully those grandkids have a good Christmas. Getting the presents
Yeah,
for
I
them.
feel like they'll be all right this Christmas.
Yeah, that's great.
You're four-handed on the final table. Your eye is on the prize.
Yeah. This is also where it gets. We still haven't seen a short stack win an all in yet. They've been pretty far ahead in a few of these too.
Yeah,
It's pretty sick.
it has been pretty sick.
This is where it starts getting to the point where the pay jumps really matter, and especially 3-handed, they're going to be in a spot where the difference between second and third and second and first isn't that much bigger. So you're really trying to hang on.
But what's great about these final tables is that there's no, and we do see a call from the ace spot. There's no blackjack tables outside of this play, so you can't just win and then go spend it on blackjack. You're gonna.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna hold on to that money.
Yeah.
Interesting flop here.
I feel like the person who gets fourth through second is the most likely to blast it at blackjack.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're like, oh, I should have won, and then they try to make it up. And
I've been there.
yeah. Well, we all have.
Yeah.
There used to be, back in the day when I played on Poker Stars, when you could play in the U.S., there would be, every year it seemed like somebody who got like third or second in the final table of the Sunday Million would go and play like $5,000 heads up sit and goes trying to win it back.
Yeah.
And it's like you're actually in way better shape playing blackjack probably, because those guys at the heads up sit and goes are very, very good at what they do. And you just watch this graph where the guy went up 100K and then just slowly back down.
I mean, it's only 20 buy-ins in that.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
And Jose's got a lock on this one. The ace of clubs working for him, so he's got to be feeling really comfortable here. Well, do you ever have a lead range here with this, or?
Was there a C-bet on this flop? I wasn't sure.
Yes, there was a C-bet by Trung.
Probably not. If I did, it's like these spots where you want to lead normally at final tables, you could probably just lean towards checking.
Yeah.
Because you're just trying to play smaller pots. And then, I don't know if this hand is my favorite one to do it with, just because this is such a great hand to play a 2-street game and not add another street of betting in if you can.
Definitely. And I guess in this spot, Trung using a really big sizing here with the 1.9, do you just have to shove, or you check calling the river? The ace of clubs also is really big in this spot, I would guess.
Yeah, I think I would just call. He is very short. Oh, he only has 5 million. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this as if he has 12 million, but that's 12 big blinds. Man, that's gross. I think I'd probably call, like, if you're going to shove it in anyways, then calling the turn and then putting the rest in by calling the river at least allows your opponent to bluff it off.
Yeah, and everything you're getting called by is probably out kicking you anyway.
Yeah, like any hand he's double barreling here that's not a bluff, you're not doing great against. You're never dead, obviously, because you have the ace of clubs, but it's not like he's not betting ace-4 on the turn.
Yeah, I wonder if you
He's not
do
betting a
lose
jack.
value if on a 4-club river,
Yeah, that's true, but if he has something like ace-queen.
Does he fold if it's not a club and he's putting him on a better ace?
Oh, he shoves.
Oh, he did shove. A snap fold. Okay, never mind.
I'm not sure whether he should or shouldn't fold. That's that's a tricky situation. But I will say, if you're going to shove it in on the turn anyways, that money that last 3 million might be better off going in on the river, letting your opponent at least bluff it off on the river.
Yeah. And that's a big pop for the teacher from Huajilo.
Yeah, that was massive, right?
Yeah, massive. He's now ahead of Trung.
Mm-hmm.
I believe second in chips.
Wow.
And seat 1, super patient.
Yeah,
Right.
Been very patient. I feel like we've seen a lot of really good play out of everyone at this final table. I think everyone's been pretty good, other than like a couple he plays here and there. But overall,
Yeah.
pretty good.
I feel like I haven't even seen seat 1 yet.
He made the call with the 8s versus the King 10. Other than that, he's been very quiet.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he's just been chilling out making thousands of dollars.
Yeah, as what we've seen, I think he'll limp this one, but I still would like to see a raise. He hasn't really raised any garbage, so I feel like his ranging range is going to look a lot stronger than it. Like he's going to want more bluffs, but it doesn't seem like his blind raising range will have as many bluffs here. But what do you think?
Probably not. I would agree with you. From what we've seen so far, especially, wow, that's a nice. Well, he's going to get exactly 0 chips.
Yeah.
But
Hey, y'all. 326 people in the chat. We're 20 likes away from getting that $100 from Drew. And if you're like me, I love any money that Drew can give me, specifically. So hit that like button. We're going to get 2 people getting $50 in the chat if we hit 20 more likes. So come on and take a bit of Drew's money.
I mean, somebody's got to do it. Nobody in the tournament. Well, one guy in the tournament got to do it, but
Yeah.
day one, no one was taking his money. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Drew for doing that. Really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish we had a little bit better weather out here because I really would have liked to explore the city a little bit more. The first day we went out and walked around and it was really cool, and then just rained for the rest of the trip. But
It doesn't rain much here.
I know, that's what I was told.
Crazy.
Yeah. And it's supposed to be really nice starting Wednesday, and we have to leave tomorrow.
What time do you leave tomorrow?
Like noon-ish
Damn.
flight.
Well,
Yeah.
there's like at the Pearl, what I was talking about, like 9 a.m. it starts opening up. So I don't know. Well, I guess you probably won't have enough time.
Yeah,
But,
we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe like a half an hour or something.
It's like really pretty. I mean, y'all are staying, nearby, so it'd be.
Yeah. We're right on the river, so it's been fun. Like walking around that area is really cool, man. I'm such a sucker for waterways. I love that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like we don't have a lot of waterways in Las Vegas, except second floor of the Venetian.
And Raja Olympian here. Gonna lead. Snap call.
Kind of feel like people put in the snap call quite often when they want to like freeze their opponent up from putting another bet in.
Yeah, and I think it could work in this situation. I think it's the right guy to try to freeze.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And, when you're being stared at, it's also, Jared seems to be more on the let me stare at my opponent and freak him out wave.
Yeah. Yeah.
But clean river, you're not going to feel as scared with the 7 on this river, even though it is a good river for Jared's range.
Yeah. Yeah, small bet would be pretty nice here. I mean, he could certainly go with a big bet, but I feel like he'll probably bet small. Oh, yeah, small bet. This is such an annoying spot for Jared. Like, you just know your opponent's not bluffing.
Yeah.
You just feel it in your heart, but you're also getting a really good price, and if they are, it's really embarrassing to fold for that much.
Against specific player, he might find more folds here.
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
Yeah. But really, I mean, your hand's so strong with the 4 here. There's going to be so many missed diamond draws that are betting too, right?
Yeah, I would expect a lot of them to just continue betting on the turn.
Yeah, that's true.
But
does find the fold.
If there's one type of line that people seem to never show up with bluffs in, it's when they bet flop, check turn, bet river.
Yeah.
It seems like once they've checked turn, they know it's not very believable, and they tend to. Although when you bet that small, you shouldn't really have very many bluffs anyway, so I'm not saying that's incorrect.
Nikki said that you were teaching her. Do you teach online, or do you just teach in Vegas face to face, or how do you teach?
I mostly do it online. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Okay.
Actually, Nikki lives 20 minutes away from me, and we've done every session we've had has been over Skype or something like that.
Okay.
Which is kind of funny, but it's just so easy, to log into your computer. We've hung out like in person, but we've never done any sort of coaching stuff that way.
And 20 minutes in Vegas is like 3 hours in Texas.
I
No.
mean, it does feel a little bit like that. Like man, I grew up in a very small place,
Mm.
and then I went to school in basically Los Angeles, a little north of Los Angeles.
Okay.
And after that, it felt like every distance isn't that far because everything is 45 miles apart, and 45 miles in LA is like 900 hours to drive. So.
Yeah. A mile over there is like a 20-minute trip.
Yeah, depends on I had a friend who couldn't bike to work. I forget why, but he lived like 2 miles away from work, and it would take him an hour to get there every day. I was like, how does this not drive you crazy, man? I couldn't handle that. Vegas is definitely getting more trafficy in the last few years.
Yeah, I've heard it's growing a lot.
Yeah.
We actually see a big sizing here from the 5s.
I'd never seen rush hour traffic until a couple of years ago.
You haven't seen Rush Hour with Jackie Chan?
Definitely seen Rush Hour.
Oh, that's good. Great movie.
That's wait, is that Chris Tucker?
Yeah.
Right? It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely saw that one. That's a great movie. One of my favorite movies ever is The Fifth Element. Have you guys ever seen that?
No.
Chris Tucker's amazing in that movie.
I'll have to see it. I really like his acting.
It's kind of like a bad sci-fi movie, and I love bad sci-fi movies.
Ooh, interesting.
This is a good... Oh, never mind. I thought he flopped a set.
Do you like seeing more? Do you like betting here more with the 5s, or you like checking on this particular flop? Does go with the bet.
Yeah, I think I'd probably lean towards betting.
Yeah, does choose a pretty big sizing.
Yeah, I would have went really small probably. I'm just more trying to target, like the queen deuce of diamond type of hands to fold. I don't think they're gonna. I think a lot of the hands that are folding to most sizes.
Yeah.
If you go really big, you could get something like Jack 9 to fold, or 8-7, that type of stuff.
Okay.
But
does get a shove though.
yeah. Yeah, this was, unfortunately, every dollar he puts in the pot is going into the abyss.
Yeah,
Your opponent has a
it's
queen
worth
high
a
flush
lot.
draw.
And do you think he's thinking about calling here, or you think it's more like?
I think it's like posture. He could think, what is he just shoving with rather than raising? It's probably just like a draw always.
Yeah.
Because if his opponent has 2 pair, he might go smaller than all in, trying to get paid. And if his opponent has something like a weak king, he may just call. But realistically, you're just never calling with 4th pair at the final table. Even if you're right and he always has a draw, you're flipping against it.
Yeah, we actually hit the 100 likes mark. So Drew,
Get out of town!
Yeah.
Congratulations!
Congratulations, Drew. You're $100 poorer.
Thank you, everybody watching. We appreciate it.
$100 less rich. Is that the better way to say it?
See, I like Trung jamming there if he had like the 10-6 of hearts. So he has at least a pair with the flush draw versus just a non-paired flush draw. But
yeah,
he got it through.
Yeah. Yeah, you're never in bad shape if you have the pair with it, right? Like if his opponent just shows up with the ace-x of hearts, he's in pretty bad shape. I think you could have played that one a few ways as Trung. You can even go the smaller raise. Get your opponent to, like, if you go really small as a raise, your opponent may call the flop with like a 10 because he's getting such a good price, and then your shove on the turn gets through and you make more money than if you just check shove the flop.
Yep, and to be eligible to win one of the two $50 giveaways, just please type 200K for first in the chat. I know some of you aren't looking at chat, but that's just the way that we're going to be able to get you into the giveaway, the drawing. So if you're hearing this and not in the chat, just see if you can make it in. We're doing that. Again, to be eligible to win one of the two $50 giveaways, just type 200K for first in chat. It's surprising to see the fold from the ace-9 suited. I guess after he just lost that. Oh, no, he actually just won the queen-5 suited one.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked, though. I think once he sees some of these hands, he sees that Jared's raising this wide, he'll probably adjust.
Yeah.
He does have an awkward stack size where he's got like 27 blinds, so what does he do? But, I mean, you could say he just calls because he's on the button.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably values a lot just how tight seat 1 has been, and then the fact that he has seat 8 covered.
Yeah.
So there is some like dynamic there where he believes possibly that I believe it's a $13,000 pay jump for the next one, and that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's 17, right? Wasn't it something like?
Yeah, 67,585.
Ooh, so
18.
that's even bigger. $18,000 pay jump there. So yeah,
they're getting huge.
Jared's like clearly turning it up too, right? We when he opens the cutoff with Jack 8 offsuit, he's kind of saying, "Hey, I'm opening a lot of hands here."
Yeah.
So he's, as the chip leader, he's sort of doing his job. Just
Yeah.
putting a lot of like small ball pressure on his opponents and forcing them to either come over the top lighter or just back down a lot, and he picks up a lot of pots.
And definitely, we see, the power of aggression versus calling, right? Like, Trung is willing to raise King 10 offsuit under the gun, so it's clear he'd rather be the aggressor than the person calling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. And I think that's going to be a big one.
Yeah. So Jared likely calls here. I mean, I would call if I were him. Yeah, nice. Jared's put a lot of these pots really well. Now the question is how many barrels does Trung want to fire here, because that's not a great card for Trung.
Well, he has the King of Hearts, so that could actually lead him to bluff more.
Yeah.
Triple barrel on a Heart River.
Yeah, it's possible. He could also check back and then just bet the Heart River anyways if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Suppose it's a little less believable. That's a red queen. I don't know which one it is though. Ooh.
Yeah, and if I'm Trung, I'm taking a big sizing here.
Yeah, and if Jared checks, I don't think this is going to work. Oh, Jared already checked.
Yeah.
And he goes small. Yeah, Jared just snaps. That went really well for Jared.
Yeah, definitely.
Like,
You think the sizing was too small to have him fold for an ace?
yeah, I think maybe Trung was just trying to get him to fold like a 6 or something like that, but I would have went bigger anyways. I just feel like I wouldn't mind putting pressure on an ace, and then I also think that if you have a flush, like he's kind of representing a flush with his play, or maybe something weird like Queen 6 that made 2 pair in the river, like pocket queens. But if you have something like that, are you really going that small, or are you going big? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more believable if you go big.
And just for reference again, if you didn't hear earlier and you're not in the chat, type 200K for first in the chat. We're giving away 2 $50 giveaways here. Buy Bet on Drew. Bet on Drew's money. Great guy. Helping out. And again, if you didn't see it, just 200K for first. Type that in chat and you're eligible for the drawing.
Nice.
And Raja opening ace-6 here. Curious spot with the king 8 suited. It's definitely on the stronger side for four-handed. What do you think he goes with?
I would actually I think if I was Jared, I would. Oh, Raja has been quite tight, so I might adjust that, but I might just shove here.
I like the shove.
Yeah, I think that you get away with a lot more shoves than people think when you're the chip leader and your opponents are raising a lot on the button. The fact of the matter is at this point, they have to call off very tight. And so you get a lot of folds when you shove a hand like that.
Yeah. Ooh.
It would have worked out well.
Yeah, he's kicking himself on it.
I mean, he would have just gotten folds anyways, but
yeah.
It would have been really nice too.
He doesn't even want to look at the flop.
Yeah.
I would have liked the shove a lot, especially because it puts so much ICM pressure that you're going to get ace-queen to fold, I think, very often.
Yeah, even if that hand doesn't fold, like it doesn't even really matter because that's so far up in the realm of possible hands that they open, that you're still getting a ton of hands to fold. Even if they call off ace jack, ace 10 or lower is a huge chunk of the hands that they're opening in the first place.
Yeah.
It is very awkward with those like ace queen, ace jack hands. We actually, I saw a hand at the World Series this last year. My buddy Ryan Lang was at the final table, and I think the button opened ace queen suited, and Ryan just shoves the big blind. Ryan was like massive chip leader. He had something like ace deuce, and the guy just tanked forever and folded ace queen suited. So I never put any sort of fold outside the realm of possibility anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've seen some really strange folds, but, you know, a lot of people, they really try to take a hold of keeping their stack, you know, at 20 big blind range.
Yeah.
Versus, like, taking the, you know, EV plus lines that, you know, sometimes you also might not see people who are studied in EV plus lines, so you never know. I mean, there's a lot of factors, a lot of, you know, player dependency, everything. So all of that can come into conclusion as to why, you know, some people might fold ace queen a little more often than others in that spot.
Yeah.
Don't forget, December 14th through the 18th, we're going to have a holiday bounty, a $200K guarantee, $300 buy-in, $50 goes towards the bounty. And also this Wednesday, November 24th, $30,000 guaranteed monster, $240 buy-in with $200 rebuys. Come on out Wednesday for sure. We'll see you in December for the $200K guarantee holiday bounty.
And just to clarify for people who might have put it in chat but then turned off their chat, you have to put 200K for first as one whole thing, as Ghost of M has put in the chat. If you put it as 200K and then add like a joke at the end or anything like that, you're not going to be eligible for the giveaway. So just make sure that you're doing it the right way so that you can be in that giveaway. Again, we're giving 2 people $50 if you type 200K for first in chat as the way Ghost has made it.
This is interesting right here. They had 14 blinds to start the hand, and he just, maybe like 15-ish, and he just raises the ace-9 suited.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice hand to do this with, but I don't know. I mean, if you know you're calling off, it's a nice hand to do it with. If you're not sure what you're doing, you'd probably rather do something else.
Well, it also goes back to what he's done in the past, which is limp a lot of his trash.
Yeah.
And kind of what I thought he would do, which is raise his strong hands.
Yeah.
Which just ends up losing so much value in that spot specifically, especially against ace 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to be in a spot where if y'all flop an ace, it's going to most likely double up. Like, you're most likely going to be in an all-in situation. Whereas he's not allowing himself to be in the spot to actually trap with hands like that. Or to raise, I mean, he went like a pretty big sizing 3x, which I like if he's mixing in the trash 3x raises, but I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, based on what we've seen so far. Yeah. But he could be.
Raise. All in.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat doing 200K space 4 space first. Again, you want to make sure that the whole word is in there. You want it just as one word. That makes it to where we can put you in the giveaway just based on the app we're using. So again, no spaces in the keyword to enter that $50.
We had a spell where we had the 200, 100Ks, 200Ks. The short stacks were winning all the tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
They were just biding their time, making hands late, and then winning. But the last couple of tournaments we've had chip leaders go start to finish. That's pretty good, wire to wire.
Yeah.
Hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's like you come in as chip leader and you're like, oh, like, you know, people think like the chip leader should win, and then you look at the actual numbers and you're like, that guy has 15% of the chips. He's not a favorite to win or anything.
Yeah.
Raise.
And we haven't seen any all-in sizings from anyone, but I would have actually liked to see more on the all-in side with fives. I don't know what you're thinking from.
Yeah, I would like that. I think they're starting to get to a point where a lot of the stacks are somewhat similar.
Yeah.
And that's rough territory for all the similar size stacks, especially when the other one's the chip leader, not the short stack, because you feel very like handcuffed in what you can do.
Yeah.
And if your opponents are able to shove enough, you wanna kind of prevent them from shoving over you by being the first one in the pot.
Yeah. And this is a good spot for Jared to be in, I think, to be shoving as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind just raising here, but if your opponents are finding all the shoves that they should be, it's probably better to just shove.
Okay.
In the first place. They have to call very tight. And
yeah,
the hands that they can shove over your open are probably a lot.
Yeah, like
a
you
lot
could
more
take
numerous.
this hand, for example, right, and shove with like queen jack suited, whereas.
Yeah, I think this would be a really nice spot to shove, just based on how wide we know Jared's opening and how tight we know he's calling.
Yeah.
He's a really good example of a person who's we've seen him open Jack 8 in the cutoff, and we've seen him fold Ace Queen to an open, so we know he's doing both those things.
Yeah. It is possible that Queen Jack would not have seen this board given a shove pre-flop, but it's hard to say. Do you think that if Jared were to shove the blind or the button here, you think Queen Jack just always calls here because it's suited, or?
No, I think it folds.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking
it
the
should
same.
fold for sure. You would need a really strong hand to call with, like, I don't know, Ace 9 plus, Ace 10 plus, something in that vicinity, maybe. I think here's the fun thing about poker.
Ooh.
Like, what I'm saying is true theoretically, right? But at the same time, Jared's executing the strategy really well, where he's just raising small and people haven't come over the top of him, so he can continue to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, an interesting.
We called river.
Yeah, he called. He went for a little, looked like 1.5x and got called. So really good spot for him, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised to see both the lead and the call. I think the call makes a little more sense to me, but I'm not sure if we've seen as many bluffs in that like territory of 1.5x on the river yet.
Yeah, I like the lead. I think he probably feels that Jared would have bet better than a queen already, anyways. He could lose to ace queen, but you're gonna check call versus ace queen anyways. So he's just kind of like choosing the size himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the call is obviously like a little bit optimistic, but Jared probably feels like his opponent's not value betting a jack, so he's saying I have a queen or a king, and he didn't bet the turn, so he probably doesn't have a king.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and also in poker, I feel like we tend to be more optimistic in the moment, and then you look back and you're like, man, like so obvious, but like in the moment you're like, no,
everything's way easier from the couch.
Yeah, exactly.
Poker's super simple from the couch.
I said I never lost a dime back here.
Yeah, it's weird. I always play hands great when I'm watching them. Yeah, for sure. I didn't mean optimistic like, oh, this is bad. I just meant it like, when you call, you're going to lose a lot. You're getting a good price. You don't need to win that much, but
yeah.
Where to go?
Is it enough of the time? I don't know. I would wager to guess maybe not, but I could be wrong. It's such a fun game because so much of poker, like whether you play a hand right or wrong, is based on your assumptions. And everyone's assumptions are different, and it's just who has the best assumptions.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was talking to Nikki earlier about that, how she deals with that as a woman, who plays in, a lot of these games.
Mm-hmm.
And how, like, even just, she can get called more often sometimes because some people might be underestimating, like, what she's doing. So.
Or she might get, like, way more folds sometimes as well because people are like, oh, this girl can't bluff enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's never bluffing.
That's, like, something that me and Ashley go through a lot where she'll tell me a hand that she played, and I'll be like, well, I would have done this, but you know, people will never bluff me there, whereas like they may take it to you there because they think that you will fold more often or something like that.
Yeah.
It's weird that everyone's experience is a little different for sure.
No, yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah, people who are aware of how others react to them just do the best in poker for sure. That was something that Vanessa was really good at, was she was aware that everyone thought she was absurd and out of line and really crazy, which she was. But she took that to another level at every televised final table, cash game, whatever. And then she would tell me these hands where she got paid off.
Yeah.
Where no one else would ever get paid off in that way.
Yeah.
And it was like that was going on a lot behind the scenes as well. And, you know, if you can get paid off, like, it's a good way to win money at poker.
No, definitely. I had an image like that for a long time in my own games.
Nice.
Because I'm young, you know, so a lot of people are like, I don't want to lose to the young guy who bluffs all the time or something, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
And taking it down with the 6-4 suited, really good continuation bet there.
Yeah.
And, you know, fourth, all these guys already have almost 70K locked up.
4 to go.
Yeah, this is really nice. I think we're a little frozen on the graphics right now.
Yeah, and
there we go.
Just letting you all know, we have the first winner drawn. It's Tolentino Rojas. They have 2 minutes to claim it in chat if you're there. Tolentino Rojas won the $50 scoop. So just put in chat if you're Tolentino Rojas that you're here to claim your $50. And that is for our first draw. Yeah, Tolentino Rojas. Haven't seen it yet, but hope you see this. Tolentino Rojas for the $50. Just type in chat that you're here. All right. See you there. Congratulations to Tolentino Rojas for winning the first $50. We still have a second drawing coming up, and we'll announce that shortly.
Oh, we're getting a peel here. This is a spicy peel.
The infamous Queen 4, White Magic, as Phil Hellmuth had it.
That was the best.
It was the best. He's got to win somehow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love that like nobody said a word. They almost like averted their gaze from it. And it was like, guys, come on. Like, you're really not going to give it to Hellmuth when, I mean, if it was reversed, the world would have exploded.
Yeah, that was a pretty, oh, wow, what a turn.
This is a good card.
Do you think Soto's doing it for the memes?
Maybe, because I think he's folded similar spots, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I feel like he's folded stronger hands.
Mm-hmm. So, if Jared picks a larger sizing, I think... Oh, Jared did bet flop. Interesting. I actually kind of like this check. I think betting would be fine because you do get some 4s and 2s to fold, but if you bet on the turn and you get shoved on, it's a pretty big disaster when you have a hand like this.
Yeah, and you might want to check some jacks too, right?
Yeah, or like a 10.
Yeah.
Like if you have like Queen 10 or King 10, you definitely want to pot control. The other issue is your opponents want to be a bit tighter out of the big blind given that you're four-handed and you want to preserve your stacks. So they're going to have less 4s and 2s that you're targeting, and they're going to have more jacks.
Yeah.
We know from watching this hand that he has queen 4, so that's a little less true with Soto than maybe some of the other players, but still certainly true.
Yep, and this is Ethan Bruin with Jesse Sylvia and JT Rounders here. Rounders tonight, just letting you know, that's who is in the booth. Jesse Sylvia, the 2012 main event runner-up. Super great guy. Awesome to be here with you.
Thanks.
You know, it's been a fun time. Super chill guy.
I'm okay.
Jared's saying, man, Soto's playing me super hard right now with queen 4 off.
Yeah.
You know, calling my raise on the button.
Yeah, and, putting a stand, making him know, I'm not going to sit here and just give you my blinds every time.
Is that right? Is Soto up to 10 million?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was up to like 11 earlier, but he ended up losing that one pot.
Yeah. Well, he was down to like 5 a second ago or 6. So.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really played any big pots. He just played a couple very small ones, but it's worked out.
And that's the power of the blinds for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's been really good about it.
Jared picks one up there. I mean, Jared's just going to go back to work after a hand like that and just keep going for it. I would expect. That's kind of what you do. Like, you just keep putting on pressure. And
yeah, he almost got back all the chips he lost in that one hand just now. So.
Yeah. With the small blind ante instead of the big blind ante, it's like a little less exciting to win the pot when you're in that spot. But I mean, it's still just a lot of chips.
Yeah.
But it does add a cool like different dynamic where you're winning a little less. Your risk to reward is a little worse.
Yeah, it definitely changes that dynamic a lot, especially because a lot of the solved things are either like full big blind ante or just like regular ante.
Yeah, yeah.
I personally have enjoyed that they do the small blind ante here, but what are your thoughts on it? I'm sure you haven't seen it anywhere else.
I haven't. I like anything that's different. I like mixing it up. I think the game is a little more fun when you change it up a little bit and people don't. I like to make it harder on the bots.
Yeah.
Like the kids who just like study one type of poker and show up, and I like to make people think a bit and have to get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
Yeah, I'm interested. So I made up, me and Drew were making up some different games we could do for like the stream. And one of the stream games we do, I made up this idea of doing it's a sit and go with 9 people, but it's a PKO style. And you get 3 rebuys.
Nice.
But I had never seen something like that.
I like that.
Yeah, I always
That's
thought, I feel like you get more action in a game like that.
Yeah.
It's fun. I definitely agree with you on the, like, anything different is, generally going to be a lot of fun because.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, like, for instance, we try to, at the Bellagio cash games, we try to put an ante in the game forever. And there would always be like 2 or 3 guys at the table, usually the nits, who don't want to add an ante.
Yeah.
And it's like pretty obvious why they don't want to add an ante, because they want to play like 4% of hands for the day. And but it's just like taking people like that out of their comfort zone makes me very happy. And it's like, sometimes if you change up the game, I'm going to play worse too. Like I might take the worst of it by playing worse, but like I'm happy to have that go on for the sake of like it just not being as stagnant and
yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah, in Texas we have the standing up game now. A lot of people do that in cash games.
Yeah, that game's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been trying to get that.
What a
as many
flop.
places as we can, yeah.
Now, you saw a defend by the 10-3 suited here.
Yeah, he made it very small. I'm not saying Trung should or should not have called there, but he did. I think he made it like $1 million. So Trung had to call like 600 or something like that.
Yeah. On 13 big blinds, though, it can get messy.
Yeah. So Jared's really hoping for a blank here. I assume he's just going to rip the turn if it's a blank. But
yeah, this flop can go anyway for sure.
That's a good card.
Yeah. Now, we haven't really seen many turn rips from him, as it would be an overbet, and we haven't seen any overbets yet. I almost feel like he's going to go more like 2.8 territory, even though I agree I would like to see a shove here.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a spot where he's supposed to go smaller than all in, but I just kind of feel like people really like protecting their hands in this spot. And also, when his opponent calls that quickly, I don't expect his hand to ever be the worst hand anymore. Yeah. So, like, that small of a bet getting called that quickly just makes me think that my opponent is weak. And, yeah, they could have, like, a king or a queen potentially, but they also have a lot of draws. And if I think my hand's always good, I'm going to try to just punish all those draws as hard as possible.
Oh, and we had another giveaway winner in David Diaz.
Oh,
David.
David.
Is he a player here or?
I saw him here yesterday actually, but.
Okay, well, David, if you're in the chat, just get with Ghost. We need you to answer really quickly. David Diaz, please. Comment in the chat to let us know that you're here so we can give you that money. Otherwise, we'll need to redraw it. So, hope you can get that soon.
David went real deep in the main this year, I think.
Oh, nice. That's why he needs the 50 too.
Yeah.
Ooh, and small blind, 11 big blinds, ace-6. Ooh, wow. Yeah, we're going to see a shove.
Yeah. I wonder if Jose calls here.
It's super close, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is, and it might be not the worst spot to forego, but Trung has definitely showed the ability to put it in and not be afraid to fire chips in there too. So it's not like you can lean on your opponent being too tight and overfold or whatever. That said, it's still a pretty close spot.
Yeah, he's in the tank here.
If I was Soto, I'd be pretty happy with how I played this final table and how I stack up against my opponents too, because he's had a lot of these little small pots where he's found like nice little value bets or he's done whatever, and yeah, I might forego a close spot like this because of that.
And just want to say again, with that fold, David Diaz, if you're in the chat, please answer. I'm not sure how long they exactly give, but it'd be great. Don't want to see you not get that $50 that you got from the giveaway. So just comment, talk to Ghost of M if you hear me. Seeing a lot of aces in this four-way, which
yeah,
Trung is going to fold the ace. We're getting really tight here. 11 big lines for both Raja and Trung.
Yeah. Yeah, this is becoming really nice for the chip leader. Especially if he could win a small pot off of Soto and knock him down to like 15 blinds, he could just start pushing people around like crazy.
Yeah, he's got almost half the chips in play.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can get Soto down to, 6 million territory as well, then you can just start shoving every hand and people just have to fold. That's a really good feeling.
He actually has more than half the chips. Just noticed that.
Oh, it is over?
Yeah, barely over, but that's still like an insane spot to be in. Now, ICM-wise, the fact that they're now playing for what's the difference, and literally right now, whoever busts out in fourth, second is going to make double what fourth is making right now, which, that's a really big spot for both second and third and fourth. All three of them, and because since they're so close in blinds, I think that chip leader is going to be able to use that to leverage a lot.
What's going on here? He's raising.
12. 1 point.
So if I'm the chip leader and I see on the in 30 minutes that he raised the button with 10-9 offsuit, that tells me a lot, because now every time he raises the button, if I have something reasonable, I'm gonna put him all in. And he's gonna be calling very tight, and I'm just gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Situation.
And in that spot, as Soto, do you believe that he should have less opens then?
I mean, if my opponent's, punishing me for it, for sure he should have less opens.
Mm.
But if his opponents aren't punishing him for it, he can get away with this, and so far he has. So I'm certainly not saying like his play is bad or anything. I'm just saying, if I was the chip leader, I would start adjusting once I got this information.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Soto's being smart and getting away with it right now.
Right, and Jared's been shown the best hand by Soto every time, so he doesn't want to gamble with him and double him up.
Yeah. There's definitely like a little bit of like mini PTSD after you lose enough pots to someone where you just
stay away from him, right?
Yeah. Even if it's just like slight and subconscious, that plays into it for sure. But you're right, like he's mostly just shown he's shown reasonably played hands so far. The Queen 4 peel preflop might be like slightly out of line, but aside from that, he's shown reasonable hands. So like, they have no reason to believe that he's just getting out of line with his button opens or whatever. Jared raises here. This is.
I see him defending here.
Yeah, Trung may defend.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
has to be 5-4 or better.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But then if you have 5-4, you're calling that all in. No.
If 5-4, he's playing 100%.
I think he might have thought that his opponent would have went all in a lot, so maybe he decided the small raise was a really strong hand, which obviously we know it wasn't. But
and I believe both giveaway $50 have been claimed. Congratulations to both of you. $50, Richard, for watching the stream. Tune in the future. We're gonna be doing a lot of cool stuff. I think this is gonna be a standing stream that can be pretty cool. We got an Ace King here from the Raja.
There you go, Raja.
Yeah, he's been really kind of card dead. Does go with the shove.
Yeah, I like it.
What hands are you calling if you see Raja shove here?
From where? From the
just like, are you calling like this, for example? Probably not, right?
No, I'm not. But this is painful to have to fold.
Yeah.
I'd probably call. I would definitely call King Queen suited. I think King Jack suited is going to be quite close.
Yeah.
Maybe something like Ace 8 or better, Ace 9 or better.
I see.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think Ace 9 is probably the weakest hand.
Yeah.
To call an all in with in this situation.
Yeah, I think Roger's probably got to be quite tight here, so it might even be better than that. Maybe King Jack suited is not calling. I'm very happy to fold Queen Jack suited for sure.
Yeah.
Also, like, that's maybe like kind of my baseline, and then I'd factor in that Raja's been like very, very in line and maybe a little tight. Maybe I fold even more hands.
And he's second in chips, so you don't want to be last in chips all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yep.
Because Fam has cut his stack in half from where it was.
Mm-hmm. Fam's going to be shoving here.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is going to be quite a spot for Raja.
I think from what we've seen, he might fold.
Yeah, he might. Oh, my fault. Now this is versus the button and a player we know has been shoving a bit, so I'll be a little happier to call here, but it is 12 blinds.
I think he's calling.
This is also, if you're going to call it off, this is the guy you want to call it off against because he's sort of your like laddering up competitor, right?
Yeah.
So you're a little happier to call off versus that guy who you're tied with chips in for last place than any of the other guys because if you win, you knock him out, which is pretty big. If the chip leader shoves and you call it off, it doesn't really change much other than you doubling up, which is good, but...
This could be a $70,000 flip. From
fourth
to second.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got that face like, what else can I do, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, and he's been card dead too, so.
This is actually going to be a reasonably nice spot for Trung since we saw an ace get folded.
Yeah.
I mean, he's certainly rooting for the fold, but it's also like if his opponent's tanking, he's pretty sure he's flipping. Like his opponent's probably not tanking with 7s or 8s or whatever. Maybe like 7s, but.
And I'm getting word that it's possible, still not sure, but possible that we're going to be doing another thing for chat. So I'll be letting you guys know when we know. But in the meantime, Raj is taking a big tank here. It's always good to take your time in a spot like this.
Yeah, $70,000. There he goes.
Oh, he folds. Nice.
And that's big. That's big for Trung to bridge that divide, you know?
Yeah.
It could be the 9 kicker, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If it's anything bigger,
Yeah.
it's probably a snap call.
Yeah, absolutely.
A jack, 100% probably. The 10 could be borderline as well, but ace king, no problem. Ace queen, ace jack, probably going to get it all in.
To chop?
No, it's a possible or no?
It's probably an option, but I'm good. All right, thanks.
But Soto's got 9.3, Fam's got 7.2, and of course 22 million for our chip leader, Jared. Sorry, and then Raja is coming in right around 5.5.
So I imagine Soto's opening this since he opened a much worse hand last time.
Yeah. It's definitely a really good hand to have on the button, too, for opening. Ooh. And having each other as outs here, a lot of boards are going to connect with each other. So if either of them connect with the board, it's going to be pretty interesting. Wow.
That's a connection.
Yeah. That.
I wonder if Jared just rips it in. He's played pretty passive in these sort of spots, so he might just call and.
No, I mean,
see if he can
definitely.
get there.
There's so many turns for Soto here that are just going to be
Jack of spades.
bad. Jack of spades is terrible. Even a 6 is very like.
Yeah, it looks like a blank.
Yeah, like a complete blank.
He snap calls, so. King, not really what he wants to see. Soto may check this back. Soto may bluff, like catch a little bluff on the river. I think if Jared, if it goes check, I think Jared's going to bluff the river with this hand.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a check on the turn here, but
Yeah,
there are
it's-
the diamond draws, so.
It's a nice hand to check. If your opponent shoves, you're just in a terrible spot with the 8. And
Yeah, and this sizing is definitely one that he can shove, but kind of quickly calling, I'm not a big fan, but.
yeah, it's just what do you do if the river's a blank? You just check and lose.
Yeah.
Like you may be losing. Oh my god!
Wow. And
Is that it was 2 diamonds on the flop, right?
yes, and it's a heart.
We just lost TV connection, so we don't know what the. Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so Soto's. I mean, I can't see him not betting here.
Yeah, I think this could possibly be.
What an unreal card.
Yeah. I mean, if you get just shoved on here.
Oh, he bets small. Oh, no. We're still seeing the. Oh, my goodness. He bets. He only bets 1.2 on the river. Okay. Jared's clearly going to go all in. And the question is, does Soto fold?
Honestly, with the sizing that he took, I could see a fold to a shove. You're not really getting shoved on by worse, except for like 9-8, which you're blocking, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he definitely gave himself the room to fold and still have a playable stack, which usually allows people to fold a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going for this sizing, you're right. Whoa, he doesn't. He goes for non-all-in sizing. This is really weird.
This is so brutal. Like the look on his face is so pure. It's like, oh.
I mean, this is a sizing you almost have to call more, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I have. Sometimes I feel like when people go less than all in, they're bluffing less often.
Yeah, I agree.
But sometimes I feel like they're bluffing more. It's really like we've never seen him do this, like this non-all-in size, like yet. So we don't really have anything to go with. I'd kind of treat it like similar to an all-in.
Do you fold 2 pair?
I think.
Can you fold 2 pair?
I mean, you can fold because you don't think your opponent is ever doing this with worse. I think.
Yeah.
Like if he had 8-9, he'd probably just raise the flop or turn, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know what he like. You're either beating a bluff, or you're probably losing.
And the only bluffs are really because king high diamond draws are definitely just calling that spot.
Yeah. Like Jack 3, maybe.
Yeah.
100%.
That's about it. So, but at the same time, if your opponent never bluffs here, or I guess in the same light, if your opponent never bluffs here, you can fold. It's not a very fun one.
I can't see, like even Jack 9 of diamonds, which probably wouldn't have played this way, is one of the only hands I could see. Like, I mean, I think King 10 of diamonds is just gonna call this river.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, he's getting calling chips. He's put him on a missed flush, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean that's
was
kind of what you're
check calling
beating,
the
right?
whole way, right?
Yeah. 6-7 missed.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like the kind of person who just check calls turn with like 6-7 or a missed flush draw isn't the kind of person to check raise bluff the river.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to find bluffs here.
Yeah.
From like a psychological standpoint, maybe not like a theory standpoint.
I definitely think that if he took a little more time on, and he does call.
He calls. Gross.
Now, not going all in might have cost him, taking in someone out there.
Yep. He's gonna have to spin that 1.6.
But at least he doesn't have to go all in. I think that's like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You think he would have called? He might have folded if he had to go all in.
I think he would have called the all in. What I'm saying is Jared might have missed out on knocking him out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
now he
possibly.
he really isn't in. Soto isn't like in an awful position to spin it up. Whereas like often he should be out of the tournament right now.
Yeah. So this actually becomes really cool. I think that. I don't know if this is what the chip leader was doing, but sorry, what's chip leader's name is
Jared.
Jared, yeah.
Jared, yeah. I don't know if this is what Jared was doing, but
Well,
if
look
he
at
was,
this.
oh wow, this is really cool by Jared because for the next couple hands, while one player has 3 blinds, Jared gets to just shove any 2 cards, and everyone else has to fold anything but a really strong hand because they're waiting for that pay jump.
Very true.
So he actually makes himself this situation that's very, very profitable for a few hands. Possibly more than a few hands if Soto finds a double up.
Even this spot for the ace-8,
So this could be very strategic and very, very clever.
Yeah, and that's definitely an underutilized spot, I feel, keeping short stacks around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious if that was his intent. Wow, and just like that, back in the game.
Did an ace fold there?
Yeah, the ace-8 folded.
Who was the ace-8?
Raja next to act.
Wow.
He's looking to ladder
Oh,
up.
because he's afraid of the chip leader behind him?
Yes.
I see. Still, though, that's wild to me. Nice fold. I mean, that's an unreal fold. Yeah, maybe Jared knew exactly what he was doing. Maybe Jared put farmer on his thing and
Was it $18,000 pay jump
yeah.
by folding?
I heard. I saw in chat someone said he's definitely not a farmer, but
Oh, really? Yeah.
But I'm not. I give people the benefit of the doubt. He could be a farmer. I'm gonna still say he's a farmer.
He's a crypto farmer. Ah, interesting. Okay. Jared's got a little bit in winnings.
Yeah.
He might be on DeFi, and he's that kind of farmer.
Yeah, but the thing is, biggest tournament score 300. Dang it! I was rooting for the farmer.
He's got all brand new deer equipment. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, right. He's about to upgrade.
This could get ugly.
Yeah, this is.
Ooh, and this is going back to that. That putting the short stack there, right?
Yep. Yeah, this is interesting because if Trung thinks that Jared's just opening any two, which he may not be opening any two, but if he's close to it, Trung gets us through a lot, and that's a big win.
Yeah.
So Trung may just shove.
I mean, I think he's often going to shove here, right? Because Jared kind of set that up to where they are going to be in a spot where he's going to be raising a lot, and he does shove.
God. Jared is not folding to this. That's for
I think ICM you fold.
So now they're flipping. Will Trung be the first short stack to win the all-in?
Yeah, we haven't had one short stack win yet. Press 1 in chat for the ace-queen. Press 2 in chat for the fives.
There you go.
Press 3 in chat if you just love hearing our voices.
Oh, yeah. Smooth buttery.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, interesting flop.
That's exactly what you want to see. He just gets up. Oh, that's
I don't
beautiful.
blame him.
All right, well, it was a good one, fellas. I'll see you all later.
Ooh. Does have some outs, though.
A king's no good, though, so he needs... Well, he has a 5 now. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's got a 5 or an 8.
Whoa!
Wow, let's go.
My goodness.
My gosh.
Wow.
Smooth and buttery. Nice little double. He's gone, though.
In Trung's defense, he played that really well. The stand-up, walk away, he really meant it.
Yeah, no.
That's when they give you the 5.
That's definitely... I mean, if he had a backpack,
Yeah.
it would have been on already.
If he had a backpack, he would have already thrown it in the backseat of the car.
Yeah. One of the tactics I was telling Drew I'm going to do next is, you know the classic walk away, get up?
Yeah.
I'm just going to flip my hand over and leave the venue.
Nice.
Just get out.
Yeah.
That's like the max.
I like it.
You never know, I feel like that, then for sure you're going to double up.
Mm-hmm. I watched the guy once. Guy's all in. He stands up. The other guy at the table just is like, I'm not letting you get the stand up. And he stands up with him.
I'm
He's trying to like neutralize the... Yeah.
I'm blocking your stand-up with my stand-up.
And this sets a huge dynamic, actually, because now, with the short stack having 6 blinds, and he's definitely like getting a lot closer.
Soto
to
still
just being
has
able to
3,
raise.
right?
Soto has 6 blinds now.
Yeah, that shove doubled him up.
Yeah. Yeah, so now it becomes super interesting in where Trung's going to want to be opening a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to put Jared in a really rough spot, the quote-unquote farmer.
Quote, unquote.
The poker farmer. Ooh, and Queen 7 off for Soto in the button. 6 big blinds. You still have this fold equity. I think this shove becomes a lot better, right?
You called it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that Jared doesn't mind folding to you, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, he
Although
almost
Jared-
wants to keep you around, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but less so now that Trung has doubled up.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like Trung has room to play with him. Also, on the other side of the coin, Jared is the one who least cares about losing 5 extra big blinds.
Yeah.
So he can afford to call off a little bit lighter. So, you'd still prefer to shove into, I guess, like blind versus blind. Or into Trung's big blind, just because Trung, it's a more significant portion of Trung's stack. Although against both of them now, it's not great.
Are you surprised to see the 10-9 fold?
No, not particularly.
Mm.
I think if it was a little bit of a shorter stack, he might call it off. But I think I would fold as well. I'd just be patient and enjoy the fact that when I do fold, I'm making my life a lot easier in future hands because there's a short stack in there.
Ooh, and Soto looking down at Jack 4 suited, feeling himself, feeling a little bit of the, the infamous Jack 4 hand.
So what happened? Is there a raise? It says
No,
he's
the
first
gun.
to act. Okay.
Wow, and he
Whoa, what?
shoves.
Okay, that's a wild jam.
That is. I think he's over it now, is what it seems like.
He maybe thinks everyone's just folding way too much to his shoves, which may or may not be true.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty wild shove.
And it looks like it's probably going to work out.
Yeah. I think it's just enough to get Trung to fold. If he had 6 blinds or 5 blinds, Trung would definitely call. Or not definitely, Trung would probably call.
Yeah, when you're Trung and you just won the 5s hand, you for sure thinking you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You kind of just want to chill out and not have to take this spot. Does fold. And just like that, Soto up to 10 big blinds.
Man, Trung really sold that walk away. He earned that double. He believed it.
They had already counted out the cash and was verifying it for him.
Yeah. I mean, he was gone. Sometimes you can see people, they're only half-assing it. They don't get to win the pot. I had a guy the other day who he had the 2 overcards on a flip. The flop gave him nothing. He got up, and then the turn brought a flush draw. And he sat back down. I was like, oh, bad choice. And the river's just a brick.
Yeah, he definitely has to be standing up.
Yeah.
3s in the button. This is very interesting with the Trung and the small blind with the 24 bigs. I like more shoves here, actually. Let's go with an open. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I would just open. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the hands reversed. Yeah, I'd probably shove. The problem with opening is that Soto can peel a lot because he's shorter and he has a very easy stack to play post-flop if you peel.
Yeah.
And you don't really want to be opening 3s and a guy peeling.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a disaster if Trung just wakes up with a pair that can call, but there's not many pairs that can call. Even if he has like 6s or something, I think it's probably just folding 7s. I think you could do something interesting like make it 3.5 big blinds or 4 big blinds and fold to a Trung shove, but that may not be the best either. I would lean towards shoving probably there.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, you can get Trung to fold maybe even 9s in this spot. The ICM is so big. Just the fact that Soto and Raja have 10 bigs puts Trung in the spot where his life is so. I mean, it's going to be worth like 70K. Oh, we're going to see an all-in.
Ooh, what is going on here?
We have 9s.
Wow, brutal for Raja. Yeah, I mean, we've just seen Jared small raise in all these spots where it would be close. So I think that's his kind of his plan is to go with a regular size raise in all of these spots. And,
yeah.
And it's gone well so far. People haven't been shoving light over him or anything. He did watch Soto peel that queen 4, so that would make me want to shove the 3s a little bit more.
Yeah.
If he's getting in there that light. Wow. This is brutal for Raja.
Definitely. But, he's been super tight so far in a good way. He's made a lot of pay jumps.
Yeah, he has. Certainly has.
We just saw the 5s get there.
He saw the tournament online, just jumped on a plane, came here to play it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he's going to possibly finish in 4th if he doesn't catch a 9.
That is sweet. What's he getting paid if he busts right now?
67.5.
Wow. I'd take it.
Yep. Can the software engineer from Arlington, Virginia get there? Nope. It's a blank. And good games to him. Shout outs to Kelsey and Remy. He says, miss you and see you soon. Very good. Nice. He's gonna be bringing a really big paycheck home. It's nice for a nice flight.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because he does get, despite being as short as he was, he will get a lot of folds when he shoves the 9s. And then sometimes when he gets called, he's flipping.
Yeah.
All right, now with these stacks, it's Soto's time to get it in.
I mean, he has to take the action to them. He's just got to rip it. I'm so short stacked. I'm guaranteed 3rd. Let me rip it every time if I double up.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I don't know how he folded there.
I mean, I'd fold that one, but
9 deuce.
Yeah, I'd wait for a little better of a hand,
Well,
but I'm not giving up anything pretty good. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to worry about ladders too much anymore. It's possible he folds and Fam busts, but Fam's gonna be pretty careful when he's got 8 blinds.
No, it's a super interesting spot. I think if I'm,
Soto?
if I'm
Jared?
I don't know why I forget.
Fram?
Yeah, well,
Trung.
Trung. If I'm Trung, I'd be more on the side of even folding 10s, jacks to shoves from Ingles in this spot because the pay jump right now is 50K between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
So you can put a lot of pressure if you're Jared here. I'm not even sure if you're calling queens or jacks that often to shoves in a spot like this. I'm not sure what you think.
I think you probably have to call those just because you're opening so wide that if you don't call with those hands, like your opponents just get to take advantage of you by going all in every hand. So you have to have like a line where you say like I'm making a stand so that you just don't go after me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean he's still folding a ton even if he doesn't fold those hands.
Yeah, I Soto is at what, 5 big blinds right now?
Yeah, maybe 6. I mean we'll see in a second. He just posted a blind and a half. He had like 8, so yeah, like 6.5 maybe. Trung's clearly shoving this hand. Soto. Yeah, I mean he's got to fold this one. I think you'd rather be doing the shoving yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
At least you can get it through. Also, I mean this hand's just not good enough to call.
Is considering it. It's always good to consider.
Don't do it.
Yeah, and even the bottom of Trung's shoving range here is not going to be doing bad against a hand like 8-7.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if Trung has like 8-4 offsuit, he's giving him a walk, so.
Yeah.
He is going to call.
Wants to spin it up. I don't blame him. He's in a very, bad position regardless, so.
Yeah.
But 40-60, I mean, practically getting a coin flip here.
Things could certainly be worse.
And an 8. Oh my gosh. What a flop, y'all.
Queen, king, ace.
Always a sweat.
He's due for technically you were ahead. Technically you were ahead. How many outs do I have? 19. 15 times 2. So yeah, 100. I'm way ahead.
Well, that'll do it.
That's Broadway.
That's right on the turn.
That was quick.
Ooh,
well, good game, Soto.
Yeah, I mean, he, really, again, he was able to maneuver to an extra, like, $20,000 there, so really good on him.
Yeah, definitely.
Heads up for $130,000 for already locked up for both players.
That was a big pay jump right there. That was 45 grand.
You want me to move all this down here?
What suit are they going to be in?
No, they're moving up. What seat are they gonna be in? I don't. What seat are they gonna be in? Drew?
Like this is fine. You can reach those easy.
So 8 and so C4 just moving 8. He's not
You want me to go here? Yeah. Cause he's
or
right here.
8 or 7.
Well, we're heads up of the $1 million guaranteed tournament.
You got 3.
We want to thank everybody that's played in the tournament that came out for us. And we have, let me go over our event 1. Event 1 winner here for the South Texas Poker Championship. Edward Standish, one of our dealers here, took down the Monster Tournament, taking home $14,750. Event 2 was the mixed game we had here. John George took that down. Congratulations to Randy Chavez taking down Event 3, $300,000 guarantee. Brett took down the Big O tournament we had here. Congratulations to Ashley King for taking down Event 5, which was the PLO tournament. And then Event 6, again, was our Monster number 2 tournament. Congratulations to Trey Myers. And then the Mystery Bounty tournament, Event 7, Dwayne Carrion. And then Event 9, Event 8 still going on. So we're going to have a winner here very shortly. Event 9 was Walter Rodriguez for taking down Event 9. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, supporting the tournament month. And thanks to all the dealers, all the staff here at Rounders Card Club. They've done an outstanding job. And we just want to thank them, recognize them, the kitchen staff, the bartenders, the waitresses, the dealers, the front desk, the porters. Everybody did an outstanding job. Thank you, guys. We're going to go on break for just a few minutes. We're coming back. We are heads up.
Hey, bro. Hey, you locking us in here? Matt, Tevin. You locking us in here? They bringing the bricks out? They bringing the bricks out?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure. He just the one that he was.
Matt, you still want to wait to switch or no? We'll switch on a break. Or are they gonna give them a break or? I can hear you, man. Could be.
I'll just make it in 3 hands.
I'll die for you.
I'll just get the nuts every hand.
Exactly accurate. He is like that.
All right, thanks for inviting me, guys.
Only Ashley pushed him around so
Yeah.
far.
And he folded immediately.
That's his new thing. He does all of them funny.
Yeah, so Ashley has done a few segments on her channel called Coach's Corner, where Jesse will run through hands as a coach's perspective. He actually, Jesse coached me right before the WSOP, so I can attest he is a great coach.
Yeah, it's awesome because a lot of times you'll meet good players that aren't good coaches, you know?
Yeah, exactly. To be able to teach something is a whole different ballgame than being able to do it well.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
This is the last known photo.
Look at you, John. Looks completely lost.
Oh my God, you look like you got caught in the headlights.
Look at John.
You know, the hard thing is, like you said, in coaching is trying to get your point across that's helping that player understand. Not everybody can teach.
Yeah.
I've done construction for 35 years, and I can do it, but I can't tell you how to do it because it takes too much time.
Definitely.
You know, you have to have the patience, really.
And I get long-winded because I'm like, well, you can't know that part unless I explain this other part. Oh, shit, I gotta explain this other part.
Then you go back.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have told you this first.
So convoluted, yeah.
Look at
This is actually a fun flop with Jack High calling with the 6-5 here because the Jack's not really going to hit Chaz a lot. He's not going to have a ton of Jack pairs, so he probably thinks his 6 and his 5 draws are good. And what a spicy turn. From what we've seen with the fact that Jack High has almost like a full 100% VPIP, we might see that he continues a lot, like no matter what bet sizing Chaz goes for here. And I actually don't blame him because I would definitely be calling another bet here.
Well, also, if you think about it like this, like let's say the 8 comes on the turn, giving Big Daddy the nuts, Jack High improves his draw. So the 8 doesn't really scare him that much.
Yeah.
One NFL game on, and then you have red zone.
Yeah.
No, it's like you're not gonna watch your own.
It is weird.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how Chaz takes this. If he feels like he really has to bluff, or if he's just going to check and give up. Okay, does check and give up. Probably has some experience with him, because I know they played a decent amount. You know, when you know someone's going to barrel down, then,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the chat presented to us. So hello, everybody in the chat. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having fun. Play-Doh Poker, what's up?
That name sounds super familiar.
Yeah, that is Larry. He is in a lot of live streams, super supportive. I actually was watching a Brad Owen vlog from like years ago, like 4 years ago, and I saw him at the top of the comment section.
Oh.
So very, very supportive. And he's in, we're in a hand history lounge. We go over hands together in a cash games group.
Oh, okay.
On Facebook that's run by Andrew Nemi. So shout out to Larry.
Well, that's on YouTube. I'm on my phone. I'm gonna look up Twitch, see what's going on Twitch.
Oh, we're doing a simultaneous stream? Wow.
We're on 4.
Oh.
Facebook and Twitch.
That's technology for you.
These guys know what they're doing.
Huh.
Yeah, it's really cool what Drew has kind of done with the stream, what we've kind of like evolved it from.
Yeah.
It's been really cool to have him here and like doing that.
That's awesome.
Still, you picked the wrong one. You could have picked anyone else. Is not.
Anyone. You could have punched someone else in the face.
Yuchen has Jack 10 suited, probably going to raise here.
Yeah.
Hi, Jack.
Yeah, this is the nuts in Texas for sure.
Yeah, I love that hand.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited is a great hand.
It's the nuts and short deck.
I also love Ace 5 suited.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this is a 3-bet.
I think he's going to be taking a full just call strategy tonight.
Okay.
It seems like he's more on the side of just seeing flops rather than re-raising.
Trying to get aggressive pre-flop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his raises might...
I bet he folds King 5 suited in the big blind.
Yeah, I think it's because of the straddle.
Oh, the straddle, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think he should defend without the straddle. All players going with great hands.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's
Jesse,
a fun flop.
again, has top pair here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were spotting.
I wonder if he ever wants to take the lead here. No, definitely. I'm wondering if he's just 100% checking with the top pairs here, or if he ever takes like a leading range.
I think being in the middle, he check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially as the straddle, you kind of no one knows what you have.
Yeah. No, definitely. I've just been seeing a lot of lately. There's been a lot of like leading.
Wonder what board textures you would lead with.
Yeah.
Because we got Jack High with a gutter here, and Jesse with top pair, and then Yu-Chan has the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Everyone's got a little piece.
Ooh, that's a super interesting turn.
Yeah. Spade. All these hands have been really interesting.
Yeah, it's like every turn has been just like the perfect action card.
I think if I'm Jesse, maybe check for pot control. Or do you bet to protect your hand? Okay.
I'm very interested by this. This sizing, I was thinking he might
small,
lead on a turn like this, but the small bet is a little weird to me. I'm sure he has his reasons, but
guess it would just purely be to build the pot, or maybe, I don't know, see where you're at.
He might just want to take the lead on the turn. Not let Yu-Chan choose a price.
Anything else?
Makes sense.
I haven't. Yeah. I will.
But he gave draws like pretty good odds there. Although he does have a blocker for the flush on both flushes that are drawing.
Break, but it's still a super interesting card when you're getting called multi-way here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you when you're willing to do it, bro.
E4 has a straight.
It does help that the queen of clubs is out there and that he has a 10 of clubs, so there's
exactly.
There's a lot of combos that aren't in there, but then you kind of think, what was my opponent calling with from the small blind there?
This is definitely where Yu-Chan can take the lead here on the river and try and steal this pot. Nope.
Jesse winning the 4 out of the 5 hands that we've
Crushing.
I thought that's standard.
Yeah, I'd love to ask him about why he led small on the turn.
Yeah, I'd love to know the answer to that too.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking he knew he had to fade a lot of cards, right?
True. Maybe
I mean,
like
that 6 is a scare card. Any spade, any club's a scare card. He needs something red. That was probably even an ace gets him. So I don't know what he could think he could fade to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Times 5.
I just gotta catch my flight. We don't have to sleep. Where are you going? In the morning?
Maybe a small bet for because of the reverse implied odds, just folding out air.
200
Yeah.
available.
Yeah, it definitely seems more like
I'm sorry, 200.
400 is
like
available.
a way to kind of take control of the pot. It makes sense though. Like I think the leading I think the call and then lead on the turn is a little weird.
No.
I feel like if I were check calling the flop, I would check call the turn as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, it worked out. He got probably an extra 225 from Jack High that he wouldn't got otherwise. But I'm not sure. And Chaz opening up here with a pretty good hand. I think there was a $100 straddle, re-straddle here. It was a $50 straddle, $100 straddle, and Jesse wakes up with 9s.
Huh.
That's brutal because if Jesse has info on Chaz, he would know Chaz could be on the more aggressive side, but he's still taking a more
Yeah, he hasn't been super aggressive yet.
Yeah, he's definitely, I think he just wants to feel out the table, which makes sense.
Smart.
All right, looks like we're getting back to heads up here of the $1 million guarantee, event number 8. We got Jared and, goodness gracious, JT. What
Trung.
is Trung? Thank you. That's right there. No, it's not up there.
I'm awful with names, but one of my good friends in Vegas, his last name is Trung, so it's very easy for me to remember.
We got a $70,000 difference here. And we got a huge chip lead, right?
Yeah, and both players are accomplished. Actually, our most accomplished players are both of these at the table. So it's cool to see. We'll probably get a really fun heads up because they're actually pretty deep. I think Trung is 30 big blinds deep. So we got 30 big blinds and 64 big blinds deep stacks here.
Wow.
It's going to be a really fun one, actually.
I guess you can call it 2-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're never too bad if you're down and you're only 2-1.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be interesting to see right here because this will just start off. This will create the dynamic right here. Does Jared re-raise here or not? If Jared calls here, which based on his play so far he may do, that means that he's playing a little bit more passive, okay, he 3-bets.
Yeah.
Like a lower variance type of, and we may be in for a long heads up if that's the case. If he re-raises, it means he's ready to go to war. I would certainly re-raise here, but...
Yeah, and possibly what his goal was before was to lower variance. He probably considers himself to be the better player.
Yeah, it's very possible.
You see all the cash on the table. You see the trophy out there.
Ooh.
That's very nice.
Whoa, that's a suitcase full of cash?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
I haven't seen that before, except They actually, if you get to a final table on WorldSeries.com, you done that?
Yeah.
They have like the digital thing of cash. It's not the same.
That's how you know Drew set it up because he's an online player. So
Oh, I
he's
love
seen
it. Drew would know too. He's made a couple final tables in the bracelet events online.
That's awesome.
Actually, Scotty Karate,
Ooh.
our general manager here,
Mhm.
brought out the briefcase, said, hey, you guys want to put the cash in this? And it was a definite yes.
Love
Oh,
it.
that's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like Jared limped in here, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, I definitely like limping strategy. Heads up.
Mm-hmm. Trung's gonna raise. I like a nice little 2 to 2.5 million type of raise. He went a little smaller. It looks like Jared folded. If he's gonna go real small, Jared can peel a lot of hands because he gets that position.
Yeah. No, and we've actually seen both players take smaller sizings. A lot of the times, especially both of them being accomplished, they might believe, oh well, I'm a good player, so I want to keep keep this pot small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the issue with that is when you're out of position, you have a hand that's really vulnerable, like sevens. There's going to be a lot of flops where you're kind of flying blind,
Yeah.
Like, let's say his opponent had peeled with King 4, and the flop's like Jack 10, whatever. You're going to have trouble navigating that board, and you may get bluffed.
Yeah, and there's tons of combinations that have you just in a bad position as well.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see you defend by the 8-5 suited. I mean, 8-5 offsuit. What do you think about that? Considering he didn't call the King 4.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but yeah, I kind of feel like those are... Now, he may think that his opponent's just raising the button a ton, but he's not raising out of the big blind versus a limp very often. That may be fair, but I kind of agree with you that if he's doing one, he might want to do the other. You do want to defend most hands versus a min raise out of the big blind, so I think it's very reasonable to defend that hand, but it's probably the worst one you'd ever want to defend.
Yeah, and I've actually I've seen that a lot of just solver play or like even just players in general like to use hands like King 2 to King 5 as 3-bet 4-bet shoves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, card off the table.
Do you think
Oh,
that's like
no.
unreasonable
Man
in
down.
that spot with 30 bigs or
What?
just like a shove with the King 4 for example?
Yeah, I think that's not the one you want to be shoving.
Yeah.
Especially over a like maybe you could go like ace 4 occasionally.
Okay.
But it's kind of when you play heads up, like you get to this it's like 20 blinds deep you can find more of these lighter limp jams. But when you get to 30, you start to be a little bit more careful. It's a lot of blinds to be putting in there.
What about like non all in 4-bet 3-bet? Could you
Yeah,
take hands
no,
like
that seems like a great type of hand for that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's got a blocker. Your opponent's probably playing a little closer to a shove or fold strategy when you 3-bet in position and they're out of position. So having a blocker versus having like a more playable hand seems really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do with it if I was going to re-raise. Use the non-all-in. It's funny that they're establishing this different strategy where one's min raising on the button and one's 3-betting. I feel like both have their merits, and it's just kind of how their opponents play back at either one.
Super interesting flop here. I guess Jared just folds a lot, but with the 5 blocker, do you ever, continue with the over?
Yeah, I think it would be nice to have a heart in your hand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah. I think he's just going to...
That just folds.
Oh, wait, did Trung limp this hand? Or he raised?
I believe he raised.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd really want to have a heart in my hand to check raise, but that hasn't stopped me in the past from just deciding I'm going to. I wouldn't call if I was continuing. I would always raise or fold that hand. Just seems pretty weak to be calling with.
Raise.
Okay, so Jared is raising sometimes, but then he's also limping sometimes.
I would have liked to seen it limp with the ace queen. I don't know, at least with the strategy that he's done so far. But
yeah, or I think if I raise, like if you're trying to do both, I might raise a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like you're kind of saying like, okay, some of my stronger hands are raising sometimes.
Yeah.
And if you're saying my stronger hands are raising, you can afford to go a little bit larger with them.
What do you think overall about just like an overall limp fold strategy? Because we haven't seen too many, so I guess it's hard to say for now. But just like taking the king four and other spots that have kind of been like with the king queen suited, you know, he used a bigger sizing.
Yeah.
Do you think if if he was to see just the stream like in time, you think he might adjust to those sizing, to those limps, or are they just like?
I think on 30, like you want to be limping a lot if your opponent's really tough.
Yeah.
So I think Chung's, you know, so far like his response to it's been quite good. If you do see your opponent limping a lot and then you see a couple hands where he has ace queen, he raises, I'd start to get the feeling like maybe his limps are just weaker.
Yeah.
And you know, then you can really start punishing it a lot. I think like the shorter you are, the more limping is a really important good thing to do. Heads up, and the deeper you are, the less it matters, the more you want to be raising or folding. So like 30 is kind of the range where I think like you want to mix it up a little bit, or it's good to mix it up. And then when you get down to like 20 blinds, you want to be mostly limping, from what I understand. And like when you get deeper, you want to be mostly raising. And so, you know, you could make arguments that even at 20, like against some opponents, it's just better to raise. But
it's easy when you get pocket kings heads up.
It's really
four,
nice to see pocket kings.
But 4 or 5 did crack kings last time.
Yeah.
Chung had them.
Surely you can't do it twice, right?
It's a great hand. It's a great hand to have just when you're this deep, for sure.
Yeah, this is actually, you're much happier calling. I mean, I guess this is kind of obvious, but you're much happier calling with this hand than the 8-5 offsuit. It just plays a little bit nicer.
What a flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really like this flop of kings, actually.
I feel like you can either go small on the flop or and maybe go small for 3 streets, or you could kind of like check back and then go big for 2 streets.
Yeah.
It's a little bit about how you think your opponent plays. I think it's a little more believable that you could have bluffs if you do the small bet, small bet, small bet.
Yeah.
Whereas like when you check back and then you bet twice, I would tend to think that you have something a lot, because people don't check back this board with like 6-high very often.
Yeah.
They just sort of see bet and try to win the pot.
And having the king of spades is somewhat important, right? In that he can have the king spades, you know, he can have king 10 of spades, king jack of spades type hands.
Yeah.
Or even like king 8, king 5 spades. So I think that's going to allow Trung to definitely call on this turn. I like the sizing, the 650.
Yeah, I think Trung probably thinks something's up when his opponent checks back on the flop.
Yeah.
And he's not thrilled about it, but it's such a good price that he's just going to put in, you know, the little over 1 big blind and see what happens. So this check back has already made 650 more because we know Trung's folding the flop. Or we don't know, but we're pretty sure Trung's folding the flop.
Yeah. Yeah. And that sizing is just like too value-y for sure.
Trung just snap folds.
Snap fold. A good snap fold.
I mean, it's kind of like what do you have here? Like, are you really checking back like a king high and then deciding to bluff 2 streets with it or whatever? That doesn't really make sense. Are you really checking back like 9-10 or something like that on the flop instead of just trying to win the pot? So yeah, I mean, I think Chung's fold there is really nice.
Ooh, and Trung's gonna wake up with the ace queen suited here, but Jared with the 6-2 off. Now, what we could see, and this is actually a really big thing, especially because they're so deep, is like that fatigue, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard to play perfectly, especially for how much money. And when you see that money in front of you, you know, that might be even scary. You're like, oh, that's what I'm playing for? Like, you know, the trophy, the money.
Yeah. For sure.
Looking back at, like, your main event run, how tired were you, like, by the end of...
Oh, man, I was exhausted. The thing was so that the first 7 days of the tournament before you make the final table, I was exhausted by day 3 or 4. I was just, it was by far, I mean, it was so far and away the biggest spot of my life, starting to get deep in that. And I had so much adrenaline running, I was having trouble sleeping every night.
Yeah.
So we make the final 7, and, or final 9, I mean, on day 7. And I finally get to rest or whatever, and we get our 3 months off. Thank you. We get our 3 months off, and I get to rest. I come back like refreshed. I'm super psyched to play. And then we play the first day. We take like 4 hours to get from 9 down to 3 players.
Yeah.
And then the second night we just play for like 14 hours, 3-handed. So I was exhausted.
Yeah, I
by
can
the time
imagine.
we got heads up. It was 7 a.m. or something when we ended. But I'm just so like pumped up off adrenaline that I didn't even realize how much time had gone by.
Oh, that's great. In a
Yeah, so at some point my family's like, "Hey, are you hungry? Like, you want to eat something?" I was like, "No, I ate before we started." Like, that was 12 hours.
That's crazy. I can't imagine the adrenaline then. And both of these players have over $1 million in earnings apparently, so that actually adds a lot. Apparently, Jared just won a circuit main event like last month or so.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
He's on fire. Huh?
It's definitely massive to have already been here.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it takes so much of the edge off or whatever. You kind of see it in certain players too, like.
Yeah, because if you've never been here, you're playing for this kind of money, and you've never been in this environment yet. Your heart is racing.
Yeah.
Your inside is, don't make a mistake, don't call off, and then you might not play as well as you could have.
I feel like there's almost a little syndrome that a lot of us get when you make your first big final table, where it's like the just happy to be here syndrome, where a lot of people end up getting second because they make their way into heads up and they're just so psyched that they've locked up all that money, and it's almost, you get a little reckless or something like that. You do see a lot of people in their first deep run get third or second. Oh, that's brutal.
Luckily, he only has the queen, but it is heads up.
Yeah, just a rough card.
From what we've seen, though, I definitely could see him getting away from this.
Yeah, he makes an easy fold there.
Well, not too easy, actually. Heads up, the queen 5 is definitely going to want to call just because Trung's going to have a lot of bluffs heads up, especially with the 2 flush draws. It's actually a really good fold from him, but I definitely wouldn't fault a call there. You can see he's yawning now, so he is a little tired. Stretching, yawning.
He ordered some coffee. Where's it at? Ace King of Hearts versus Jack 5 of Diamonds.
Yeah, and the Jack 5, depending on sizing, is definitely going to want to defend here. Does call min raise. Ooh, and Jack high board. He also has a backdoor straight draw. We have backdoor hearts for Jared. Does continuation bet. I don't blame him. I think this board definitely hits Trung a lot more. Interesting turn. If you're Trung, you're kind of happy, kind of sad about this turn. I think there's going to be a lot of nines in Jared's bet here. But you do pick up open-ended. So if you are against something like Jack Queen, you feel a lot stronger. He's actually going to lead out on this turn. Very interesting play. I think this is pretty cool. He is going to get a lot of folds from hands that would have bluffed, like possibly Ace-King, but I think Ace-King would probably check back on the turn anyway.
Yeah, and try and catch up on the river, hoping he makes a pair.
Yeah, and it's good quick fold by Jared. Yeah, Jared might still be a farmer, though. I really hope he's a farmer. I'll have to ask him.
The chip counts are getting closer.
Maybe he just owns a lot of land, and that's the kind of farmer he is.
Well, if he's making these kind of final tables of money, he can buy it for sure.
Well, from what I understand, apparently farmers do have a lot of money, and Trunk's going to have the ace. Not that I know anything about farming. But those rigs, I mean, I know apparently some of them can cost like somewhere in the $250,000, right? Like the big rigs they use to like
farming,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, super interesting flop here with the ace of clubs too. I believe he just limped in. Yeah, he did just limp in. Gets let into. The ace of clubs definitely going to want to continue with here. You know, you're still beating a lot of hands like 5-4, etc.
Perfect turn card, right?
Yeah. Now the problem is that the most obvious lead bluff is 5-4, and then hands like 6-3, and then maybe some hands like 8-9. Some hands that just contain a 9. So there's still a decent amount of bluffs, and that's going to kill all action for sure. Now you're just losing way too much with the ace-deuce. Now if he goes for like a check and then hopes that Trung bets, which, you know, with a lot of missed flush draws you might see it, is going to lead out.
That was a big bet too. Just over pot size.
Yeah, I like that. I think you could even go bigger just because if Trung does have a 5, he's not folding to almost any size. You might even want to bet like 2 or 3 times the pot. You know Trung doesn't have 9-10 because he would have bet the turn, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of have the nuts, and you got a really nice. You have the nuts at a really nice time where if your opponent has the straight as well, you're just getting paid off.
Yeah, and there's some combinations of straights there, like ace-5 offsuit with the ace of clubs that are going to be continuing. Mm-hmm. And a lot of those hands, I mean, you might even see a re-raise on the river there. But it's been a super close one. I mean, this can go either way, really. I think both players have shown that they're very capable. Yeah, and I like the defend here with 8-4 suited. Where is the bottom of your defending range in this spot if you're in the big blind?
I mean, I don't think I'm folding any suited hands.
Okay.
And probably something like 10-6 off. So maybe I'd fold like the 10-5 off suits. And I think 8-5 off was like a nice line. But if my opponent goes more than, that min-raise size, maybe I start folding more hands. If my opponent's extremely tight, maybe I start, or pretty tight, maybe start folding some hands. This is a good one for Jared to bluff. Oh, he made us flush. Never mind.
It is a good one to bluff, though. This is a great card to bluff if it wasn't a flush.
Yeah.
So.
Wow, that was quite the. I'm pretty sure Jared made that peeled on the flop in order to bluff, and then he just sort of found a flush.
Yeah, and I think this gets looked up a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, probably should. It's it's tricky. There's not a lot of floats that don't make a pair by the river.
Well, he led on the turn. That's the only reason I would.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but he check called flop, right?
Believe it went check.
Oh, if that's the case, I got this hand all wrong.
But other than that, I know he led on the turn. I believe flop went check, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. If Jared check called the flop, then by the river, it's somewhat hard for him to have a bluff because every gut shot made a pair, or made their gut shot.
Yeah.
Every straight draw made a pair or made a straight. So you don't see people bluffing when they make the pair a lot, and yeah, it's really hard to find like a nice pure bluff there. Like maybe he check called something like queen 6 or queen 7 suited and then just like led twice, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, the only reason I would ever think bluff is because of the lead on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
It feels more on like the 8-10, 10 queen type range, but
well, if it went check on the flop, then he's like going to show up with a lot of those, right? And that's so
it's funny how little things like that completely change.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously action's always going to change. This is a big raise for the 5-3 offsuit.
I kind of like this. He's going big, and he's decided he's going to do with some of his worst hands and some of his best hands.
Yeah, I definitely like that too. It's just now, he's going to take his showdown value.
I probably would have just bet the flop.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to play on future streets out of position. But I think there's merit to checking.
I would think like 1.8 on the flop by the 5-3.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go very big. Man. Jared may want to bluff here. I think that this is probably one of the worst hands that gets to the river.
Yeah. Wow.
A lot of the hands worse than 8 high would have folded before the flop. So
yeah.
Usually when I have my nut lows, I like to bluff with them.
Super interesting. It kind of like shows where you're going to see the rest of the game go in terms of like how they're going to play, because the fact that there was no c-bet and it just pretty much both of them snap checked.
Yeah.
Is like
Trung looks comfortable. Like, oh, I can raise with 5-3, and then if I make bottom pair, I can just check it down and win. That's a nice feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, it's a little bit of a scary board to bluff because it should hit Trung's raising range a lot, but it's a good example of like you kind of want to always find some bluffs in any given situation, because if you don't, your opponent might just be checking down the bottom pair.
Yeah, definitely. And you're just giving him free showdown every time.
Yeah. And
it seems on the most part that Jared is he hasn't really had many bluffs from what we've seen, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Which could be the fact that, Trung's getting a little bit of like momentum here.
Mm-hmm.
That it might start swinging in his favor, that he has been shown to be able to actually like take those spots a little more often.
Yeah. For sure. He's I definitely think he's feeling a little more comfortable, the fact that he played that hand that way. Comfortable with like how his opponent plays and his kind of like his grip on how his opponent plays.
I'm going to take a quick second here.
Trung raises this one, but a really small size. This is kind of wild. I don't normally do this. But he is kind of taking initiative, I suppose, at a cheap price. And if you are going to do this, he has sort of the hand that you would want to do it with.
Well, he definitely doesn't want to catch a queen, does he?
He definitely does not want to catch a queen.
But his queen high is good right now.
Yeah. Oof.
Gosh.
Wow. These are going Trung's way so far. I would have been very interested in what happened if the turn was a blank. Like, does Trung give up? Does Trung bet again? If Trung bets again, does Jared call again and float again and then maybe bluff river? But with this being the turn card, it's likely going to go bet, and then Jared makes a tough decision. Jared may call one. Small bet, so Jared probably calls one here with top pair, and then figures out what to do on the river.
A 7 would be a bad card for Jared. Because then there's a straight on the board.
Yeah, that would be real bad. He'd probably feel somewhat obligated. Oh, that's a bad card, too. Whether or not Trung actually ever bets 2 pair for 3 streets, even small, is anyone's guess. But beating a lot of the 2 pairs makes you a little more excited to call a smaller bet, I would say. Now, Trung bet's big. Yeah, Trung bet big. Okay, so Trung is saying I have probably not a lot of 2 pairs. He's saying I have a straight most of the time, right? So at least the 3 doesn't change that much. It may still make Jared feel obligated to pay him off, but the other thing here is like Jared called the flop and turn, which he's doing with a ton of hands that have a queen in it himself. So Jared's probably sitting here thinking, okay, hold up. I can have a queen a lot. Why are you just betting big into me? And he finds folds. Yeah, that's really nice.
That's a great fold.
Yeah. Like, unless you have a queen, like, why are you just betting into me when, you know, it's somewhat likely that I have a queen or a 7 even.
They're about even in chips now.
Yeah. Yeah, this heads-up match has been all Trung so far. And to be fair to Jared, like, Trung has hit the deck way harder than Jared has. It's always sick when you have somebody do all the dirty work leading up to the heads-up match, and then you just run hot in the heads-up match, and you get to win the tournament.
Well, you always want to run good late, that's for sure,
that's
right?
super important. Honestly, you kind of want to run good everywhere in the tournaments. It's like...
Well, you got here, so you had to run pretty good.
Exactly. Like, it's actually sick that when you think about it, you just need to run hot for 2 days straight, or 3 days straight in this one. No, I mean, you can run bad in a couple hands, but you can't run bad for too long.
Remember, he had 5-4 hearts beat pocket king, so.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, this is a nice flop, too.
Top pair with a backdoor flush draw.
Jared likes leading out on these small card boards, which makes some sense. They are good boards for the guy who checked the big blind. He's going to have a lot of small cards. I tend to do it a little more when the board's a little connected, so I can have more of like all the straights and stuff, but it's a really bad card for Jared because now he's just going to have to fold versus Trung's bet. Oh, Trung checks. Wow. Okay, now we get to see if Jared bluffs, because if he's ever going to bluff with a hand, okay, he does. It's this hand. He bluffs really small. I think Trung's only thinking about raising here. He certainly can't be thinking about... Yep, and he raises. He's certainly never folding for like a quarter pot when everything messes.
Wow. New chip leader.
Wow. Trung has just won nearly every pot so far.
Yeah, he's not missing a hand.
Yeah.
Ethan's back.
All right, back y'all. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, like I was saying, that momentum's really big, but also I feel like overall, Trung has been taking really good spots. I thought that Jack 3 fold was really good.
Yeah.
But Trung has definitely taken like a lot of good bluff spots, good opportunities, really like taking advantage. You know, you can run hot, but you can run hot and not take advantage of it, and I feel like he's taken advantage of it in the spots that he has run hot.
For sure. Yeah, I've liked his play so far, for sure. I think, like, anything he did outside of what I might do, like, as my standard, was probably a good adjustment.
Well, guys, you guys are watching the heads-up match between Jared and Trung of the $1 Million Guaranteed Tournament. It ended up being little over 1.1 million, and so the payout is first place is 200,000, second place would be 130,000. The chip stacks are almost even. Trung has taken the lead on the final table. Heads up.
And both players, I mean, taking home a really big score. I'm sure both of them are happy.
Yeah.
Ooh, and we got a big sizing. Well, a little bigger. Do you like the sizing? Would you go smaller, bigger?
I'd go bigger. The big blind's 600 now, so like if I'm raising, I'm probably going like between like 2.1 and 2.4 at least, maybe even bigger than that.
Yeah, because you're letting 4-3 see a flop, very cheap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Strong raising. Wow.
And
he is
healthy
going
big,
for it.
Big raise.
Wait. Oh, it's 6.6. Wow. See, this is the spot where I'd want to do it with the King 4, maybe not the 4-3.
Yeah.
But I think just doing it in general is kind of nice. Like, a lot of people don't find any bluffs here.
Yeah, and he hasn't done this yet. We've seen him limp some strong hands, so that's probably what Jared's thinking. But, you know, you also don't really, like, love putting it in with King 10 here.
The thing is, for Jared, I really feel like if he's going to call, he may just want to shove. If he feels like Trung is doing this with some weak hands,
yeah,
then it probably behooves him to just put it in and get some folds. Whereas, like, if he calls, it's going to be nearly a third of his stack, and he's asking to hit the flop or something, and that's, you know, he misses the flop a lot.
Definitely.
But it's kind of rare that people find the shove here because it's a unique spot. He hasn't seen Trung limp raise yet at all. It looks kind of scary. I think a lot of people who limp raise are generally pretty strong. And it feels kind of silly to...
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, he
Look
ripped
at
it.
this.
Nice job.
Great move.
Nice job. He said enough was enough.
Yeah, that's a big pot, too.
That was, yeah. Yeah,
11
absolutely.
bigs.
10 big blind swing.
Yeah.
Or 11, yeah, 11 big blind swing.
He had to be thinking the same thing he thought. He's never limping with a premium hand.
Yeah, maybe.
Trying to trap me.
Yeah.
He just wants to see a flop.
Yeah.
Now he check raises me? Or limp raises?
Yeah. Yeah, that's very possible. He's like, yo, you've been raising a lot. You're trying to tell me you're just randomly limping in with a good hand now when like, it would be very conceivable for you to have a good hand when you raise. It's kind of like, I mean, some people are strong when they do this, but sometimes people will be like raising 4 big blinds every hand, you know, and then all of a sudden they raise like 3 big blinds, and you're like, wait, why wouldn't you make it 4 if you had aces? It's like, it's what you've been doing anyways.
Yeah, and Trung defending 5 deuce offsuit here. Maybe, you know, partly because of what just happened. Does flop a gutter. Leads out. What do you think about that?
I don't really do any leading on this board, but I could see arguments for it.
Hey, nice to see you in the chat, Brian. You played really well. Hope the score was good for you, but thanks for joining up.
If I was Jared, I might consider raising that flop. I'd really like to, like, I think peeling's fine too, but I would expect my opponent to have not the strongest hand when he leads on a board like that, and I would like to kind of punish him for doing that.
Yeah.
That said, his hand has some showdown value, and it's he certainly knew that. He went right to showdown with it.
Yeah.
Nope, I won.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
surprised.
no. This is my second pot of the heads-up match. I will be taking it. Don't ship it to him.
I'm surprised with the lead that he doesn't still try on the river, since you're just showing up with you have the worst possible hand you can have on the river.
Yeah.
I feel like I thought he was going to go big, and I actually thought he might get looked up by King High.
Yeah.
But I think I would have liked to see a big bet on the river, even if it does get looked up. I'm not sure what you think.
No, I feel the same way. I always tend to take like the worst hands you could ever show up with and bluff with them.
Yeah.
Partially so I always have bluffs, but also partially because they can't win. You can't win with 5 high on the river.
No.
The ace is a really bad card though, and I don't blame him for not bluffing that card, because when your opponent just calls the flop, checks back the turn, it really looks like they have ace high.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They could have a pair of 3s or something that they peel the flop with. They might even have a 6, but some of those hands might bet turn sometimes. The ace is pretty bad. So I would, if I were to not bluff on a card at all, it would be that card. If I were to bluff at all, I would certainly bluff with the 5 high.
Yeah.
But yeah, a nice trick is to just, anytime you have the worst hand that you can get to the river with, it's a good hand to bluff with.
8 high board can be very dangerous right now.
Man, how about 9-7-5?
Yeah, that'd be a fun one. 9-7-5 all diamonds.
All diamonds?
All diamonds. Oh, and we get a quick fold from the 8-6. Interesting. I don't think that he's used such a large sizing as he just did in terms of trunk side. I feel like with the 9s you might want to go, like, he went 2.6. I might have liked like 2.2. What do you think? I'm not sure if it makes too much of a difference, but
yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind that size, but if you are going to pick a bunch of different sizes, I might go a little bit on the smaller side with 9s.
Yeah.
To keep in some of the really dominated hands. I think, oh wow, he picks up aces now. I think we saw Trung, I'm trying to remember, but I feel like we saw Trung raise on the bigger side one other time, and I think he had a good hand then too, so that might be something to pick up on if you're Jared.
And they've both kind of done that, actually.
Oh, he limps in with the aces. Okay.
I like this limp a lot.
So he was like, oh man, like I didn't get any credit with my last limp raise, so now I'm going to have a real limp raise. But unfortunately, Jared had a check, so he's like, well, that's not great.
Yeah, and a 5 or a queen would be good, yeah.
He checks back flop, gets rewarded with his opponent pairing up. Jared's definitely going to check call here.
And it could definitely look like a stab. I mean, he's going to be doing this with 6-7, 8-6.
Who, Trung?
Yeah.
Yeah. The question becomes, does he actually check back flop with those hands, though?
That's true.
That's always a big. Oh, he goes massive.
I like this.
If I was Jared, I would be so skeptical that he has bluffs here. Like, what are you checking back on 9-4-4? I mean, you could check back some weak hands, but I question how often people actually do it.
Yeah.
When it's so easy to just c-bet and take it down.
Yeah, especially when he led with the 5-2 on the Queen 6-3 board.
Yeah.
When he's like taking stabs like that, he would take a lot wider stabs on the flop, on this kind of flop.
Mm-hmm. I think he's gonna call though.
Yeah, I mean he could still be doing this with ace high, right? I mean, no, you want to take your ace high
you
to
would just showdown.
Yeah, you would just go to showdown.
I honestly feel like it's possible that Trung has like no bluffs when he does this.
Yeah.
But that said, I could be completely wrong. This is just a very...
The 10 does complete a lot of bluffs that would be betting the turn. Like Jack 10 type hands that might, but I feel like they're all still betting the flop.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't see too many bluffs either.
Jared's seen a lot of stuff and he wants to look them up, but nice
Wow.
fold. Good job.
He's made some really disciplined folds.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the more you think about it, there really is not many bluffs in the range.
I mean, if he's checking back some of the hands you mentioned, then he has a lot of bluffs, right? But it's like, I don't know. I feel like when it's 9-4-4 and somebody has an air ball, they just bet and go for it. It's so easy to just win the pot versus most of your opponent's hands.
Well, I feel like we haven't seen too many triple barrels off of either player. I think it's mostly been like either bet, check, bet, or like bet, check, check, or like check, 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 versus like, I don't know, like bet, bet, bet line.
Yeah. It's so frustrating too when your opponent takes a line that like doesn't look like a bluff and isn't a bluff, and you catch up on the turn, then you pay him off. Like you're just so mad at yourself.
Yeah.
Raise.
Yep. Look at this medium strength hand. Well, it's a good hand, but he went a little bigger this time than the 1300, but he went with a smaller size. It's like that's something I would definitely try to like pick up on and pay a lot of attention to.
So are you ever folding the 6-3 in the small blind, just saying I only want to put in the extra 300,000?
Yeah, I think it'd be fine to just
let's
fold.
just go.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I think it would be like my standard would be to just fold it. But if you're limping a ton, you could get away with limping 6-3.
And they both, I mean, you know, they're playing for a lot of money, so there's a lot of like, it's actually really impressive the way that they've been playing. You wouldn't guess that they're playing for 200K, you know? I feel like they've both been really composed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting flop.
This could be a big pot.
Definitely.
Depends on whether or not. Yeah, Jared raises, so I think it might just be over or very close to over. But if Jared had just called Trung peels. Okay, Trung peels. If Jared had just called, there's a chance Trung just like fires off a bunch of barrels.
Yeah, I'm curious what this raise is trying to accomplish.
I assume it's just to like take initiative so that Trung can't just bet the flop and then check back turn, and you know what I mean.
But then he also checks the turn, you know.
That's kind of interesting. Unfortunately, he's probably going to bet, but if he checked this river, it would be pretty nice versus Trung's actual hand. Because Trung is not calling the river, but he may bluff if check too. It's just so hard to check the river again when your opponents check back that quickly. You just feel like he's never betting himself, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're check raising flop, you probably just continue on the turn.
Yeah, I definitely would be cool with the check raise if he goes like somewhat bigger sizing on the turn, targeting like flush draws and like ace queen,
yep,
or even like ace king, which was probably gonna raise you on the flop anyway when you raise, but maybe like hands like king jack that might just call, hoping that you barrel the turn. Well, not putting you on king 10 obviously, but
yeah,
I'm curious what you think. He kind of just gave a lot of equity to like hands like 8-7, even like queen deuce.
Yeah, it would be nice to.
If you were to bet the turn, what sizing would you think you would use? Like, you think you go on the bigger side after check raising?
Yeah, probably. You're kind of representing a very strong hand, and there's a decent amount of draws on the board, so you probably want to be sizing quite large.
Yeah.
With your king 10s and your queen jacks and stuff like that. I think that if you were going to do sort of like a check raise, check turn line, it would be something like King Jack. Something like that that covers some of the draws and doesn't really want to put in 3 streets anyways.
Yeah. And what do you think about this lead by Trung? We've seen him do this with, showdown a lot. I mean, in this case, he has top pair, but he's done this with a lot of like the 5-2, 5-8 type hands.
Wait, what did he do? He led?
Yeah, he led for a big blind on this.
Oh, interesting.
And then he's leading again for another 600K.
Yeah, this may be a product of he got looked up last time. He was light, so now he just thinks this is a good way to get paid off. So it's like kind of a dynamic of what's going on type of thing.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, there's a lot of merit to that for sure.
Interesting, still leading on this river. I guess you're hoping to get paid off by like ace-5?
Yeah. You probably, I mean, your opponent doesn't have very many jacks.
Yeah.
He just probably has ace-jack. Because it's not like he's calling 2 streets with queen-jack. Probably not king-jack. If he does have a jack, it's like 2 pair. Like jack-4, jack-5. But you could certainly get looked up by worse, like just king-5 or whatever that doesn't believe it.
So you don't think like maybe like queen-jack is calling the blind on the flop and the blind on the turn? Like maybe priced in on the turn still?
I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but even if it was, I think he pretty much snap called the turn, right? So
yeah.
I think it would at least need to think about it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I would imagine that he's not calling turn with queen jack. He's probably calling flop because the hand's got a lot of equity.
Wow, and 6 deuce flopping, but that
is nice.
Jared does have a couple backdoors here. I'm curious. He probably won't continue, but
yeah, imagine he just folds. This is probably slightly frustrating for Trung because he has hit a lot of hands.
Yeah.
And he hasn't made a ton of chips to show for it. He's definitely up from where he started, but he's had a lot of his opponent just folding or calling like one very small street and folding, and that's never that fun because you can't just hit hands forever.
Well, looking back when he was looking for that 2 out or 5.
Yeah, he's come a long way.
Place. Yeah.
For sure.
It's funny in poker, we always think about like when we got unlucky, when we lost.
Yeah.
And almost never think about how we even got to that point. You know?
Right.
Who was I? Maybe it was Nikki that I was talking to about this the other day. It was somebody. Me and somebody were talking about this the other day where the best thing to keep in mind in a tournament is when you've had a lot of chips and you lose a bunch of them. Let's say there's like 15 left in a tournament and you were chip leader and now you're like second to last in chips.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to keep in mind that 90% of the time you're out of the tournament already and you're jealous of the person who's second to last in chips because they still have equity in the tournament. That always helps me out a little bit when I go on like a big swing, but I'm still in the tournament.
No, for sure. I mean, a lot of times you get out of the tournament, you're like, I wish I was still in it, for sure. But then when you're chip leading, I mean, I'm sure, you get really annoyed when you lose pots. You're like, dang, I'm only like average stack now. And it's like, I actually think about a lot when I'm chip leading, I'm losing. I'm like, if I was at 25K and I got a double up, I would still not even have, or for example, if I was short stack, I got a double up and still not have average, I'm going to be super happy that I doubled up. So it's weird, that dynamic,
Yeah, for sure.
But I like that way that you can put it in and actually like make yourself not kind of tilt off in that way.
Yeah. There was a great tweet a bunch of years ago where this guy, I forget who it was, he said perspective in tournaments is so weird. He goes, I went from 1.2 million to 600,000 and wanted to kill myself. He's like, it's an hour later and I would literally do terrible things to have 600,000 again. Jared is putting in a 3-bet. Not a huge one, but it's probably going to get through.
I'm actually surprised to not see continuation by the 10-7. What do you think?
I think it's a little bit weak, and Jared has 3-bet once so far, and he had king queen suited.
Yeah.
So I would assume that his 3-bets are pretty strong in general.
Yeah,
And
that makes sense.
but he was getting. It looked like it was like 6 blinds, so he's getting a decent price. I probably wouldn't fold 10. I think 10-8 offsuit would be pretty close. 10-9 is probably a call given the price.
It was an open 3-bet, yeah. Yeah, it just felt so small. Was the main thing for me for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the exact size, so I'm not sure. I mean, it could have been small enough that you should call everything. It was one of the worst hands he raises, so it's never too bad to fold it.
And another nice pickup.
Oh, Jerry got the limp raise in.
Yeah.
They're almost back to where they started. The blinds have gone up, so Trung's made a little progress, but they're nearly back to where they started.
Yeah, and you can see like that can be a dynamic shift, and that maybe we're going to start seeing more limp strategy. Not that Jared already has been doing a lot of limp strategy, but as Trung gets shorter, limp strategy can definitely be a lot stronger.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And both of them have really good hands here. This is very interesting because this one can be big for sure. We've seen Jared take a little, less variance lines, so maybe he just calls.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You ever raise here at Jack 10 or has too much equity post flop?
I think I just call. Ooh. Oh, this is. Man, Trung is definitely running good on these flops so far. This is a particularly rough one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just call it Jack 10. It's like, in my mind, it's still a very middling hand, which is a nice hand to call with.
Wow, and he plays it fast.
Yeah.
Now, if you're Trung, what do you do?
Not just fast, in the sense that he raised, but he did it very quick.
Yeah.
I think if I'm Trung, I am mostly just calling and getting it in on a safe turn. But if you were to 3-bet and get it in, I think that's very reasonable. It might be the best option. If you're going to call here, I think you wait for a turn blank and you just pile the money in. That's certainly not a turn blank. That's actually a very awkward card
for both players.
Yeah. Now Jared checks very quickly, and I would take this as I might bet quarter pot or something like that. But I think check is very reasonable. I just I may take that as wow. So Jared's gonna get away pretty cheap.
That's really cheap. This definitely could have been a stack situation.
Yeah. Yeah, if the turn was like a deuce, I think Jared's betting again. I think Trung's shoving, and I don't think Jared's finding a fold.
And that might be a little bit of, again, endurance. Both of them are kind of getting tired. You can see how fast they want to just check and how fast they want to bet.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I've had some heads-up matches versus people who are play pretty quickly, and I've had heads-up matches versus people who play very slowly. And, man, it feels good to just make an agreement to both play fairly quickly.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah, you gotta hate the guy that's just taking time every time to make a decision.
Yeah.
It just wears you out.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's a tactic, though,
Yeah, for sure. There are people, too, who are aware that they're the worst of the two heads-up players, and they play very slow because it behooves them to have the blinds get higher and higher. And that's always frustrating because not only are you dealing with them tanking, but you know why they're doing it, and you're like... I played heads-up with a guy who... Maybe he thought I was the better of the two, but he could have very well have been the better of the two of us. And he was playing really slow, and I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
It was like, I almost said to him at one point, you probably want to be playing faster.
And they're actually even in stacks now, just after a couple hands.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, they did put in 8 blinds in that pot, so that's almost a 10-blind swing.
And you guys can see the case there. They're playing for $200,000. So don't fault them for being slow. Ace King. Quick call again. I mean, I think their timing tells have been a little weird, but
Yeah, I mean, you could tell which ones are very easy calls and which ones are close. That's for sure.
wow, another 10 high board.
Don't mind this check. That is quite the card.
Yeah, you can kind of see the time that he's taking to bet on this on the turn. Actually, was pretty close to flop.
Mm-hmm. Jared really just has one option here.
Yeah.
I don't think you can. I mean, theoretically, you can never fold, but I will say, man, this does look like an ace high a lot when he snap checks back the flop and bets the turn happily.
Whoa. He's going for a big sizing. Oh, no. Looked a lot bigger the way he grabbed him.
But Jared snap calls.
Wow.
You can't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, he has a pretty good hand for the situation. Like, it would be exploitable to fold.
You think he can turn his hand into a bluff, or the 10 is too strong?
If you were ever considering folding the river, I would consider bluffing with this one because it's a really nice bluff to have.
Yeah, the 8's definitely a really good card to have in that spot.
It's a little optimistic to hope that your opponent thinks you would have checked and called the turn with 8-5 or 8-9.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, you probably either bet the turn or check raise or do something different. You know what I mean? Or fold. Like, they're both gut shots. They have no showdown value. So
I was thinking more on the line like 5-3, and you're also blocking 2 pairs.
wouldn't you just bet though? Oh wait, yeah, 5-3 is just a straight shot on the turn. I think you just.
It was open-ended on the flop, and then.
Yeah, I feel like you might just bet or check raise.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it feels like a good combo to bluff with, but at the same time, you actually probably don't have any of those straights.
Yeah.
So that was an issue I had with that king queen hand I played the other night, where I got to the river on like king queen 9-10-9 was. I don't really have any full houses, so bluffing there was less of an option.
Yeah, I was curious when I was watching that if you were gonna bluff.
Yeah, I like thinking about it, I was like, man, I don't really have very many full houses. Like, I might have like king 9, but I don't really play any other full houses this way. I could still probably bluff.
Clean run out for the 10. Well, it doesn't look like a clean run out, but the way they've been playing, yeah, I think it's just gonna check.
Nice one. That was a big hit for Jared, that last hand. That was, I mean, every time you lose 10 blinds, your opponent wins 10 blinds. Like, the stack shift really hard.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Trung almost had a 2-1 lead. Now he's almost getting close to a 2-1 lead. I mean, sorry, he had a 2-1 deficit. Now he has almost a 2-1 lead.
Yeah.
That's worth a lot of money, as we were saying. Sometimes the blinds, just ICM wise, I mean, they're pretty much playing like a 500, 1,000 game right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe bigger. But it seems like even they probably both play some pretty big cash games if they have some good wins.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these guys definitely have pretty solid fundamentals. They seem like when they were deeper, they seem to navigate pretty well. It feels like they probably have some experience in that arena. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely like having both good cash game and tournament expertise can really sometimes can be detrimental, of course, but I feel like it's always good. I don't know what you seem like someone who plays a lot of both.
Yeah, I really like both. I mean, I like cash games a lot, but there's also no feeling like winning a tournament, so
Yeah.
you inevitably end up chasing that for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I played in some of the tougher online and live cash games for a few years before I did well in a tournament, and my mom told her friends I gambled on the internet, and then I make the final table of the World Series, and all of a sudden I'm like this poker player, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
all of a sudden you're like MIT, like
Yeah,
I know how that is.
It is a good feeling to do well in a tournament for a lot of reasons, but cash games are kind of the best. You can come and go when you please. You can, if you're annoyed at how it's going, you could just give up for the day. If you're deep in a tournament and things go south, you have to get composed real quick.
Yeah. Super interesting river. You haven't really seen. See, the thing is, like, we've seen a lot of bet, check.
Oh, that check's pretty wild. I would have for sure bet there. It doesn't matter. He wouldn't have been paid off, I bet, but I would certainly be betting that river.
Yeah, you're gonna get called by a lot, even like King High, right?
Yeah, King High may call, Ace High may call. All the worst nines.
Yeah.
I would expect my opponent to put some money in the pot with a 5 before the river. Maybe a queen. Hey. The lovely Ashley Sleeth has graced our presence.
How long have y'all been together?
11 years? Is that right?
Oh, wow. 11. That's crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah, we met summer 2011.
I saw her on the rail.
Oh, yeah? Yeah?
She's in the background.
Oh, yeah.
For, y'all met through poker, or?
No. Ashley did not know the rank of hands when we met.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I met Ashley when she was on a date with my friend.
Standard.
Yeah.
Oh, are you also friends?
Yeah, no, it worked out. She had her friend there because she thought I was coming to hang out, but I thought they were going on a date. And so she brought her friend too, and then we all realized that we liked the other person more.
That's crazy.
We've been together ever since. Good times, man.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's a cool story. That's like some Hallmark stuff right there.
Yeah. No, but so I met Ashley back where I'm from in Massachusetts, and we hung out for like a month or two there, and then she moved to Vegas with me because I was already living in Vegas at the time, but I was just home visiting family. And she moves to Vegas. I don't have any friends who really play poker, or at least not like professionals.
Yeah.
In Massachusetts. Or at least like the guys I go home and hang out with don't play poker. Let's put it that way. There's a couple guys who do play professionally, but I don't see them that much when I'm home. So she moves back to Vegas with me, and all of a sudden all I'm talking about is poker. And it's like she kind of pulled me aside. Was like, hey, I need to like learn this game because this is like listening to somebody speak a language I don't understand, and like I'm not gonna like sit around all the time. And so I taught her just for fun. And she ended up being really, really good at it because she's very smart.
That's awesome.
And very
good
competitive.
coaching.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she just has kind of done it ever since.
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah. So is this...
What are they doing here, Chad?
Oh, looks like they're doing a chop, possibly.
They're going to chip count to see how close they are.
They are playing for a lot of money here, so I wouldn't blame them. Right now, there's $330,000 in the total pot left to play for. So if you're chopping, in this scenario, are you asking for more money as the better player if you are if you believe you are?
Yeah, I mean, I have in the past for sure.
Yeah.
If I thought I was a better player, I would.
Yeah.
Or I would be content with playing it out.
Yeah.
But I feel like you should, because it's so rare that you get to play heads up in a tournament. And if you think you're really good at heads up, you should take advantage of that fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that said, like, if your opponent offers you a better deal than what you're supposed to get based on the chips, like, it's tough to argue with that. Because you're essentially flipping coins for a lot of money if you're even close in skill set.
One of my friends was playing heads up at a Rounders tournament at the old location, and they got heads up, and the young kid, well, he's young to me. Both of them are young to me, but he told my buddy, he goes, I'll take X, and you can have second place plus. He goes, why is that? He goes, because I got more chips. And the guy goes, my buddy goes, well, I'm the better player. He goes, really? He goes, well, play it out. And he ended up knocking the young kid out.
Nice.
About, within a half hour.
Love it.
And taking all first place money.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if I ever watch somebody, like, if somebody's heads up against my buddy or against me, and they're like, nah, I want to play it out, like, I can't help but have a lot of respect for that level of confidence of just, yeah, no, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, back when I used to, when I go to the WSOP, I always grind the sit-and-goes, and it's always against the Euros that I'm like heads up. But I had one guy.
I'll never hate on chopping with the Euros. Let's put it
that
way.
I was like 4-1 with one guy from Poland, who I always see. I mean, the Polish guys are always in the sit-and-goes. Like that's all they do.
They just grind the sit-and-goes.
They only grind. I do too, but like
my friend calls it the pit. I like
the
that.
pit.
My friend used to be the biggest grinder out there.
Oh, and the sit-and-goes?
Yeah, it's British guy Jack.
Let me Chad. So are they doing a chop based on the chip count?
You want me to break it down to the exact number there?
Okay, so the chip leader right now is going to get first place. He's going to get $168,000 plus the trophy, and whoever has the second in chips is going to get $162 in second place. So
I don't care. It's up to you.
How do you guys want to do the trophy?
So Trung actually has the chip lead at this point.
So are they going to play it out after this, or are they done?
Oh, wow. They agreed to a chop.
Oh, there it is. That's the tournament.
That's it, guys. Trump fan is going to win Event 8, the $1 million guaranteed tournament.
Wow, so calling that river with the 10 determined who was the winner.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
You can do partial, however you want to do it. You can come pick up the cash tomorrow. If you don't want to carry it tonight, we can do any of those options for you guys.
That's Scotty Karate, our general manager right there, seeing how the guys want to get their money taken care of. Congratulations to both guys. They went through 932 players.
Yeah, and 4 of them were me.
Yeah, 4. Jesse played 4 times. So congratulations to them. Congratulations to everybody that made day 2. What a field. What a tournament.
Here.
Yeah, that was an amazing heads up. I thought both players played really well. Shout outs to them. Very good players.
Yeah. There's Bet on Drew. That's our boss right there. He runs the live stream for us.
He's picking his winning hand?
Oh, aces.
He gets to pick whatever he wants? Wow.
He should pick 5-4 of hearts, because that
he should.
Cracking the kings got him here.
That was big.
Pocket 5s. Now
he's got to pick the pocket 5s, right?
Oh, he rivered to 5.
Yeah.
He was almost eliminated. Oh, my gosh. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Congratulations to these two guys. What a phenomenal tournament.
Yeah, great scores. He kind of went wire to wire, by the way. He went wire to chop. That's pretty good.
And Bet on Drew with a nice shirt on right now. Looking profesh. Like it.
They're putting it in? Wait, what's going on here? They're just flipping for the... Oh, I see. That's funny.
All hearts. That's the graphic that our buddy IT Chad Hunter Poker put on there for us to end the tournament.
Yeah.
But there's the cash payouts right there. Congratulations to everybody that made the final table.
Boom.
Everybody played well. Just hands made hands.
Yeah. Yeah, that was some great poker, man. That was fun.
Yep, and great having you. Again, special guest Jesse Sylvia. It was awesome commentating with you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was fun.
It was a really fun time. I hope you can come back to San Antonio. And if you're back, tour around San Antonio. Everyone in the chat, the San Antonio is an amazing place to be. So
I'm definitely gonna be back. We have a lot more of the city to see because it was raining the whole time, and I really like it here. I like this card room a lot, man. I can't say enough good stuff about it.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. We want to thank everybody out there for liking and subscribing. Really appreciate it. Come on out to Rounders Card Club anytime. Be a member. We'd love to have you. This was the final table of the $1 million guarantee we had here at Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. For the entire crew here, for Ethan, for Jesse, for coming out, for Bet on Drew, I'm JT. Good night. And Chad Hunter Poker, IT.
I'm so in love with you. You got me down again.